ndio tuanze mapema. Just walk to the stage. Hatuna volunteer? Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's all be upstanding for a word of prayer.
Okay, this prayer will go in Arabic, and at the end of the prayer you say Amin. Kiskia, Al-Dallin, at the end you say Amin. Alhamdulillah wa salatu wa salam ala Rasulillahi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. La ilaha illa wahdahu la sharika lahu lahul mulku wa lahul hamdu yuhyi wa yumiitu wa ala kulli shay'in qadir. Allahumma inna nas'aluka al-huda wat-taqa wal-'afafa wal-ghina. Allahumma inna nas'aluka 'ilman nafi'an wa qalban ghashiyan wa lisanan dhakiran wa rizqan tayyiban wa 'amalan mutaqabbalan. اللهم تقبل صلاتنا وسجودنا وركوعنا وصيامنا. اللهم يا مغلب القلوب ثبت قلب على دينك. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد. آمين.
Let's all say amen. And before you sit down, we want to say a high five to everyone. So you need to move out of your seat. Say a high five to someone who is next to you. Tusalamiane. Tusalamiane, na tunaposalamiana nataka tutoe simu. Si kila mtu ana simu yake? Haya, chukua simu yako. Kuna watu wamesimama tu, you're not saying a high five. I have the advantage of seeing everyone. Let's all have our phones. Put on your camera. And then you put the selfie mode. Take a selfie with someone. Alafu mtanitumia hizo picha. Sawa? Na usipige na mtu mwenye anatoka kwa kaunti yako, tafuta mtu mwingine. Put a selfie mode. Aya, ukishapiga, at least take 3 photos with someone different. Put a selfie mode. Smile, take the photo, I'll give you my number so that you send. Samson uko peke yako. Aya, chukua selfie. Selfie mode. Move as you take the selfies. Sylvia, you're on your own. Look for someone to take a selfie. Wale wanaingia, tunasalamiana. As we take selfies, and then you send me all those selfies. Opili. Badilisha, please change. Take with the next person, then we will get to sit. Take the next selfie. As we say hi. And say hi with someone from a different county. Yes, from the different counties, not the same county. That selfie should be different. Thank you. Nice. Thank you. Hakikisha umepiga picha na mtu wa kutoka kaunti nyingine. Thank you. Let's be seated. Let's all be seated. And please send those selfies to my number. I want to give you my number. Aya, tuketi chini sasa. Thank you so much. Please send those selfies to, take this number. We need to tell the others that the first county procurement session is ongoing. So you send it to 0723 684 691. 0723 684 691. Thank you so much. We want to welcome our guests and our council members. The number is 0723 684-691. That is my number, Ruth Randa. Thank you so much. So we will quickly do a short recap for yesterday's session. We had 2 panels, and then we hand it over to the CEO to take us to the next session. So what was your take home yesterday? We had 2 panels. We had the first panel on citizenship and devolution. What was your take home? Anyone? I need 2 people for the first panel and 2 people for the other panel in the afternoon. Members, we had 2 powerful sessions yesterday, and we just want to do a quick recap. The first panel was devolution and citizen impact. Devolution and citizen impact, and we had the privilege of hosting the Deputy Governor of Nakuru County together with Professor Annan from the Strathmore University. What was your take home? I know there was something that you learned. What was your take home? And because you were all in session, I'll just pick randomly. What was your session?
Good morning, everyone. In the morning, when we had Professor around, I realized in Kenya we are at a better position as we have been able to have devolved units, and we are here for the first Congress involving the devolved units. And the greatest that I got from that discussion is if we do our work as expected, we shall succeed and make our devolved units shine to the benefit of the common mwananchi. So comparing Ghana and Kenya, I realized we have a mandate to make it work.
Tumpigie makofi. The second person, first session, your key take home. Muniangalie so that I'm able to pick someone to give me their lesson.
Compared to Ghana, Kenya in terms of registration and certification of professionals in procurement, you are ahead. And according to the professor, we are ahead in a lot of aspects, apart from now the EGP. I understand their electronic system is up and running, and basically more or less we share the same areas.
Thank you so much. The second session was quite interesting. We had a representative from the Council of Governors, a representative from the ACO, Association of Retired Chief Officers, and we also had a representative from GAF. And the conversation was basically how the devolved units work. What was your take home from that session? I need a lady now. The ladies, what was your take home from that session? Sylvia.
Yes, whatever I got yesterday concerning the second session, whereby we were being taught about how things have moved, and I remember the presenter from Council of Governors who was talking about, it was about first let me talk about the gap. Realize that there were gaps whereby they don't do most of the things as per the act, and they need to be trained and engaged on how procurement should be done. And then when the presenter from the previous chief officers, they have a network whereby all the chief officers are meeting together, it was emphasized that the chief officers or the accounting officers need to be trained because majority of them are not procurement professionals, yet the Act gives them a lot of roles as pertaining procurement. And a suggestion was made that for one to be an AO, at least they should have some knowledge on procurement to enable them do well in the procurement. Then also, when on the issue of the GAF, not GAF per se, budget cycle processing, we need also as the procurement professionals to be involved. So when we go back, let's ensure that we are also being involved in that process of budget cycle to be a brief of what is happening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Tumpige makofi. That's not a good clap. Let's clap for her. That's better. Thank you so much. One last person. Thank you, Sam.
Good morning. I think to add on what the representative from the COG, that actually the EGP system is a good system, but the problem was the speed of implementation. I think what he said is that this system was not ready to be implemented because the rollout was actually too fast with a supersonic speed. So the problem which you are undergoing through this system is actually the implementation. So I think next time, maybe once this is done very well, I think all of us will really be enjoying the system. Yeah, the other thing is actually how the training should be done. It should be a comprehensive training to all the counties because it was not supposed to be only piloted to 6 counties. It was supposed to be all the counties could have participated in the piloting. And some counties do not have that enough infrastructure to implement this. So I think the best thing which we need to do is just be patient, give time so that everyone can pick. Thank you.
Let's clap for Sammy. Thank you so much. That was basically the recap for yesterday. We will be sharing the resolutions. And importantly, there was promoting evidence-based decision-making, where as an institute, we will champion that. The adoption of digital tools and analytics by the counties, providing technical support and model frameworks for the real-time monitoring and evaluation, even as we undertake our procurement. Thank you so much, members. And I think we are now ready to begin the sessions for today. And the conversation will be around public expenditure and translating social economic development. And we want to get the county perspectives, even as we roll out public expenditure. The other session will be on personal, the shield and the sword, personal criminal liability, and the statutory bounds of administrative orders in procurement and supply chain management. So I invite all of us to be able to join in these conversations. Let us engage, let us ask questions, so that by the time we get out of here, it is very clear how do we handle public expenditure on our day-to-day running of our mandate. So thank you very much. I hope you will enjoy. We will be able to see how to redeem time, because time is far much spent. And at this time, I will invite the CEO. Just before we invite the CEO, Yesterday we invited the counties that were present. As we checked through the list, we were joined by Narok County. Narok County, mko wapi? Narok County walikuja, asanti. We were joined by Homa Bay County. Homa Bay County? Oh, yes, Homa Bay County is here. Other than Homa Bay County, we were joined by Taita Taveta County, Taita Taveta County, Mombasa County, Nairobi County, and a team from KEMSA. We have a number of officers from KEMSA, some who are procurement professionals, some of them are in other professions, and we want to invite you. Feel most welcome, together with all the other members that were present yesterday. Let us enjoy. This is our session, the most reason why we have the presenters. So at this time, I will hand it over back to the CEO to take us to the next conversation. Karibuni sana.
Thank you. Let me just have that. Thank you very much, Ruth, to our chairperson and all council members and our resource persons. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning one more time. Thank you very much. I think we are very elated to welcome you to the second day of the first County Congress 2026, and we're indeed very grateful that you found time to be here. We trust and believe that the lessons being picked are enriching, and we also encourage that we try to be punctual in the outstanding parts of the program so that we manage time well. The recap on what was outstanding yesterday has been picked, and we recognized our chairperson, CPSP Jennifer Sirindi, yesterday for receiving our chief guest, the representative of Governor Kihika, and the remarkable speeches that they made to challenge all of us to retrospect on how we manage public resources within our county governments. We also had a chance to interact with our chair of the Professional Development Committee, Arap Tingos, who moderated the session on devolution and citizen impact, and we appreciated the insights that we obtained from the presentation by Professor Annan. And indeed, we thank you most sincerely, participants, for your active engagements, which made that day impactful and fruitful. Of course, we also received practical perspectives on lessons from the past, as presented to us by the people who came before us in the county governments. The Association of Ex-Chief Officers, led by our sister here, Edith Wanjiku Kimani, made very profound reflections on how we would want to take the county governments moving forward. We also appreciated very, very deliberately from the Council of Governors on the opportunities, the challenges that they see, and where we can be able to refocus our interventions to make the county governments deliver to their mandate. So today is a very unique day for us because we will be looking at a number of issues, policy issues, when it comes to issues of fiscal discipline and fiscal oversight and accountability on how we manage public resources. And as such, we have a very, very strong team of experts who will be talking to us today. And the sessions will be chaired by our leadership at the council. This morning, we are privileged to have our council member, Priscilla Musioka, who will be taking us through the first part of the program. Ladies and gentlemen, with those comments made, allow me at this juncture to invite our CM, Priscilla Musioka, to take us through the next part of the program. Let us appreciate her while she's coming.
Thank you, CEO. Good morning. I am Priscilla Ndindi Musyoka. In the council, I am the chairperson of the Finance, HR, and Administration Committee. And this morning, we are delving into planning, budgeting, and fiscal discipline. The panel topic will be, does public expenditure translate socio-economic development, the county government perspective? When we look at this topic, translation to socio-economic development is not automatic. And we want to see how what we get from the public coffers can translate to our people having the right life expectancy. We actually have life expectancy from 50 to 60. Our labor productivity, how we can translate public expenditure to infrastructure and opening up our counties so that we can be able to secure businesses, jobs, and having to connect our communities to the world. We also need to look at how we can translate this public expenditure which we get so as to reduce poverty and income inequality. With this, we will be led by one doctor, distinguished professional from the Office of Internal Auditor General at the National Treasury. He has a Doctor of Philosophy in Business Administration and Finance, complemented by a Master's in Project Management and a Bachelor's degree in Economics and Mathematics. He holds several esteemed certifications, include Certified Fraud Examiner, CFE, Certified Information System Auditor, CISA, Certified Public Accountant of Kenya, CPA, K, Certified Project Finance Analyst, CPFA. Those are so many CP, whatever. CISE, CFE, CPAK, CPFA. Something to emulate procurement professionals this morning. Currently, he is serving as an Internal Auditor General of the Republic of Kenya. He is the in charge. He brings over 20 years of exemplary experience in audit, governance, and risk assurance. His illustrious career spans pivotal roles, including Director Audit Services at the Kenya National Highways Authority, KENHA, Deputy Director Forensic Audit Services at the Office of the Auditor General of Kenya, Business Risk Analyst, Fraud and Forensic at Kenya Electricity Generating Company, KENGEN, and Compliance Officer at the NGO's Coordination Board. He has also served as an economist, underscoring his diverse expertise. His contribution to academia and professional discourse are notable, with published papers in finance, audit, and corporate governance. His dedication is recognized. He has been awarded a certificate of commendation by the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya for his contribution to the accountancy profession. Help me with the Obama clap. Welcome, Dr. Sami Kimungui. Let's have the Obama clap until he...
Thank you very much. Our chairperson, council members present, chief executive officer, our professionals in procurement, accounting officers from various counties, all protocols observed, good morning. My name is Sami Kimungui. Sami Kimungui works at the National Treasury as the Internal Auditor General. And before I go to my slides, I want to say what we do. What we do on a daily basis as a National Treasury is that in 2010, the Constitution of Kenya gave the National Treasury powers to exercise financial control. And it further provided that Parliament shall enact laws and regulations to operationalize Article 225. Parliament enacted the Public Finance Management Act 2012 and regulations of 2015, which established, among other functions, the Internal Auditor General Office at the National Treasury. The Internal Auditor General at the National Treasury, also called Office of the Internal Auditor General, is responsible for policy and strategy on matters to do with internal audit. And when you talk about internal audit, and modern internal audit for that matter, we talk about assurance and advisory function. And we are moving more to advisory function. We are your partners, and not just partners, trusted partners to support you as you implement your governance, risk, and controls within the supply chain management. You realize that you are the people who control over 50%, I think between 50 to 60%, some to even 70% of government development budget. And therefore, we are key partners to support you as you discharge your roles and responsibilities. As a country, from a national perspective, we have identified a vehicle. And I want all of us to pick that vehicle and all of us to be a champion of that vehicle called the Zero Fault Audit Initiative. Please take home that concept of the Zero Fault Audit Initiative at the micro level. In Kenya, we enjoy saying we are 48 county governments, but we only have one vision to improve the quality of life of our Kenyans through the socio-economic transformation. The Zero Fault Audit Initiative requires us as champions to ensure that, one, we put in place adequate governance structures. Adequate governance structures in the sense that we ensure that we have appropriate strategies and that our procurement expenditures are linked to those strategies. And two, the processes and systems are sound. The processes and systems are sound, and I'm talking about EGP among other systems, to ensure that there is efficient and effective utilization of procurement expenditures. And lastly, that there is value for money through implementation of audit recommendations. That is how governments like Singapore have managed to grow. And I'm going to show you two phases of success story through the Zero Fault Audit Initiative, the Singapore story. And the failed story of failure to implement such an initiative in another country called Vietnam. I want to assure you 10 years from now, we will have Singapores in Kenya in form of counties. We also have very bad story where people will be talking about failures in terms of governance, risk, and controls. Let us not be examples of those bad stories. I think my projection has been projected, and as it had been said, today we want to discuss about public expenditure, and specifically public expenditure as it relates to procurement, and as to whether or not it translates to socio-economic development. Ideally, they ought to be a positive linear correlationship, that when we increase public expenditure in procurement, we expect to see more results. More results in terms of increased output, more kilometers of roads constructed, more schools constructed, and more hospitals constructed. And also positive impact in the sense that those infrastructure results to improved quality of Kenyans. That is what is expected. But mambo kwa ground is different. We have scenarios where there is increased public expenditure, but there is no correspondence increase in outputs and outcome. So we are going to look at the objective of public procurement spending in county governments, which we have talked about, and looking at procurement as a catalyst of socioeconomic development. We have said procurement controls between 60 to 70% of development budgets, and therefore they are key champions. The champions, the people seated here, are the key champions who can decide whether or not county 001 or county 047 will then become a first world country or a failed country. Through what? Through elements of expenditure efficiency and strong accountability systems and internal controls. And overall, we'll be looking at value for money realization. So I'll begin by talking about, one, we all understand our roles as county government is to delivery of devolved services. And there are a number of services that have been devolved. The reasons why those services were devolved is that they move closer to the people, that they are more needs driven, that money comes on the ground to spur economic growth and development in form of infrastructure, in form of healthcare, in form of agriculture, among others. However, you and me agree that as much as we have had a lot of increased expenditure reported through the Auditor General's report, through the Controller of Budget report, it has not necessarily translated to development. In some areas, if you move to some counties, you can be able to see, yes, it has translated to some development projects and outcomes. But in other areas, you realize that it has even worsened because we have stalled projects which have become health hazards. Some of them have even collapsed, costing people's life. The reason is that there are weak governance systems. Money is not a problem. We have appropriated resources. We have qualified professionals, CSs, CPSs, CPAs, CSAs. I think Kenya has the highest number of professionals. But the challenge we are having is the accountability framework through, among others, weak procurement systems. Not because we have weak procurement laws. We have among the strongest PFM laws in Kenya and in Africa per se. Because if you compare with countries like South Africa, like Ghana, like Rwanda, among others, you realize that our laws and regulations are very strong. In fact, the Singapore we talk about borrowed their development programs, their development policies and procedures from Kenya. Tanzania has also done the same. The problem is implementation, poor controls, issues to do with wastage. And you also agree with me there are cases of corruption that have been reported. So the key question is, how can our countries ensure that every public shilling spent results to measurable development impact? And I'm talking about measurable development impact. Someone talked this morning about how can we be able to measure. Peter Drucker, what Peter Drucker, a management guru, once said, what gets measured gets done. Are we able to measure the results? Are we able to quantify the socio-economic impact of the expenditures that we have spent through the procurement process? I believe procurement is not purchasing. I was advised procurement is a strategic function. It's a strategic function that you look at not only planning and procuring goods and services, but is that procurement resulting in value for money? The 5 E's of value for money: efficiency, effectiveness, economy, ethics, and respect to environment. Once we answer that question, then we will be contributing towards development of our country. So we are talking about efficient procurement. What is it all about? Among the key indicators of efficiency is timely completion of projects. These are some of the key performance indicators that we need to put in place through strong monitoring and evaluation framework. What we are talking about, dashboard reporting and big data analytics to assist us monitor these KPIs. Are our projects being implemented within time? The answer is no. Most of our projects get delayed. Why do they get delayed? Because of the inefficient processes, delays in procurement, delays in funding this particular project, and sometimes matters to do with conflict of interest. The end result is what? Escalation costs, what we call nugatory costs, costs that could have been avoided. And as a result of that, then, we are denying the users of this particular project value for money benefits. Cost-effective procurement through efficient procurement systems like EGP. We have tried to automate procurement systems. Of course, we are still maturing. There are more challenges. But as one said, let us bring and understand those challenges, address those challenges. But the most important thing is that let us have the vision of ensuring that then we have e-procurement working. High budget absorption rates without prospective returns. We measure ourselves and say, we have consumed 100% of our budget. That's okay. But has that consumption results in value, in terms of results, in terms of outputs, in terms of outcomes? You have constructed a market, finished it. It could be of the right specification. It could be of the right quality. It could be within scope. It could be within cost. It could be within time. But is it being used? It was not needs driven. In any case, it was even not required. So you construct that market, you spend billions, you launch it, but nobody's using that particular market. Is that value for money? That is not value for money. But if you move across our country, you realize there are so many of those particular cases because people were not involved in identifying those particular projects. Reduced project cost overruns. One of the key challenges we are facing in this country is pending bills. pending bills. Pending bills. Why are we having pending bills? There are so many reasons among them. But one of it is fiscal indiscipline, that we don't want to respect the concept of budgetary controls. Two, we also have the issues to do with project cost overruns, which are not then budgeted and they are carried forward to subsequent financial years. So if we don't address these particular controls, and these controls are supposed to be addressed through the PFM laws, through the PPAD, Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Acts and Attendant Regulation. And one of the requirements is that you have to budget to procure, plan to procure. So ideally, the spirit of these policies and procedures is that we should not have issues to do with pending bills. But why are we having these particular pending bills? We need to have serious discussion on the root cause analysis. And one of it is fiscal indiscipline and failure to hold people accountable. So how to achieve expenditure efficiency? Strategic planning. What I've just given an example of a project that is implemented within cost, within time, within quality, within scope, but is not being used. It's because there was no strategic planning. That project did not relate to the entity's strategy. It did not relate to the user's needs. In any case, the users did not even require that project in the first place, and therefore that is wasteful spending. Realistic budgets, that we have to do budgets that reflect the market conditions. But in some cases, you realize that there are cases of either under or over budgeting for whatever motive that are put in place. Competitive procurement and strong supervision. And we are the people. Our responsibility as procurement officers, we are not purchasing officers. We need also to lead or to be part of the contract implementation committees so that we can be able to guide on matters to do with cost efficiency and matters to do with value for money. Lastly, performance dashboard. This is the problem. If you go to a country like Singapore, a story is told of Lee Kuan Yew or Kuan Yew, the first president of Singapore. They had only two resources, the port and the people, nothing else. But he came up with a vision, and the vision he had is build strong governance, risk and control system so that you encourage foreign direct investment into the country. And if you go to Singapore right now, it's growing because of foreign direct investment. And that foreign direct investment is because this gentleman came up with governance, risk and controls and said, we must measure, we must respect this management scholar by the name of Peter Drucker. In Kenya here, what we are lacking is measuring our performance and holding people accountable. Once we hold people accountable, then we are going to increase the overall performance of governance, risk and controls within Kenya or within the country. And this is what Peter Drucker said, that in whatever you do, in whatever you plan, put in place an M&E framework. What are the expected outputs? And what are the expected outcomes? You may realize the output and fail to realize the outcome. I've just given you an example of you are constructing a market which is within scope, cost, quality, and time, or a road. But finally, you realize that that road then becomes a place where people even use it to dry their maize or to dry their crops, because nobody even needed that particular road in that particular matter. You have achieved results in terms of output, but you have not achieved results in outcome. And therefore, that development expenditure has not resulted in improved socioeconomic impact. In fact, it's a wasteful spending of public resources. And where do we partner? Where do we come in as auditors? We come in as auditors because even auditors, we have said, move away from the financial assurance audit to what we call the value for money driven audit, the social accountability audit, so that we are looking more at outcome. Did that expenditure result in the required outcome? And if you look at what Robert Kaplan and David Norton said, they looked at the balance scorecard. And all of us, we have PCs, performance contract. But it is my wish that we cascade it downwards and we measure ourselves along all the parameters. One, we look at the financial components, the issues to do with spending, the spending efficiency. Not just spending amount, that I spend 100% of my budget. That is quite good. But was it the most efficient manner of spending? If we look at the output-input relationship, do we get a factor greater than 1? In other words, a shilling has been made to sweat. You can multiply that particular shilling to achieve more results.
Stakeholder customer involvement, customer satisfaction. Yes, you have done a good road, you have done a hospital, but was it need driven? Is it serving the interests of the users? We have had cases where a hospital is done to the right quality, but there are no doctors. Or there are doctors, but there are no drugs. So you see, that project is not serving. It's not realizing the outcome. It has realized its output, but it's not realizing the outcome. So we need to have an M&E framework that is outcome-oriented. Internal processes, the tender cycle, the contract compliance, contract management systems, very important, so that then we continuously monitor the implementation of this particular contract system. And we need to ensure that then we also become proactive. When I talk about proactive, I'm talking about risk management. It's one of the concepts of the Zero Fault Audit Initiative, that in Kenya, and in most of our county governments, we are more reactive than proactive. That's when you'll see a building collapses, and then we start saying, by the way, who approved this building? Who was the procurement officer? And then we say people should be held accountable. But why can't we build resilient and proactive risk management initiatives so that this risk can proactively be identified? That is where now we come in. I want to tell you that as the National Treasury and as the Office of the Internal Auditor General, through the support of the Office of the Chief of Staff and Head of Public Service, among others, we are supporting all government entities in terms of developing what we call institutional risk management policy framework. Being proactive. That's what Lia Kwanzu, or is it Kuan Yew of Singapore, started in around 1960s. So we are ready. If you wish to partner with us, we can come, and I think we have supported several counties in developing institutional risk management framework. They develop the risk registers. They then integrate the risk registers in the PFM cycle, in the procurement cycle, so that as you make procurement decision, the first question you ask is, what are the risks? What can go wrong? How can we be able to mitigate this? What are the opportunities? Because risk is not all that bad for those strategic management students, that risks drives strategy. So if we are calling ourselves as strategic procurement professionals, we cannot be strategic procurement professionals if we don't think strategy. And you cannot think strategy if you don't. It is very, very clear that whatever we do, whatever expenditure we spend, we must think about the outcome. What is the end game? The end game is not to absorb the budget. A month from now, we are closing our books. I'm sure we are very busy looking at the budget overheads and saying, what is the balance? How can we spend so that it is 100%? That should not be the objective. The objective should be, are we realizing our strategic objective? What are the needs of our people in our county? And is that expenditure going to result in value for money? And these are the things that we need to be looking at when we look at the value for money. Input, output relationship. That what we give in as input, as the amount of resources that are budgeted, the processes, the policies and procedures, are they resulting into outputs? And are these outputs improving the quality of Kenyans? The issues to do with per capita income, reduction in poverty level, reduction in time within which a product reaches the market, reduced diseases within the county government, increased foreign direct investments within our county government, so that then we can have very clear monitoring and evaluation framework then to measure that efficiency. And this is what then we want us to be. We have talked about the EGP. Very good, very good, very good initiative. But that system can only assist us, one, if we embrace it. Change in mindset. We have to change in mindset. Because the system is not going to replace our ethics. It's not going to replace our value systems. People usually say garbage in, garbage out. So as much as we are embracing this particular system, we also have to ensure that our procurement officers and public finance management officers as a whole are guided by relevant professional ethical standards and compliance with the laws, policies, and procedures. That's when we can be able to realize the social economic impact of these particular systems. Now, I just want to give an overview of a case example, without mentioning the specific entities, of how ineffective procurement systems have undermined socioeconomic development in counties. One of it, as I talked about, stalled and abandoned projects. I think you don't need to do a research on this. If you just wake up right now and you decide to go 100 kilometers this side and 100 kilometers this side, the most observed thing you'll see is stalled and abandoned projects. Some of them are stalled from as long as 2013. And if you are told the billions of shillings that have been pumped into this particular project, then you are going to be surprised. Unfinished roads, incomplete health facilities, stalled water projects. This is loss and wasteful spending of public funds. And this cannot result in socio-economic development. Actually, some of them, as I've said, they are health hazards. You have seen some of them even collapsing and costing people's life. They expose our county government to reputation risks. With such kind of reputation risk, we may not attract foreign direct investments because it is a reflection of our value system. It is our reflection of our governance system. Massive loss of public funds every year, year in, year out. When reports are published, the only thing we see in our newspapers is loss of funds, loss of funds. There are no good stories. Why are we having these particular issues of unsupported expenditures? How can we have a case of unsupported expenditure? Because I'm sure every expenditure is supported by either and requisition, approvals, and the necessary expenditure items. Some of these issues just relate to poor documentation. It also relates to bad culture because there's no accountability. What the GNC call utadu, because anyway, it has been done by others and nothing has happened, so it becomes the norm. Issues to do with procurement frauds and elite capture, tender manipulation. We have had these cases. These reports have been published and they are everywhere. They are political interference, proxy companies, and conflict of interest. These are issues that we need to fix. Poor service delivery, as I've talked about roads and hospitals and other infrastructure projects that don't serve the needs of the people. Failure to support local economic development. Local content. One of the reasons for devolution is to support people at the grassroots level. I saw an institution going to procure trees from another county government to come and plant those trees in their county government. You go and procure fuel in Nairobi to come and fuel your vehicles in your county government. That one, you are not promoting local development. You are not procuring socio-economic development. We need to build the capacity of our people at the grassroots level so that then they can be able to grow and then increase employment opportunities and encourage foreign direct investment. And this one, the zero-fault audit initiative, failure, delayed implementation of audit recommendation. I think we need to move beyond this because, first of all, audit recommendations arise because there is a problem. The problem is there is a control weaknesses or completely lack of control. And if there is a control weakness or a complete lack of control, there is a risk. So when that recommendation is brought, the best you can do is to implement it. The worst you can do is to give feedback that this recommendation cannot be implemented. So let us document and ensure that we work together with our internal audit function. And the last time I checked, we have very strong county internal audit function that are supposed to support you. They support procurement. They support all other functions in terms of implementing this audit recommendation. As we come in to assist you in building their capacity, and as we work right now, we are even working with development partners to assist those particular county governments, internal audit function, to build their capacity to do exactly what we do at the National Treasury, to assist you in developing the institution risk management policy framework, putting in place dashboard reporting, and assisting you in monitoring and evaluating. We also have audit committees at county government level. They have their own challenges. But what we are doing as the National Treasury is that as at now, and I want to encourage you to contribute to that bill, we have the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill 2026. We are doing public participation. In fact, yesterday we were with county governments and they brought very, very good recommendations. Please come in and bring recommendations because for us we are saying procurement is not an accounting function. No, internal audit and even external audit is not an accounting function. It's not a finance function. Procurement officers control 60% of the budget. We need those experts. We need those experts in internal and external audit function so that they can provide and assist in providing this assurance and advisory framework. Next week, we will be having physical public participation across county governments in Kenya. Please come, give your input. And we also have, in the Treasury website, we have that bill, and we also have a framework for you to give your contribution. Now, this is Singapore. This is what is under Singapore. Kenya and the 47 county governments. So the 48 governments of Kenya are on their way to Singapore. This is the gentleman, Lee Kuan Yew, the father of good governance. We talk about Peter Drucker, the father of management. Now, Lee Kuan Yew is the father of good governance, because if you go to Singapore, you can be able to see real transformation. This gentleman transformed Singapore, not because Singapore had infrastructure, not because Singapore had a lot of assets, but because Singapore had only two key assets: human assets and a port. Through good governance, foreign direct investment has transformed and translated that country. And by the way, it looks exactly the way it is. It is a transformed country with very high or highest level of development. Why? There was good governance. But there is another one called Venezuela, which is a failed story. If Venezuela has a lot of oil, there is a lot of, among countries with the highest level of public expenditure. But if you go there, you see these are projects that were initiated, but they were not finalized. Inflation is actually not inflation, it is hyperinflation. You can be able to see empty supermarkets, meaning hakuna pesa mfukoni. High government expenditure, but that expenditure does not reach people's pocket. Projects are done, but they are not completed. Extreme poverty, the economic collapse, and all manner of bad things happen in those particular countries. Why? Because of weak institutions. They did not embrace institutional risk management policies. They did not even have a strategy, a vision, mission, and core values. They didn't know where they want to go. Please don't be like this country. We want you to think the Singapore way, to think the Lee Kuan Yew way. Have a vision, have a mission, even as a procurement function. For us, we tell our internal audit function to ensure that they have a strategic plan. Low corruption. Why? Because there's the highest level of accountability in Singapore. You cannot even chew a ball gum. When you apply a visa to go to Singapore, they are online, you are told you cannot carry even a ball gum to that country. Immediately you apply a visa to go there, you are given a unique tracker, a unique identification number, where when you move within that country, people know so and so has come, and he has come for this purpose. Here we have highest level of corruption without accountability. Strategic spending, we have wasteful spending. Diversified economy, and this is what I want to focus on. We as county government, let us not look only at the infrastructure resources that we have. Look at the county 360 degrees and look at those particular resources. Encourage foreign investors through direct procurement investment to come and invest in those particular counties. And then you will be able then to achieve the results. What I want to say is that we have counties, and you know them. You can even name them, that are on their way to Singapore. When you go there, you can see these ones are on track. But the others, when you go there, they are on their way to Venezuela. So please, I don't want to mention, but where you are, I know you know that my county, actually, we are heading to Venezuela. Please don't lead Kenyans to that level. Now we have Gen Z. They'll not wait for you to take them to Venezuela. They'll deal with you, because they are actually holding what we call social accountability. So please, let's take the right decision. I've already talked about value for money risks. I only wanted to emphasize the issue about the 5 E's. Efficiency, and I've talked about efficiency, economy, effectiveness, and ethics. That is good governance. And I think that's one of the reasons why we are here. We must be guided by value systems so that for us to achieve these results. So what do we look at when we look at value for money? Was the project necessary? This is a big question, that we are implementing projects that are not necessary. Needs assessment is becoming a problem. Public participation is becoming a compliance tool. Strategic planning are becoming compliance tools. Let us make them work. Was procurement competitive? Yes, it can be competitive, but on paper, it can be made to be competitive. Let it be real competitive so that we get then value for money. Were costs necessary? Variation of contract and variation of prices. Some of them are not necessary. Was the project completed on time? Are citizens benefiting from the investment? And most importantly, sustainability, the green procurement. For us to achieve this, we need an institutional risk management policy framework. I don't want to go into those particular details. What I want to assure you is that we need to sit down as county governments and agree on an institutional risk management policy framework, risk registers, and integrate them to the PFM cycle for us to be proactive in terms of risk identification. Otherwise, we are going to have wasted spending of public funds and failure to realize value for money. Fraud. It is something that people don't like discussing, but we need to discuss it because it has materialized. It's a risk that has materialized in Kenya. It may be called so many names. But we need to know that we are dealing with various profiles. We have research that have already been done in prior years, and you can be able to see where fraud is highest. When you deal with male are more likely to commit fraud. You can be able to see around 80% of reported cases are fraud. So if you have an organization that is male-dominated, as a procurement professional, then you have to be alive to this particular risk and ensure that you have put in place appropriate, proactive controls so that then this fraud cannot be mitigated. One of the reasons could be because of the pressure that men are exposed to. You can be able to see in terms of age, you can see 31 to 50 years. These are the people who have just started their families. They have a lot of pressure in terms of meeting their goals. They also want to grow themselves because they are now at the middle level of management. First degree holders, these are very people who are very creative and very innovative, very ambitious. You can see 60%, very high. Management, senior management, they can be able to override control. And I believe senior management is you and me. So we are the people who are more capable of committing fraud through circumventing those controls, among other factors. So we need, what am I bringing it? As a procurement professional, we have said we are strategic function. You need not only to look at the procurement function, but look at the ethical value system. The ethical value system also talks about fraud risk assessment, fraud risk management, so that you can prevent that fraud before it occurs. And you must understand the people. Know your customer, KYCs. Know your customers. So this is how you can know your customers, because your customers, even the suppliers, the kind of suppliers you deal with, they are also within these same age brackets, and they can also be able to perpetuate fraud. And you understand all the kinds of frauds that we are committed. I don't want to go through them. The issue about collusion, single sourcing, overpricing, kickbacks, bribery, ghost project, substandard goods and services, conflict of interest, and falsification of documents. These are things that we need to manage through the institutional risk management policy framework. And I've said, we are your partners, not just partners, trusted partners. We can sit down with you, assist, and work together to develop this institutional policy framework, and even integrate risk management in EGP. When we talk about those dashboard reporting and big data analytics, they need to be analyzing the risk appetite and the risk tolerance statements as they relate to public procurement spending. That is how we will move to Singapore and not Venezuela. Effective procurement, I don't want to go back to it. I'm only emphasizing this is where we want to see. We want to see this kind of dashboards. If you go to, I went to Kenyan as a corporate entity. This is what people discuss. It's only dashboard. You go to the CEO's office, you'll only be seeing dashboards of either green, yellow, or red. Red are those particular projects that are behind schedule, those that whose risks have exceeded the set risk appetite and risk tolerance. And that's what, these are the issues that the CEO is concerned with. The green and yellow, they are doing well. They can be done at management level. This is the Kenya that we want, and internal audit will assist you in terms of achieving all those particular results. So here we are saying, strengthen your internal audit function. They are no longer policemen. They are no longer morticians. They are physicians. They need to identify, assist you identify those particular risks early enough. So, technology-driven audit, I think this one has already been said, e-procurement systems. Let us embrace e-procurement system. Let us embrace contract management system. Let us embrace digital inventory system. But even as we digitalize, digitalization must be anchored on strategy. Technology must support strategy. If you don't have an ICT strategy, then you are going to have a lot of standalone systems which don't speak to each other. And finally, there will be no value for money results from this particular system. What am I talking about? Integrated systems, systems that can be able to read from one another. And most importantly is project monitoring dashboards through big data analytics and continuous audits that can be supported by risk management framework. This is monitoring the expenditure. This is exactly what we have talked about, that this is what we are missing as a country. As a county, please let us ensure that we put in place clear monitoring and evaluation framework for our projects, for our programs, for our outputs, for our outcomes. What are we recommending finally as I finalize? Strengthening expenditure efficiency, improve procurement planning. I know we have procurement planning, but let it not be a tick box. Let it not be a compliance tool. Let it be linked to the organization mandate and strategy. Enhance project appraisal mechanisms. This is where there is a problem. It was their business case for this particular project to be initiated. is it supported by a sufficient technical and economic viability assessment to say that yes, this project will result in value for money? Or are they just pronouncements from certain places that please implement that project? If we don't do that, then we are going to have white elephants. Prioritize high-impact development projects. High-impact development projects, impact in the sense of socio-economic transformation index. So that then we have economists who can be able to do the appraisal of the project, together with even the supply chain management professionals, and concur that yes, these are projects that have high economic index, and therefore we need to prioritize them. Plus, a risk management framework that can be able to support the implementation of this particular project for them to achieve that value. Strengthen contract management, reduce project delays and cost overruns. Strengthen accountability and controls. Empower internal audit function. I've said they are no longer policemen. We are no longer policemen or behaving like one. Perhaps yesterday we were behaving like one, but the modern internal auditor. The internal auditor of the 21st century, and last year, September 17th, the National Treasury promulgated and issued new guidelines for internal audit function that transforms them. I know that we are the same people, but we are doing what we call change in mindset to ensure that we are part of the management to support the PFM officers in terms of executing their mandate. Risk management framework, strengthen audit committees. For those of you who have, audit committees, you agree with me, they are very weak, especially in county government. They are very weak to an extent that we can say they are not there. Because one, of the qualification, of their reporting, and of their resourcing. Support the internal audit functions and audit committees because it provides you effective oversight as you implement your projects and program. Enhance value for money, regular value for money audits. Work with your internal audit function so that then they can be able to support you among others. The rest, I think we have talked about it. What I want to still emphasize is that what gets measured, gets managed, gets done. That is a Singapore story. What is not measured, it will not be done. That is the Venezuela story. So the onus is on you to choose whichever side you want to go. And I repeat what this gentleman, the architect of modern Singapore, said. He did vision and he established integrity mechanism that resulted in the result which made the Singapore the way it is. One of the areas is the rule of law. We have the law in Kenya, very good of laws, but we have accountability mechanism. Meritocracy, bring the right people on board. That's what Tim Collins, a management scholar, once said. Bring the right people in the bus, and the bus will move the right direction. Not bring people, bring the right people. Because you can be having people who are not the right people. They could have the qualification, but they don't have the value system, the right attitude. You will not be able to move to Singapore. Zero tolerance for corruption. The zero fault audit initiative. Accountability is key when we want to transform an institution. Pragmatism and long-term planning. And finally, empower the people. For those few remarks, I want to stop there and thank you very much for listening. Asante.
Thank you so much. Just get seated so that we can have the Q&A. Members, how can you rate the presentation? Who has the mic? Thank you so much. I want first we hear how we rate the presentation, and the presentation will be shared to the members' presenters.
Okay, thank you, Daktari. You've really spoken to our hearts, and some of us are now aware where we are going to, either Venezuela or Singapore. It's really very elaborate and insightful, and actually it's really taken us far from where we were. I think there was a speaker yesterday who talked about the inception of the county governments, whereby things moved very fast when they were there because we were using manual. But now the question was, why are things not moving, or why are suppliers not being paid and we are using the systems. You've talked about the pending bill. Yes, counties, we have our own internal issues, like contract management issues, but we also have two issues emanating from the National Treasury. So before I rate you, I'll only want to mention the two about the pending bill issues. We have budget approval process. You see, when the budget has been prepared, it has to go through the county assembly. Once it's being approved by the county assembly, it moves up to the control of budget, and then National Treasury for IFMIS are transitioning to IFMIS. Now you know we start now procurement after, I think, the third quarter, because the National Treasury has what we call budget line limit access, whereby first quarter you can only access 25% of the budget in the system, second quarter 50%, and then as you go to the third quarter, that's when you can get an amount which can allow you to create a requisition to move forward. So because of this access limitation, we get ourselves starting procurement in the third quarter. When will we finish this project and pay within that year? It has to go as a commitment or a pending bill to the other side. So I've talked about two things. The approval process. Most of the budgets are approved by September. If it goes up to transitioning and then procurement plan preparation. So we get ourselves stuck somewhere. So we start spending the third quarter, of which the third quarter, with only 3 months or 6 months, some of the projects will not be completed. So you have to go as a commitment. So for me, I rate you 10 out of 10. Yeah, because it has really spoken from, we say end to end. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Before the speaker answers, let's hear another reaction.
Thank you. My rating to the Dr. who has spoken to us, we have seen that we are really in the course of going to Singapore way. But we seem to be more theoretic than practical. During his presentation, he said most of the programs in counties are stalled due to disseminations or projects that were not properly, that has never come properly through public participation, which is a key factor in our constitution. That is why we find stalled projects or unpipe programs. For example, when you put an institution where the people doesn't require, it means you are not selected properly. So whatever you are saying is good, but we need to integrate development to political and to the users, because during the process of budgeting, first we must identify the need from the public through the public participation. They must also request that they require an hospital or a school, and then later, now the system now is embedded to the procurement system, where it has to be planned, budgeted, then executed. Then this execution also must be strictly compliant to the budget to avoid stalled programs or pending bills. That is why I'm saying the presentation is good, but it is more theory than practical, because you don't say all our counties are more misplaced. Maybe we only tend to focus on technical team, but forgetting that those who make decisions are politicians. That is why we make such errors. I rate it, the presentation to 7 to 10 because it is not an holistic. It has to be participatorily to all the stakeholders as required, because when you require a complete delivery, it has to be an holistic way of execution and also deliverable in consideration to the prioritization of the need. Thank you.
There's a lady at the back. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you. My question goes to the internal auditor in terms of what you are still talking about, the pending bills. I believe the issue of the pending bills sometimes emanates from the budgeting. So I would like maybe to know what are the plans underway in terms of auditing, advising the management, because many times you find that budgeting starts even before program. Whereas I believe it should be the other way around. The programs should start and then the budgeting should come in. But many times you find across the counties, they start by budgeting and then the program come after budgeting, which should not be the case according to me. So I'd like the internal audit to address the same. The second thing is about the issue of the management letters. Many times the auditors give management letters to counties in terms of advisory, and then repeatedly the same things that have been addressed by internal auditors over the years repeated themselves. So maybe what are the measures or what are the internal auditors intend to do with those repeatedly questions in terms of audit reports? Because I believe that once they give the audit report, then the management should adhere to address that response, and it should not repeat itself in the other year. But in many cases, you find it is the other way around. So maybe I can lead what you have presented, 8 to 10, but more to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's have the first set of the answers, then we'll start at the lady at the back. First set.
Thank you very much for the very, very good question. One thing I want to get assurance is that I had good students. They were listening to me very carefully, and I think that is a roadmap to Singapore. I'll start with pending bills, and out of the 3 questions, 67%, 2 out of 3 have related to pending bills, and I want to give you assurance that pending bills is among the key risks, the key fiscal risks that the government of Kenya is fighting against. So it is a key serious issue. And first of all, we need to ask ourselves, how do we first of all arrive at having pending bills? In accounting, we don't encourage the word pending bills, especially in this era where we are transitioning from cash basis to accrual basis. We talk about payables. But now pending bills are payables that have exceeded even the allowable credit limit of say 60 days, that the government cannot be able to meet its obligation as and when they fall due. That is a going concern risk. In other words, if it's in the corporate world, we'll say this entity is insolvent. It's technically insolvent. And go to your balance sheets and you will see that if you look at the pending bills and then you look at the available assets, the pending bills exceed the available assets by far. The reason, the root cause analysis here is lack of fiscal discipline. One, we have ambiguous budgets in terms of revenues, that we overproject the revenues that we can be able to realize. So that the budgets that are approved by the county assemblies and relevant authorities are approved based on revenues that cannot be able to be realized. But how do we arrive at these revenues? We are supposed to have technocrats. We have accountants, revenue accountants down there. Ideally, we need to have very accurate modeling systems to identify the very accurate revenue. So you realize that you have overprojected your revenue, and therefore you are making commitments on budgeted figure rather than actual cash. And one thing the National Treasury is thinking is then, can we then be making commitment on the actual cash? Maybe that's a discussion because of the indiscipline that we are having in Kenya, that how much do you have, then you can only commit against that you have. Or think of very accurate revenue system. Number two, we also have issues to do with indiscipline, whereby we have new office bearers which come in the office and I just say, I'll not pay projects that were implemented or initiated by the other governor, by my competitor. Lazima nianze yangu. So they just refuse to pay. And that has happened, and you can see the figures. That is impunity, fiscal impunity. Why? Because the accountability structures are weak. Nobody will hold them accountable. Number three, delayed in exchequer issues. And I want to agree with what he has said. Sometimes the issues are tied to exchequer issues from the National Treasury. But why do we have delayed exchequer issues? It's because of the issues to do with fiscal space and availability of inflows. Sometimes revenue is budgeted and that revenue is never realized. So those are some of the challenges that results in the pending bills. He has also talked about the issues to do with delayed approval. And as we speak right now, actually, we need to have a discussion on whether all those particular processes are necessary. And that's why we are having re-engineering of IFMIS and re-engineering of the government financial management system to see whether or not all those particular processes are efficient, are effective, and are necessary. Can we be able to reduce some of them? And I want to agree with you that that is a discussion that we need to take in place and give you assurance that the National Treasury, through the Directorate of Accounting Services, are initiated that particular process, together in liaison with county treasuries. And we have other reforms that are also in place, like the Treasury single account reforms, the issues to do with cash to accrual accounting system, among others. They need to address the pending bills. But they will not be able to address the pending bills because of what is said. It is theory more than practice. Sir, I want to assure you that this is theory. You are the person who needs to put it in practice. So my challenge to you is that as we go back to our home, pick this theory, pick the theory in the PFM cycle, Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act. It is a theory. It is a law that was borrowed from South Africa or from among other countries and customized. It is you as a procurement professional, it's me as an internal auditor to put it into practice. That is why I talked about the competency of our professionals and the value systems. Stalled projects, misidentification, and the failure to involve stakeholders. The issue about public participation, discussions have been put forward. It is more theory than practical, borrowing his words. Because if you attend those public participation sessions, you realize there is wamama wamekaa hapo, mnataka barabara wangapi? They shine, yay! They even don't know which road, from where to where, how much budget will be allocated, what is the specification of that road. Then when the road is constructed, they said we didn't need this one. So we need to look at the public participation laws. Of course, we have the gap and have very clear parameters on what constitutes to public participation, so that the needs-driven initiation of projects. And of course, integration of those particular projects in policies and systems, such as the EGP, and putting in place monitoring and evaluation framework. The role of internal auditor. Internal auditor, as I've said, is a partner who provides assurance and advisory role. So the auditor is not involved in implementation of audit recommendation. The best the auditor can do is to tell you this is going wrong. Please act. But if you don't act, then the auditor has no powers to enforce that accountability. Those powers are given to people called accounting officers by law. And we have accounting officers, the chief officers in each of the ministries or state departments within county governments, and the clerks, whom I know they are seated here. You have the responsibility to enforce those recommendations. Actually, we are moving the law to a notch higher, and we are going to hold. If you look at the proposed laws, what the Senate is proposing and what the PFM review is proposing, is that the accounting officers are going to be held responsible. But you see, all those misdeeds are not because of the accounting officers. It's because of the officers who sit below them. So the accounting officers need to put in place clear sanction and accountability procedures to ensure that those audit recommendations are implemented. Otherwise, they will continue recurring and the auditors will continue flagging. Because the role of an auditor is to flag them out and advise you. But you see, I can only advise you, but I cannot force you to implement that advisory. Management letters, I think I've addressed that. That a management letter is supposed to give you a red flag, that things are going wrong. Please act. If you don't act, it will continuously be flagged. And therefore, the auditors will only be able to flag it out. They cannot be able to implement that recommendation. They can only advise you, and that's why we have repeated audit findings. And the solution to this, as I've said, is accountability. The zero-fault audit initiatives. We have to put implementation of audit recommendation as part of our balanced scorecard. When you look at performance, the balanced scorecard, we need to put in place a component of implementation of audit recommendation. If I was accounting officer, that is the first thing I'd be able to do. And if I was at a decision-making level, I'll also say it forms part of the PC, performance contract of all public officers, even the political leadership, so that then we can be able to hold our people accountable. Thank you.
In the interest of time, let me get the last question. Yes.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. My question actually has partly been answered. What I wanted to understand from the Auditor General is during their frequent audit exercises and the repetitive audit queries that they usually come through, and my question was, where does your scope end? And I think you've answered that. Where does your scope end? What are you doing as the Office of the Auditor General to mitigate or arrest some of these audit queries, especially the ones that are pertaining to the pending bills? Beyond just the advisory aspect, is there anything in terms of what kind of report do you possibly give as an audit report that can lead to some improvements being taken by the institution that is being audited? So that it's not just about the queries and advisory, but is there anything more that you can do to push for improvements to the raised audit queries?
There are two hands at the back. Yes. And one in front. Actually, there are two in front. Okay.
So I actually just need an opinion from the auditor. On the way to Singapore, like there are so many things that you've mentioned. One thing that kept repeating for me was the issue of corruption. No, Nante Futaminde Uku, I'm here, the very back.
We can hear you.
Oh, yeah, so, practically speaking, how possible is it to curb corruption in public institutions, in public, like the whole way to actually run a nation, considering how Kenya is so deeply enrooted in corruption, and probably one of the reasons why the road has been the longest when we have started at the same time. So just an opinion on how practical is it to address the issue of corruption in the country?
Thank you. Let's have the other question.
Yeah, may I proceed? Thank you. Okay. Am I audible?
Yes.
Now, I wanted to say that, number one, I'm not a professional procurement officer, but I'm in the legal profession. In terms of rating Dr. Kim Gucci, may I say that I took some medicine in the morning that was supposed to make me drowsy, but you have woken me up. Your presentation was so nice, it woke me up. I would rate it as excellent. I wanted to comment just about two issues. Number one, the pending bids. Disputes. We do have disputes as some of the causes of these pending bids. As the Office of the Auditor General or internal audit, what is your recommendation on dispute resolution? And now that you mentioned Singapore, one of the things I have read that they have done is adopting appropriate dispute resolution mechanisms. We have the Singapore Convention on Mediation, but Kenya, we are yet to ratify it in Kenya. So we need to think of appropriate ways of resolving disputes because they are about to arise. And also, we must look for ways of preventing disputes. And in this aspect, I wanted to ask, maybe the procurement people here will answer. What is their relationship with the county attorney's office? At what point do they interact? Is it only when disputes arise? Or do they meet before, even to say, maybe we want to do a road, but we can see the road ahead. We can see disputes arising. How do we go around them? Thank you.
Thank you. The last question for the session.
Good morning. Much has been said about the pending bills. I had a question, but I wouldn't want to belabor so much on it. So my question is, because I believe the transition from cash accounting to accrual accounting would be a first aid to these kinds of pending bills. So the question is, what's the implementation plan or the enforcement plan so that we quickly transition, especially the counties? Some of the counties are still doing the cash accounting. Is there an enforcement plan so that we move to accrual accounting? And lastly, on the risk management framework, I would maybe request that the National Treasury considers coming up with a curriculum, maybe that can be taught at the Kenya School of Government, where our officers can be attending such trainings, because I believe there is a thin line between good governance and risk management. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity. I just want to understand, at times the national government, through the National Treasury, issues circulars that these commodities or items must be purchased through these institutions, and they outline the institutions, they give schedules in that particular circular. At times these institutions are not within the vicinities of the county. And I've really liked your presentation and the topic on socio-economic development and how it impacts counties and how our expenditures influence socio-economic development. And if you don't purchase through that circular, the Auditor General, when they audit, they will ask you, we had issued a circular that these items must be purchased through these institutions, which you have outlined. You didn't do this. I can give a practical example of Lamu. At times, those institutions that outline in that circular are not even near Lamu. Maybe the nearest institution is in Mombasa or Nairobi. How does this impact or influence socio-economic development and the objective of devolution? And the auditor will not care. They will just write that you are supposed to buy through this circular. Why did you do that? There's a thin line on how we should harmonize these things. I'm very happy that you are here. When you sit with your colleagues, I just want you to moderate on such issues, and these circulars should have a guideline on those counties that are affected. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's have Daktari to answer the last set of questions.
Thank you.
Oh, the chair.
Thank you, Priscilla. Maybe before Daktari answers, there's an issue that was raised about repeated audit queries that I believe the way it is being addressed, I think there's more to it. Sometimes the repeated audit queries is because there's this perception that auditors know it all. They need to respect other professions. When a procurement professional has interpreted the Public Procurement Act as a professional, then you find there's a conflict. The auditor is insisting on his own ways of interpretation. and is not the professional here. So that item will never be cleared from the audit query. It will stay there because the auditor has insisted his way or the highway. What I would recommend, and that's what we've always spoken even to the Auditor General, when auditing, come with a professional to the audit. You can even have Kism support you. You can have Auditor General's office support you. Get a procurement professional to assist the auditors interpret the Procurement Act. Because these are the poor practicing it. Auditors are just not practicing it on a daily basis. And we have seen interpretations from courts. We've seen interpretation from Administrative Review Board. We have practically experienced the Act and the other international norms in public procurement. So the same way when you go to audit doctors, you will not know it all on the molecules of drugs, for example, when you're auditing pharmacists. So it would be good practice that internal auditors also get somebody with that in that profession. Sometimes, especially when you see something is being repeated over and over again, it means there's a structural issue. And then the issue on budget cycles, I'm sure you advise National Treasury. We can't do things the same way and expect to go to Singapore. Supplementary budgets come in May. This is when supplementary budgets have been approved. Then National Treasury, same May, issues a circular that you must spend before 15th of June. Then you expect to have pending bills. Because when you do spend it within 15 days and do a procurement process, and still expect ethical procurement, it means there will be some creative procurement and creative accounting there. So I think, as my brother said here, let us be practical. If that budget cycle needs to be changed, that if we are, from years we know that supplementary budgets come in May, then let's have regulations that are guiding how supplementary budgets that come late will be spent within, not assuming that we'll spend them within the same year. That way then you can even cater for some of those pending bills using the supplementary budget. And then lastly is a comment on Singapore. If we have to go there, and it's good you gave an example of the former Prime Minister, then the equivalent, that is top leadership, needs to behave like Ling Wen Kwan, you call him Kwan, with zero tolerance to corruption. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. Over to Daktari.
Thank you. Very, very good question. And it confirms that you are a good student. But I'll begin to say, change begins between me and you. Lian Kuwa-Yun was not advised by anybody. He, as a leader at his level, decided to set the vision, the mission, and the core values of the organization. So let us ask ourselves at micro level, have we set the vision, the mission, and the core values of the entities we live with? Have we put in place proper accountability mechanisms? To me, that is what I'll say about the way to Singapore. You start with yourself, then you look at your neighbor. But the moment you say, so and so should behave this way, the first question is, are you behaving that way? So I generally will be able to say that all that we are talking here is that change begins between me and you. It starts with your home, at home. Are you holding yourself? Are you holding your children? Are you holding your peers accountable? Have you put in place proper governance, risk and controls, procedures? And then you ask the next person. That's how we will be able to move. But just to go direct to question is that one, a very good question about the scope of audit in terms of follow-up. Actually, an audit follows what we call a 5C model. I want just to demystify it to answer some of the questions. That before an auditor goes to audit somewhere, there must be a criteria. That criteria is derived from a law, regulation, or a circular. For example, the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act. Then the next thing will be the condition. The auditor goes and observes. Was the procurement done as per the Public Procurement and Disposal Act? Was there an approved procurement plan, for example? That is what the Public Procurement and Disposal Act says. Is there a variance? There was no Public Procurement and Disposal Act. The third C, the auditor will say, what is the cause? And that is the route to Singapore. Root cause analysis, that is where we are missing the problem. The auditor does not have capability of determining the root cause analysis. Not only in procurement, because auditors audit even engineering, they audit hospitals, they audit finance, they audit agriculture, among others. The auditor is supposed to discuss with you. And the auditor sends a document called management letter. If you look at that particular management letter, you realize the root cause section has been left to you as an expert to populate and say, there was no approved procurement plan because I even don't know how to prepare one. I have never been trained, so I could not be able to prepare one. After that cause has come in, the auditor will provide the consequence. That is the fourth C. What is the consequence? What can go wrong when we don't have a procurement plan? And then firstly, they give a recommendation and a responsible person. So you can see it has addressed what the problem is, the recommendation, and who is responsible for implementing that particular recommendation. After that, the auditor hands over the report to the accounting officer. An accounting officer who is accountable will call his management team and divide those audit recommendations and audit issues and say, this is for supply chain. Director supply chain, I want you to implement this recommendation within this period. Engineering, finance, and then put in place a monitoring and evaluation framework. In every quarterly or a monthly meeting, an accountable accounting officer will be receiving feedback from these people on how best they have implemented those recommendations. One of them will say, I disagree with that recommendation because the auditor did not give the right recommendation. The worst that can be done is to go back and then write that this recommendation cannot be implemented. The recommendation can be changed. Why should a recommendation stay for 10 years? Where were you? You can say this recommendation is not implementable, and this is the right recommendation in the next audit cycle or through your oversight structure so that then it can be able to change. So I don't see the reason why recommendations should continue aging. But in Kenya, you have recommendations that have aged from as long as 1980 up to now. So they are continuously repetitive. Now, issues about diversity of skills. When I talked about the road to Singapore, I talked about a bill. And I challenged you, please go and read that bill. Yesterday, we had a meeting with the counties. The other day, we had a meeting with professional bodies. We want to open up and bring diversity of skills in procurement, in audit, including procurement, including engineering, including technology, ICT, among others, so that then there is diversity of skills. That's what other countries have done. And I want to encourage Kism, the professional bodies for procurement professions, to do their submissions, because we have up to 16th of this month and give proposals. We are more than ready and willing to diversify and open up those particular professionals. Corruption. I can't agree more with what was said. Accountability is what we are missing. When you said that Lian Kwanu talked about accountability, what gets measured gets done, and people have to be held responsible. That's what we are missing. And you don't need to wait for someone to tell you to hold another person accountable. The PFM has given that responsibility to you as an accounting officer. Are you holding people accountable? We are not holding people accountable because in some cases, we are part of the problem. Because the moment you start holding somebody accountable, anakuambia mkubwa unakumbuka ile yenye tulifanya hiyo ndio hiyo, sema okay, kama ni hiyo acha tu kwanza. So first of all, we have to set the tone at the top and lead from the top by doing the right thing. So corruption can only stop if we hold people accountable. And you can cite countries like China, you can cite countries like Singapore. In their own countries, people are held accountable. But here, even some people who move from those countries that come here, they understand that they are weak accountability system. So can we strengthen our accountability system? Pending bills, alternative dispute resolution. So that's what I'll agree with you, that we need to embrace ADRs, alternative dispute resolution, and bring professionals. You remember I said bring the right people on the bus, and the bus moves the right direction. Like county governments have county attorneys. These county attorneys are supposed to assist county governments to be proactive in managing legal risks. Among them are disputes. When we are developing contracts and more focused on PPP contracts, they are a bit complex. So you need someone who can go through that particular contract and flag out the possible legal risk and then be able to address those issues. But to what extent do we use those resources which we have in our county government? The silo mentality kills us all. We say this is an accounting function. I'm an accounting professional. I know all. There is no profession that can stand on its own. You need input from the other professionals. So it's the highest time that then we need to integrate those resources and use them as part of our PFM system. Then we'll be able to prevent dispute resolution. There's no reason why we should allow some of these disputes to go to court. even to go to the arbitration level, because when they go there, they come out with certain costs which we can be able to defend. Transition to cash to accrual, yes, it is likely to address the pending bill problem, but it is not necessarily the only solution. The best solution is, first of all, our own mindset and compliance with the laws and regulations. We have state corporations that transitioned to accrual accounting so many years ago, but we still have pending bills. Why? Because of the issues of fiscal discipline and failure to adhere to laws and regulations. So as much as we are bringing accrual accounting, we also need our accountants, we also need our PFM officers and procurement officers to assist us in terms of enforcing that particular compliance on budgetary controls. I know there's a question that has also been raised about budgetary, supplementary budgets delay. To me, and the National Treasury has always said, sometimes why should we have a supplementary budget? Because if we have a CIDP and we do our budgets accurately at the beginning of the year, then you may not necessarily need to have a supplementary budget. And if you have it, it has to be very minimal. So if you have the many supplementary budgets, that means our initial budget or our budgetary process or systems has a problem. So we want to minimize the supplementary budgets as much as possible. And I take that particular challenge, and I totally agree with the chair, that then in terms of financial control, we need then to put in place measures to ensure that then if there is a supplementary budget, it has to be done within certain timelines and with serious justification. Otherwise, we need to move away from supplementary budgets by making our budgets much, much more accurate and much, much more clear. In terms of the transition process, this is the third year of transition. Already the financial assets and financial liabilities have been onboarded in the balance sheet. Inventories have been onboarded, and you have a very critical role when it comes to inventory as procurement officers, because that is your commandate. We are moving to the most challenging level of what we call PPE, property, plant, and equipment. Bringing our assets in the balance sheet. You and me will agree that it's not a simple process. If I ask each one of you, if you know the assets and liabilities that your county government has, you may not have an answer. Even if you ask me, you may not have an answer, because there has been a lot of disjointedness. Some of the assets cannot even be accounted for. And those reports have been given by the Auditor General, among others. So we need then to start doing inventory and then bring those particular assets through proper valuation models in our assets. This is the third year from 1st of July to 30th of June 2027. After that, we expect all entities to be on accrual accounting, and then we will continue monitoring. We believe that then that one is going to reduce the issues to do with pending bills and the issues to do with efficient and effective management of government assets, so that we'll have a single government asset register. And I speak to institutional risk management framework. I also agree with you, and that is an effort that we have started. When I started, I said, we are partnering as the National Treasury with all the 47 county governments to support them to put in place institutional risk management framework and build capacity. And already we are actually in arrangement with Kenya School of Government to train and capacity build. And not only Kenya School of Government, we have an institution called the Public Sector Accounting Standard Board. The Public Sector Accounting Standard Board, every quarter, and I'll challenge you that you go to their website, we run institutional risk management framework trainings and capacity building, almost on every quarter. And it's paid by the government. You don't pay your facilitation fee. The others are, the fee is paid, so that then we can be able to come and train you on those particular areas. But you can also request, as a county government, we come, train you, and then assist you in terms of implementing the same. Circulars, yes, I think we have those circulars, sir, that have been issued, and I think they are also intended to promote local content from a government perspective, if you look at the spirit of it. But I think it is a double-edged sword, the way you are saying. It promotes local content from government institutional perspective, but from the local perspective, then it may have challenge. I think that's a positive feedback that we may need to take back, and I also challenge you that in your continuous forums, you also bring it out as feedback to the relevant institutions, that then we may also need to relook at those circulars and the impact they create. Thank you very much. I believe I've attempted to answer some of those particular questions. Asante
Thank you.
And thank you for listening.
For Daktari. We take home, we strengthen efficiency, effectiveness. We have the economy, we have the public funds. We also strengthen ethics, and lastly, we strengthen environment. With that, I'll invite the CEO for the next session.
Thank you, moderator. I think there is a burning one here. So please just stay for 1 minute.
Mr. Mikey, thank you very much. I'm sorry, but there's a very important issue you have highlighted. When you quoted one of the professors saying that it is not how much a government spends, but how well it spends. There's this tendency of the Office of the Control of Budget giving quarterly reports on how counties have spent. This one has really been pressuring counties into spending monies and forgetting on this quote that you have given. How well do we spend? At times, governments are pressured just to spend so that their expenditure percentage reflects something that has been spent. I think the key performance indicators should be reviewed on the context of how well we spend on and not how much we spend. This would really help to have progressive development and development that is accountable and justifiable. This is something that I feel I share with you, and when you review these performance indicators, you look into them on how well we spend and not just how much we spend. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandra. I totally agree with you that, and in my presentation, I think it had been flagged out that let us not measure in terms of the quantity of expenditure, but the quality of expenditure, in terms of the value driven, in terms of outcome. So I totally agree with you that we may need to sit down as we design our key performance indicators and monitor and evaluation framework and become outcome-oriented rather than output-oriented. Even in our balanced scorecard and our performance contract, that is what will create socio-economic development. So I totally agree with your recommendation and take it positively. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Daktari, for the powerful and insightful presentation. I think it is adding value to all of us. I will not rate you because you are a former colleague, and therefore I will be biased. But I think without regurgitating what has been said, I think the policy proposal, Daktari, that is being picked here is that this issue of transitioning from cash to accrual accounting is appearing as a gray area. And I think what the county governments are saying is that we need to be very deliberate in trying to clarify, because most of them are suffering from the issues of historical pending bills. And when we do radical transitions on policy shift by government, I think it is also important for us to give window and support a bit more deliberately on these issues, because the historical pending bills are arising from expenditures in anticipation of budgets. Now the accrual accounting is taking care of expenditures based on actual budgets. So that transition, I think, is something that we are saying we need to support the government in trying to create more awareness and also to build the capacity of the county governments to make that transition. And then lastly is on the point of who is the lender of the last resort when it comes to professional expertise and opinion. I think our chairperson has said sometimes even in audit processes, our procurement professionals have certain positions that they take based on their judgment and technical interpretation of the law. But the auditors take the opposite. So who is the lender of last resort when it comes to professional expertise? And I think we will be able to discuss it with the Auditor General so that there is a deliberate mix on how we constitute audit teams so that the subject matter experts become the lender of last resort. And then finally, on the burning one, which was put to us by Waziri from Lamu County, we have the controller of budget herself, Dr. Nyakango, coming to talk to you tomorrow at 11. So I'm sure when you engage with the controller of budget, she will be able to clarify in depth some of those issues. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate the active engagement, we appreciate the candid conversations, and most fundamentally, we appreciate the policy proposals that you're putting to us which will go in the final document to inform and nurture policy development at the national level, because we have committed to the head of public service that we will be sharing the outcomes of this conference, and we will also be sharing the same with the the Council of Governors, so that collectively we can be able to work together in strengthening fiscal discipline within the county governments. Ladies and gentlemen, with that said, I think at this juncture, I want to invite CM Bernard Mukundi to the podium and request once again Dr. Sami to come back for just an hospitality gesture before we release you. But we invite you to stay with us until Friday so that we can continue benefiting from your wisdom. Let us clap for them while they're doing that hospitality exchange. Asante sana. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I think we have the lawyers in the room, and we are just about to experience a very insightful engagement with the powerful speakers from the judiciary. We have Justice Mwangi already with us, and shortly after tea break, we should be able to move into that. But before then, may I request that you agree with me that we take the shortest time possible during tea break. How many minutes do we want to give ourselves? 20 minutes? Is that fair? Can we take 20 minutes? Exactly 20 minutes? Yes, please. So let us take 20 minutes, and then we come back and move to the next part of the program. I'll request one of my colleagues to pray for us as we recognize the presence of the clerk from the county government of Kilifi, and we recognize the presence of a senior member from Agrochemicals Company Limited, Geoffrey Rotich, who will also be talking to you shortly. Randa, you can pray for the tea, and then we can break for the 20 minutes. Let us be upstanding as we pray for the tea.
Okay, let us pray. Father, we want to thank you for the session that we have had. We thank you, Jehovah Lord, for all the speakers and our members. We also thank you for the meal that you have provided for us. As we partake of all the meals, King of Father, we pray that you may bless it, that it may nourish our bodies. Is our prayer in Jesus' name. Amen. Naomba tusimame. Okay, tuko tayari? Just follow, eh? Wacha tu, kuna wengine wamesimama. Naona wale hawajaribu. Jaribu tu. Tuzunguke. Tujipigie makofi. Aya, sasa tuketi. Thank you so much. I think we are now ready to begin the next session. I invite the CEO. Thank you. At this moment, I will invite CM Mariembi, who is our moderator for the session. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. It's a great opportunity that we want to get you to another session. And I want to believe that this is going to be one of the sessions that most of us have gone through. And before I do that, allow me to recognize the presence of the Deputy Auditor General, CPA Chege, who is also with us. I know his session will come and he'll share with us what he has for us. Karibu sana. Now, I want to believe that each and every one of us as supply chain practitioners, as accounting officers, at some point, you have been a victim or have participated in executing orders from above. How many have, Mr. Barngetuny? You've received orders from above, Sindio? Every day we receive them, Sindio? How do we maneuver these orders from above? I know the county government, you'll be told that we need a cattle dip at ward XYZ, and that cattle dip has to be achieved, Sindio? Yeah, so how do we navigate this and exempt ourselves from criminal responsibility? One unfortunate thing with our Public Procurement Act, our guest, is that every action in the Act under Section 176 has been criminalized, including opening of envelopes. Sindio? Luckily enough, now we are on EGP. We have also been told as HOPs that professional opinion should be signed within 1 day. I don't know who designed that thing. I don't know the intention. But when you talk about 1 day, you are not envisioning that the officer will not be in the office, the accounting officer will not be in the office. But failure to do it within 1 day is a criminal offense. Yeah? And the penalty is not exceeding 4 million and 10 years in prison. So that is going to be our discussion today. How can we separate criminal issues and administrative issues? So the guest today that we have is Honorable Justice Mugo David Mwangi. Honorable Justice Mugo David Mwangi holds a Master's of Law degree from the University of East London, Bachelor of Degree from the University of Nairobi, and a postgraduate diploma in law from the Kenya School of Government. He signed the role of advocate in the year 2000. Justice Mwangi is a certified secretary and a member of the Institute of Certified Secretaries of Kenya. He has been in the legal practice for over 26 years, to mean he has seen a lot that he's going to share with us today, both in the bar and in the bench. He was in private practice for a total of 12 years, majoring in family, civil and land matters, as well as public interest litigation. In the year 2010, he was awarded the Pro Bono Children Lawyer of the Year Golden Award by the Cradle Children Foundation in recognition of his contribution to the defense of children's rights through pro bono legal representation and advocacy. In the year 2013, at the onset of devolution in Kenya, which we are discussing today, he was elected as the pioneer speaker of the County Assembly of Nyeri. Yeah, so he knows what is going on in the counties. He served the whole term of the 5 years. During his tenure, when he also served as the chairperson of the County Assembly Service Board, he established the Institute of Assembly, the Institution of the Assembly, creating structures and systems and successfully steering the implementation of the Assembly's first strategic plan, leaving behind a stable, progressive institution. During the same period, he also served as the vice chair of the task force established by the President of the Republic of Kenya to revise and rationalize the alcohol control laws. Legislated by the Central Kenya region counties as a way of tackling the illicit brews menace affecting the region. Honorable Justice Mwangi also served as the legal advisor to 2 county governors of Nyeri, that is between the year 2017 to 2020. He was appointed as a judge of the Environment and Land Court in the year 2021. He is currently serving as the presiding judge of the Environment and Land Court in Kajiado County. Kajiado County. CM Priscilla, how are you? Yes, as a judge of the Environment and Land Court, Justice Mwangi has served as a trade setter. While serving in Nairobi, he was a founder of the innovative Nairobi Land Justice Working Group that introduced a multi-sectoral approach in the delivery of land justice, earning the court the first Judiciary Innovation Award. During his service in Kajiado County, the Kajiado ELC has been recognized as the best environment and land court in Kenya. we will have to give a clap as he comes. Yeah? Earlier this year, Justice Mwangi was recognized and honored by Kenya Institute of Planners with honorary membership in recognition of his contribution in advancing sustainable planning and development in Kenya. I hope even us, we will be recognized by other bodies like LSK as we proceed. Justice Mwangi is a life member of the Kenya Red Cross Society of Kenya and has served as the chairperson of the Nyeri County chapter. He is currently serving as the national level of Kenya, at the national level of the Kenya Red Cross as a member of the National Compliance and Mediation Council. He too engages in various community initiatives, including serving in boards of management of various schools. Justice Mwangi is an avid reader of history, fiction, biographies, and leadership books. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Honorable Justice Mwangi as he comes to the podium for his presentation.
Good afternoon. Yesterday, when I greeted somebody, although I don't see him here, he told me, "Oh, so you are the judge, eh?" So I was wondering, what were you expecting a judge to look like? I do hope that today I look like one. Now, before I start with what is here, I served as the first County Assembly Speaker of the County Assembly of Nyeri. And in my CV, I put it that one of my responsibilities was to establish institutions. And I mean it exactly that way. The moment I was elected on the floor of the county assembly, the judge who was there presiding over, called Justice Wakiaga, as soon as I was sworn in, he told me, "Now, you know, Speaker, we are now in your assembly. Tell us what to do next." And I had just been elected. So I looked at him. Then we all looked at the clerk. Luckily, the clerk had a drafted speech. Because of the excitement and because of the exhausting campaign, I was only able to read the last two words. And I said, "This assembly is adjourned sine die." To give me time to think, to give me time to come up with a program for the assembly. That is a kind of, I was happy to hear one of the pioneers here yesterday. I sneaked in and sat at the back. And I agree with her. We are real pioneers, and we really suffered the misfortune of pioneers. If you read about the founders of the United States of America, all of them died poor. Quite a number of them. I do pray that we shall not die poor. God is with us because of pioneering counties. Now, I was requested to discuss about integrating Article 159 ADR mechanisms. ADR, alternative dispute resolution mechanisms, into county procurement and community-led conflict frameworks. I have tried to make it as easy as possible. If it refuses to work, I don't know what will happen. It has refused. Oh, finally. Good. I have divided it into majorly 3 sections, where I discuss the legal frameworks on the establishment of county government, which I know that you know. But there are some issues that I will be highlighting that you need to remember. At Article 1(3) of the Constitution, sovereign power belongs to the people, but the people delegate it. It is delegated to the following state organs, which perform their functions in accordance with the Constitution. At the national level, we have Parliament and the legislative assemblies. We have Parliament, then we have legislative assemblies. That is legislative sovereign power. Then we have the executive sovereign power, which is delegated to the national executive at the county level, to the executive structures in the county. And of course, we have the judiciary and we have tribunals. Remember, sovereign power of the people is to be exercised at 2 levels. We are in the year 2026. How many years after the Constitution? How many years after the Constitution? 2010? 16 years. Has somebody, in the course of your interaction, has somebody spoken to you and told you about the central government? Do you hear the use of the word central government? Under the Constitution, we have nothing like central government. We have national government and we have county government. That vocabulary is very important for purposes of oversight. You will see why. So, the territory of Kenya is divided into 47 units, which are called the counties. At Article 176, we have the county government for each of the 47 counties, consisting of a county assembly and a county executive. And every county government, this is important for you for purposes of procurement, every county government shall decentralize its functions and the provisions of its services to the extent that is efficient and practicable to do so. It also goes further at Article 184 to state that national legislation shall provide for governance and management of urban areas. This is where your problems as procurement people now begin. We are talking of an entity called the county. But then Parliament has come up with other laws that are establishing urban areas and cities within the county system. It becomes quite interesting. Think about the county government of Nairobi. National law has established the city of Nairobi, which is supposed to be run by a city board. County government is run by the county government, the governor and his executives. Where do we divide the line? I also want to talk about Kisumu. It is a county. We have a city called Kisumu, run by a city board. We have municipalities, all of which are also run by boards. They are supposed to be semi-autonomous entities. So even in terms of procurement, they are supposed to be procuring for themselves. I have just cited Article 184 here for purpose of context to show you that our Constitution emphasizes on alternative dispute resolution. National legislation shall provide procedures for settling intergovernmental disputes by alternative dispute resolution mechanisms, including negotiation, mediation, and arbitration. That was the Constitution. Parliament came up with a law that is called the County Governments Act that establishes the powers of the county government. I am very particular about Section 6, subsection 2. Without prejudice to the generality of the subsection, a county government may enter into a contract. A county government will not enter into a contract without procurement, right? It may acquire, purchase, or lease any land. A county government will not purchase, acquire, or lease without procurement. Right? Who do county governments buy land from? Think about it. Who do county governments buy land from? And why should they buy land? Because all public land in Kenya is to be held in trust by the national government and by county governments under the oversight of the National Land Commission. Then we are told that the county government may delegate any of its functions to its officers, decentralized units, or other entities within the county. Look at subsection 3. A county government may enter into partnerships with any public or private organization in accordance with the provisions of any law relating to public or private partnerships for any work, service, or function for which it is responsible within its area of jurisdiction. All contracts lawfully entered into under this section shall be valid and binding on the county government, its successors, and assigns. Did you hear the internal auditor when he was speaking about stalled projects? A new administration comes in and says, we don't own this. We shall not proceed with it. But here is the law. Section 6, subsection 4. Whatever was done by the previous administration is binding upon the succeeding administrations. Subsection 5 also enables counties to form companies. The first example of its kind is the Nairobi Water and Sewerage Company, which is fully owned by the county government of Nairobi. It may establish a company, a firm, or other body for purpose of delivery of a particular service. I am sure now almost all counties have created companies. And that county government may contract any person, company, firm, or other body for the delivery of a particular service. In exercising its powers or performing any of its functions, a county government shall ensure efficiency, effectiveness, inclusivity, and participation of the people. But my emphasis is this here, for purpose of procurement. Any company, firm, or other body established for the delivery of a particular service or carrying on of a particular function under the above provision of the law is a public entity for purposes of procurement. Because a public entity under the PPDA includes the national government or any organ or department of the national government, a county government, or any organ or department of the county government, or a company owned by a public entity. So even if it is a company that has been formed, it is still bound by the provisions of the PPDA. For purposes of county assemblies, we have the county assembly service boards, the equivalent of the parliamentary service commissions. Those should be the procuring entities. And their responsibilities are well spelled out. Why do county governments exist? Why do we procure? This is our why as procurement officers. And this is a question that we need to be asking ourselves wherever we procure. Are we furthering the objectives of the counties? The object of devolution of government. You can read it. The object of county governments are to promote democratic and accountable exercise of power, foster national unity by recognizing diversity, to give powers of self-governance to the people and enhance the participation of the people in the exercise of the powers of the state and making decisions affecting them, to recognize the right of communities to manage their own affairs, to promote social, and economic development. I think that is our discussion question today. Whether what we do translates into social and economic development and the provision of proximate, easily accessible services throughout Kenya. And of course, the others are also clearly spelled out. The legal framework for procurement is Article 227 of the Constitution. And the governing words are fair, 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 fair. Fair also means equitable. Do you see the emphasis? We are using the word fair followed by the word equitable. Yet they mean the same. For emphasis purposes only. Transparent, competitive, and cost-effective. Then, the Constitution commands Parliament to prescribe a framework within which policies relating to procurement and asset disposal shall be implemented. And those are the principles. One of which, look at B, the protection or advancement of persons, category of persons, or groups previously disadvantaged by unfair competition or discrimination. Sanctions against contractors. C, that have not performed according to professionally regulated procedures, contractual agreements, or legislation. Sanctions against persons who have defaulted on their tax obligations, or have been guilty of corrupt practices or serious violation of fair employment laws and practices. And it is at this point where we must ponder and ask ourselves as professionals, can the director of procurement in a county say, I have seen all that you have done, and you have done it right, technically right, but this contractor whom you have recommended is known for defaulting. He never finishes in time. Would that be part of your responsibilities? Would you have the courage to stand and say, technically right, morally wrong, legally wrong? There was another question somewhere. The following principles shall guide all aspects of public finance in the Republic of Kenya. Openness and accountability. Expenditure shall promote equitable development of the county, including by making special provision of marginalized groups, prudent and responsible way. Auditor General has taken and run away with this one. Prudent and responsible way of expenditure. Responsible and fiscal reporting shall be clear. This is your act. I am sure you are well informed about it. An act of parliament to give effect to Article 227 to provide procedures for efficient public procurement and for asset disposal by public entities and for connected purposes. The guiding principles are here. Your guiding principles are here. And from them, this is what I pick out from it. That procurement professionals are statutorily obligated to promote sustainable development and protection of the environment. That is what I pick from here. But there's something else I also pick here. And I want us to pause and think about it. That procurement is a constitutional issue. Did you know that? Procurement is a constitutional issue. And it is not only a constitutional issue, but a weighty one. 2, procurement professionals therefore exercise a constitutional mandate. I want to put it in another way. Procurement professionals are constitutional office holders. I want you to remember that whenever you are called upon to give your opinion, you are constitutional office holders. And you are bound by the provisions of Article 10 of the Constitution, amongst all the other provisions. As a judge, when I sit to write a judgment, I always remind myself that I am bound by the Constitution. I am bound by the provisions of Article 10. I am bound, in fact, I will refer to the Bible and to the Quran. The Bible says that judges do it on behalf of God. Are you aware of that? It says, no one shall judge. Do not judge. But you appointed me as a judge. What do you expect me to do? So, I always persuade myself and convince myself that it is God who is supposed to judge. I am only doing it on his behalf. Now, for you procurement professionals, remember that you are bound by Article 10 of the Constitution, which provides for the values and principles of governance. Look at A. I have highlighted the word patriotism. A value that should guide you as you do your work. Rule of law and participation of the people. Human dignity, equity, and social justice. I want you to, this word equity, it keeps on being repeated in every other article of the Constitution. So this is something that should be in your heart as you do procurement. Equity, the Constitution keeps on reminding you, be equitable, be fair. Human rights, good governance, integrity, transparency, and accountability. And of course, sustainable development. I look forward to a day when a director of procurement will stand and say, this contract, which has been allocated to so and so, must be cancelled because they do not protect the environment. They are well-known violators of the environment. Procurement, professional. Procurement, professional. The values, national values, they are not mere words or pious platitudes. They were put there for us to practice. I will join all this at the end of it. Alternative dispute resolution refers to all those decision-making processes other than litigation, including but not limited to reconciliation, mediation, arbitration, and traditional dispute resolution mechanisms. Did you read that well? Traditional dispute resolution mechanisms. Prior to 2010, litigation was considered the main conflict management channel under the law. But we all know it. When you want to file a case for a claim that is over 3 million, you must have Kenya shillings 70,000 as court filing fees. You have not yet paid your lawyer. 70,000 you pay direct to the judiciary before your case is accepted. Then, of course, if you are using a lawyer, I do not expect that a lawyer will ask less than the legal filing fees. Ati tulipe government 70 na mimi unilipe 30. No way. So litigation proved to be a bit expensive. We know the way our country is. I work in Kajiado. Some of the very far areas in Kajiado include places like Rombo, neighboring Taita Taveta, Magandi, neighboring Tanzania, amongst many other places. And all of them are expected to come to Kajiado. Complexity of rules and procedure, we call it legalese. You see the way lawyers like throwing around words to intimidate. Time taken, too expensive. So, but our constitution now brought in the issue of ADR, recognizing that litigation is not the only way. It is not the only way. In fact, if all the cases that arise in our society were to come to court, our courts would be overwhelmed. So at Article 159 of the Constitution, as we exercise judicial authority, the Constitution states, and it does not request, the Constitution does not request, it commands. That is why it uses the word shall. It requires that we promote alternative dispute resolution mechanisms, which I had stated there earlier. But we are part of the community of nations. As early as 1945, the United Nations Charter recognized alternative dispute resolution as one of the ways that dispute may be resolved. So there is nothing new. In the book of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 25, we are told this way: settle matters quickly with your adversary who is taking you to court. Do it while you are still together on the way, or your adversary may hand you over to the judge, and the judge may hand you over to the officer, and you may be thrown into prison. So settle the dispute when you still have time, when you are still talking. Do not wait to go to court. The Bible has always portrayed judges as very cruel and unreasonable. In court, we have also stated that we have accepted alternative dispute resolution as one of the ways. This is one of the cases by the Court of Appeal, where the court said that it is imperative that where a dispute resolution mechanism exists outside courts, the same be exhausted before the jurisdiction of the court is invoked. Why ADR? A number of advantages. ADR fosters relationships. It is not coercive. And of course, it results in mutually satisfying outcomes that are more acceptable to the parties. I was requested specifically to address this issue on the use of alternative dispute resolution in land matters. And our laws, the first one is called the Land Act. It stipulates some of the principles that we should follow. And principle number L is alternative dispute resolution mechanism in land dispute handling and management. The Environment and Land Court Act that establishes the Environment and Land Court Act also commands that where ADR mechanism is a condition precedent, it must be followed. But generally, we are also bound by Article 167. Then look at Article 67 of the Constitution, the Land Commission, which is in charge of compulsorily acquiring land for public projects. It is also commanded to embrace alternative dispute resolution. Community land, we have a law that is called Community Land Act. It is also very, very particular about alternative dispute resolution. Where a dispute or conflict relating to community land arises, the registered community must give priority to alternative dispute resolution methods. Now, I wanted to tie all this up by saying that alternative dispute resolution mechanisms afford parties communities an opportunity to negotiate and reach a compromise agreement where all sides go home happy. Professor Kariuki Muigwa, one of our very prominent lawyers and another, states that ADR, especially on natural resource-based conflict in Kenya, gives voice to communities, and explaining the details to these conflicts help them regain power in decision-making process and create a model of active democracy, enabling them to help protecting their own territory and environment. Then, maybe I can finish it by saying it the way the lawyers say, that the law is settled. You have heard it, eh? After an argument for a whole day, all of them say that the law is settled. In regard to ADR, the law is well settled, that the courts of this country should not be the places where resolution of dispute begins. They should be the places where the dispute ends after alternative methods of resolving disputes have been considered and tried. So, we have no choice. The Constitution does not give us a choice. The disputes relating to pending bills, many of them are disputes that can be easily settled through alternative dispute resolution. We have disputes relating to contract management that are causing a lot of delays in project implementation. There are disputes that can be handled by way of ADR. We have disputes relating to acquisition of land for purposes of public projects. Somebody wakes up and runs to court and stops a whole project. But there are disputes that can be resolved by way of ADR. And as I was intimating during our first session, one of the ways that Singapore has been able to expedite dispute resolution to ensure that projects are not delayed is by embracing alternative dispute resolution through mediation. There is a convention that is called the Singapore Convention on Mediation that makes it almost mandatory that all disputes must go through mediation before they come to court. So, thank you very much for that.
Let's give another hearty clap to the Honorable Judge. You can be sure, apart from being a judge, he can be a teacher. So we want to get into a session of brief discussion. It's 2 minutes to 1. I'm standing in between you and lunch. So we want to take the shortest time, but get the best from the Honorable Judge. But before we go far, Judge, you mentioned that you are waiting for a day that a procurement officer will reject a contract awarding based on this firm or that particular contractor does not meet environmental sustainability standards. We don't want to lie that when I started, we have things that we call orders from above, and these officers deal with them daily. Before we even get to ADR, how can we, as a supply chain practitioner, initiate from the orders from above, or either implement the orders from above without finding myself before you again to take me to the officer, to take me to prison? Because some of the orders, in many cases, most of them, they never align to the law. That is a fact that these members will tell you. For example, we will have a governor visit a ward, and they find there's an issue, there's a breach that needs to be done, and an instruction is given that we need this culvert done by next week. And that means there is a procurement process that is going to take place. Clearly that element was not in the budget. Clearly that element was not planned for, but it has to be done. The governor has failed. How are our members going to navigate such situations? Because according to the audit team or the EACC brothers, when they come, they ask, where is the approval for this? Where is the procurement plan? And where is the budget for this? But remember, the governor's instructions has to be complied with. Yeah.
One of the, as I said, that was one of the pioneers. And it was very interesting. I used to say it this way, and I still believe it. When we started devolution in this country, each of us understood it in our own way. And my issue was that governors were implementing devolution in their own image, not in the image of the Constitution, in their own image. I know a number of contractors who died out of stress or stress-related conditions because they were given contracts on the road. You know, as the governor is driving along, he says, hii barabara lazima ijengwe, na si tuko na contractor hapa, nani Muriuki, hii barabara ni yako, anza kazi. Nani governor amesema. We do have a number of cases that have also come to court, but now the law is that even the contractor himself has a responsibility to ensure that they are properly procured. A procurement professional is an advisor on professional matters, but not the implementer of the advice. That was my other frustration as an advisor to governors. The hardest thing you can ever do in your life is to advise a politician, a woman in love, or a follower of, the mighty bishop. But you do your work, put it in writing. Put it in writing. That is always the secret. Put it in writing. And do an email to say, pursuant to your directions. When you do it, that they will say, who told you that? Pursuant to your directions. But this is my advice. Always put it in writing. I am sure even an auditor can start and defend you and say it. The procurement professional gave its advice, which was not followed. But I don't envy your job. It requires a lot of things that you are not taught in school. You will never be taught this in school. You have to learn it on the job. You have to be very emotionally stable and intelligent. Then you have to have courage. Courage. Yes.
Well,
I don't know how it is measured, how it is learned, but you need to have it.
Members, is it so easy to put it in writing? Let's be honest. Yeah. She's saying something. CS, can give the mic to her. The farthest end. I think that is Lamu County. Is it so easy to put it in writing, as the Honorable Judge has mentioned?
No, it's not. And you risk losing your job. That's the other thing, yeah? So it's normally a catch-22.
Yeah, that is the fact, that it is not so easy for you as the head of procurement to directly write an email. If the instruction was maybe from the governor or the deputy governor, who is far like 3 ranks ahead of you, and you want to write to the governor pursuant to your instructions, the matter was not budgeted for, and as such we cannot procure. Is it so possible? So how do we navigate that? That is the fact. You see the way they are talking. That is the truth of the matter.
Yes.
Failure to which, number one, you will find yourself redeployed to go and manage a cattle dip somewhere. Remember, you are recruited as a director of procurement. And in a judgment previously, one of our members was changed from manager procurement to be a manager in another department because of those kind of advisory. And when it went to court, the court said that the employer has the right to restructure his organization and post you where he wants, because that position is a management position. So in the event that you go against the directions that are given, definitely there are consequences that will find you. And most of times...
Now, please allow me to interject and say this.
Yes.
That is why we have professional bodies.
Yeah.
Like
Kism.
Like your own body. And that is why we must make it very strong.
Yeah.
We had a case in Nyeri of something like that happened. Okay, they were not procurement professionals, but they were people who were said to have defied orders. And they were redeployed, but they had the courage to go to court. At the time, I was the legal advisor to the governor. So I was the one defending the governor. And through alternative dispute resolution, we were able to sit and say, we are able to settle this out of court. And I went behind, we closed the door to the governor's office and told him, what you did was wrong, governor. Of course, you have to do it in a very good way. We told him it was wrong, and we explained to him the law. And we said, if it goes to court, if we let it go on, you may even be held personally liable. We were not threatening him. We were only telling him the law. And he agreed. So that is something, there is no other way of doing it. Put it in writing, then have the backup of your professional body behind you.
I see CM Fidel wants to make a comment.
Yes.
You can give CM Fidel, then CM Priscilla.
The one from Makweni, eh?
Yes, okay. The director of procurement. See, he's laughing, you know.
Thank you. I want to associate myself with the comments from both of you and say that there is a thin line between making sure that you remain professional and making sure that you support the agenda of the day of the administration, and also making sure that you don't operate like a policeman. I think we need to be clear, and we should also try to avoid unnecessary trouble. For example, if something is happening, if the governor has given somebody a job, roadside declarations, and it has not been processed through your office, and by extension, you have not been involved in any way, we should ask ourselves, should you, because now you are aware that a certain project is happening, should you go and operate like a policeman and write to the accounting officer and get into some trouble? So, for example, personally, I've found myself in situations where I have to make a decision. You find that there are instructions which have been given, for example, and you are probably not privy to those instructions. So if something is happening, I choose not to involve myself in it until, if an opinion is sought from my end. And I'm lucky because the first day I was assuming my office, the governor called me to his office and he told me to always give unbiased opinion.
Give?
Always give unbiased opinion. I don't know what other people, what other maybe professionals, the other challenges they are facing with their bosses, but I find it, if you have a good boss and you make your boss to understand the process, and also you are able to facilitate. The problem is when we read the law and say, the law says, and whatever we are stating is against the agenda of the administration. I think we should be facilitative, but also try to avoid scenarios whereby we want to act like policemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. CM Priscilla.
The question we must always ask ourselves is, every day we must always ask ourselves, are we surgeons or morticians? Are you a surgeon or a mortician as a procurement person? Because that is very definitive. As the director, Makweni, is saying, many times the intention even of the governor is good. But pronounced in a, we say in the heat of the moment. So it is your responsibility as a procurement officer to go back and ask yourself, that this is what he wants. How can we do it in accordance with the law? You may tell him, Governor, yes, we are going to implement it, but you must wait for the supplementary budget so that we can put that project in the supplementary budget or look for a way of dealing with it.
Thank you. I think there's Priscilla, you want to give something?
Yeah, I was to say this. From where I stand, and I actually interacted a bit with the counties, with Machakos County, when they started. At the inception in 2014, one thing we have to do as procurement professionals is to learn how to survive. In judiciary, judge, don't quote me, he's in my court. We normally tell each other when we have new accounting officers, because there are transfers every 3 years. Umemweka box. That is a very common word. It doesn't mean umemweka box as in fixing the accounting officer, but ensuring that they understand your function and why you are there. Because as the role of the counties is to ensure you reach to the mwananchi. If the accounting officer gets your trust and they know very well that your main aim is to work towards their agenda or their vision, you can have a dissenting opinion and get to know how to forward that dissenting opinion. Learn how they operate. People operate differently. How I operate is different to how another person operates. So that requires a very unique social skill that we need to craft as procurement professionals on how to handle accounting officers. Thank you.
Thank you, Priscilla. I think there is a comment here. And
thank you. I just want to assure officers that, first, my name is CPA Michael Ngala, the Clerk, County Assembly of Kilifi. And I think a judge might remember me that I was the clerk since 2013 in Taita Taveta, the only clerk who has served 2 county assemblies. So that tells you survival tactics. But the thing I want to say here is professionalism does not lie. If you want to stand as a professionalism officer, just know the parameters of your job. If you're a procurement officer, and I've had so many engagements with procurement officers, and I tell them, before it reaches to the clerk, or before it reaches to the governor, you are the person who is going to answer the question first. So before I go home, you are the one who will have rotten at home. So, if something is not right, come out rightly that this is not right. And let your boss know that this is not right. And I will defend the governors here. You know, the governors are not professionals. They depend on us. So if you are a yes man or a yes woman every time, the bosses will fix you. But if you can have time and give your advice that, boss, I cannot do this because of A, B, C, and D, the bosses always listen, even if they are under political heat. And I've had so many cases, and I think my procurement officer is here. A director has gone to, I seconded a director to the executive. And when he was giving a professional opinion, the executive was like, this is not right. And the officer said, if this is not right, let me just go back to the county assembly. After 3 months of being sidelined, the governor noticed that something is not going right. And they recalled him. So if we stand with professionalism, we are going to make it. Let us not be submissive even if we are being oppressed. It will be the only way to guard our profession. So that this is my opinion and my advice to, I can see most of the procurement officers, apart from a few, are young men and women. If you want to survive, kuwa na msimamo. Hata ukiweka kando, if you transfer to the records, go and do the records very well. But one day, they will remember that there was Michael Ngala who stood with the advice, and they will recall you. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you. I can see 2 hands here. You can start with the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. For those who were not here yesterday, my name is Edith Kimani. I'm the chairperson for ACO, which is the Association of Ex-County Chief Officers, Kenya. It's fairly a new organization, and we are looking for members. So Nico hapa, you can see me later on. But I want to give you a practical example of what most people have said here. When I was in Nakuru County, as a chief officer for trade, tourism, and investment, the portfolio was big. There was a contract that was brought on my desk of prefab offices for trade. Unfortunately, you see, the need is supposed to come from the department, but it came from elsewhere. So mimi nililetewa karatasi so that I nieke kidole, and I had a very difficult time with that. And I refused to sign it. And I was in hot soup, let me tell you. I was in very hot soup. To a point where I was actually, you know the way people talk about you, uko, lakini, awasemi ni wewe, lakini you're the one who's being discussed. You've refused to sign, you know, I mean, who's going to go to jail, who's going to do what, and everything like that. But at the end of the day, I sat the relevant people down and told them,
The reason why I cannot even sign this document is I don't know the procedure. I am not aware of the procedure that was followed. In case there's a problem somewhere, I think I'm the one who is going to be in trouble before anybody else, as he has said it just now. I stood firm. Later on, we were given the documents, tukaziangalia vizuri, we went through them, and finally, there was no issue. But you see, because of that lack of information, and maybe you have some hidden agendas, chini, I don't want to say them, we all know we are adults, that process took very, very long. Because I didn't want to put my signature there at the end of the day. And my young mother, I didn't want to, niende sasa ninaona watoto huko nyuma ya the tumors, you know. So professionalism is very important. And it's not easy. Accounting officers here can tell you, the minute you stand firm, you're in trouble. But you have no choice, you have to. Because you have a reputation to keep, and you have a nation to build. Thank you.
Thank you. So, yes, we can have Okitoy.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe if I can stand. Now, I think for the professionals, I don't think there is much need to worry. The Public Procurement Asset Disposal Act 2015 stipulates the roles of the three main stakeholders in this process. And where I think procurement professionals are supposed to come in first is on the procurement plan. Then the procurement plan, as per section 53(7), supposed to be approved by the CEC in case of county governments. Now, if you see a section 44 of the Act, it stipulates clearly the role of an accounting officer. 47 stipulates the roles of the procurement function. Regulation 34 gives you clearly the roles of the user department. And this, where the user department ends in terms of procurement process, that's where the procurement function starts. So when the governor gives out a road declaration that I want a road here, one, who has to start the process? You don't have a drawing, you don't have a design, you don't have a BQ. Who are you? Number two, a requisition is a document to tell the procurement process, start. And who starts the requisition? User department. So until all this process of the requisition ends, that's where you. And I thank the Institute, Kism, for coming to the rescue of our colleagues. We all heard about the KEMSA procurement officers. When things went haywire, the first people to be fired before even anything was the procurement officers. Kism went and came out fighting, stipulating the roles of the procurement officers. And I think we have 34 roles in the Act, but they broke down into 3: coordination, advisory, and what? Secretariat. So I think the officers were saved because Kism came to rescue the team. So what I mean here is, where the user department, you see the roles, where they end is where we start. Number 2, the current systems, IFMIS, you cannot commit a PO. The procurement plan is linked to the requisition. Then the other matrices are linked to the PO. So you cannot, the governor cannot come and say, okay, I want this road. It's only you people who can go there and say now, the governor knows that he has the technical team who will do things right. He has said so. Somebody has to go and tell him, like a CC, Bwana Governor, yes, it's in process, but this is what is happening. I think we'll be safe. But if you start rushing as if you are the manager of the universe, then you'll have a problem. So give everyone time to do what they're supposed to be doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think there's a gentleman from Lamu County. Yes.
Thank you very much. I just want to share something that is very important for all of us. All institutions have cultures, and it's very important to develop cultures in institutions that we work. I'm very thankful to His Excellency Ambassador Ali Abbas, who is the County Secretary for Lamu County. He has installed a culture in Lamu where everything has to be written. He doesn't like verbal communications. He is a person who has come from the civil service, kuna miaka mingi. He's a diplomat. Na ametufundisha ya kwamba everything you want to do, you must put in writing. And this has really helped us, and it's making us feel comfortable. And I want to share an example. We once went to a Senate committee. There was a girl who was a CEO for Bursary Fund. And a very sensitive question was asked to her. Why did you do this transaction? Why did you make this payment? She just pulled out a letter and said, I was instructed through writing by the waziri to do this payment. Do you have evidence? Yes, I have. Where? Ndio hii, aka table. Tukamuuliza, how did you keep these letters? Akasema, I told waziri, mimi I'm not doing this in a polite and diplomatic way. Nipe barua nikufanyie. And the waziri wrote the letter. And that girl was safe before the Senate, lakini waziri akaingia kwa hiyo hot soup. However, I just want to share with us, this is an experience, that most of the things we do, ukienda kotini, ama ukienda kwa any oversight body, mwanzo sahi audit is changing. It's going directly to the person responsible ambaye amefanya hicho kitu. There's no generalizing issues sahi. Kwa hivyo, it's just an advice. Yale masomo tumesoma kupitia ambassador, I'm sharing to others ya kwamba whenever we do things, let's put things in writing. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there was a gentleman at the back. I think we are all in agreement that let us put everything in writing, right? Yeah, but one thing that you should also remember is, and I've seen it somewhere, someone doing it, forward everything to your personal email, because your office email can be cleared from the server, and that email was never received. That is the truth. So you can forward those ones that you think are so critical, save them somewhere. But again, Judge, you'll advise us, is there a remedy for wrongful prosecution? Because today we have heads of procurement who have been relieved, or maybe they have been exonerated, but they're already at home. They were already fired, wako nyumbani, and even the process of you using your money in the court processes, no one will ever refund you that money. By the time the audit report comes, the responsibility is on the whole evaluation committee. Surprisingly, there is a secretary who is a procurement practitioner who was just advising, but when the evaluation committee is being picked, he is in that team. I know there is an agency where both the head of procurement and the secretary to the committee are at home, but they have already been exonerated, but they have not been reinstated in their departments. So you can also advise on how our members can manage that kind of issue as we get the last question from the gentleman at the back.
And thank you very much. I want to thank you all for your comments and the questions. I think they are very useful. The clerk to the County Assembly of Lamu, I wish you well. May you serve even more county assemblies. As Felicita has said it. You are a professional. You must learn how to survive. But do not only survive, you must also thrive. Okay? There's a saying, this was in Things Fall Apart by Chinua Achebe, of a bird that said, because men have learned to shoot without missing, I have learned to fly without perching. That is what we have to do as professionals. I handle very sensitive cases of who and who. But I've been able. I think the political experience in the county assembly was very, very good for me. I have been able to survive. I've been able to thrive. I liked that saying that you are not the manager of the universe. Wait for your turn. Let those who are responsible finish. Those who are in charge of designing roads, let them designing. Until it is your time. Then you can give your advice. You're not the manager of the universe.
Thank you so much.
That one is very good. Yeah. And of course, I cannot say it. I don't know even how to say it for the point to get home. Put it in writing. Put it in writing. That is what the Constitution says. Instructions shall be given in writing. Directions shall be given in writing. Why do you want to deal with something orally? Yeah, you need evidence. You need to create evidence. And at the end of the day, even if you are charged in a court of law, you present your evidence, you will be exonerated. And you have a right to sue, even for malicious prosecution and reinstatement. You will not only get damages, you will even get what we call exemplary damages for the pain, the suffering, the inconvenience, the humiliation that you will have gone through.
Members, you've heard that. Think that needs a clap, Silvio. Yeah. We'll take the last question from the gentleman at the back, and then we can close.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Dr. Abdi Hadun. I work with Kenya Medical Supplies Authority. I'm a pharmacist by training, but I became a supply chain professional by force. What happened was during COVID-19, I think the colleagues here, the procurement professionals here, could not stand up and actually exercise their professionalism in advising the CEO then to ensure that the CEO does what was right at that time. And during that time, I felt, yes, there is a need for us to, yes, I'm actually in that professional, but I'm not a supply chain. That forced me actually to undertake a course in become a certified supply chain professional through ACM. And what I normally do is every time there is a procurement issue, using the existing laws, I advise the CEO in writing. And I make sure actually every relevant part of the law is captured. And most of the time what I see is the CEO going back to that and even revoking some of the things that he has done. So it is actually the team taking and using their professionalism to make sure they advise the accounting officers, who most of the time does not understand, maybe have no understanding of what the law says about some of the things. And maybe they do some things under pressure. But if the person who should be advising does not take that role and advise, so who is to be blamed there if things go south? Thank you very much. And what I can actually say is writing, documenting, and advising through a written communication works. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that marks the end. If maybe the Honorable Judge can give us a closing remark.
Just one word for the Institute. And, a professional body has a right whenever there is a case in court involving or touching on your area, you have a right. Number one, you can apply to be joined as an interested party. Number two, you can apply to be afraid of the court. Afraid of the court means you will give useful advice to the court on that specific area. Procurement is I would say, is a specialized area. So you do not expect that all judges know about procurement. You have the responsibility to come as afraid of the court, to give that advice to the court for purpose of determination of the case. Finally, you are a body that is created by the law. You have a right to seek an advisory opinion on any issue direct to the Supreme Court. You do not need to go to any other court. You can seek an advisory opinion. You remember the advisory opinion we sought about the appointment of deputy governors? It was not a case. When you seek an advisory opinion, it does not mean that you have a case. You are actually framing questions, putting them before the Supreme Court for advice. If, for example, it has been said, now, we are not supposed to discuss cases that are in court or that have been. If it has been said that a part of the law is not enforceable, yet it is in the law, what are you supposed to do? Let your professional body take up the challenge, seek an advisory opinion from the Supreme Court itself. Such an advisory opinion will be as binding as any other law of the land. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Judge, and we are glad to have you. We will have other sessions, and you can be sure we will invite you again. You can just remain seated as I invite the CEO to finish for us the remaining part.
I'm sure that song is for the judge, not for me. Afro Kamili. So thank you very much, Justice, Chairperson. We request you to come and hand over some small gift within the thresholds allowed in law. Otherwise, the judge may decide to open so that if there is any brown envelope, it can be determined. Let us appreciate the chair and the judge as they exchange.
You're going to achieve more. What you're doing is very challenging, but the initiative that you have started will enable you to bring out the issues and take the appropriate measures, legislative, administrative.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Justice. Let us appreciate him one more time. Asante sana. So thank you very much, Justice. I think distinguished delegates, we have been challenged again on very pertinent issues on how to deal with orders from above. And I think, Justice, we have learned a new word from you, the image of the Constitution. And we have also learned from you the duality, responsibility, and principle. And we have learned from you the issues of political agility.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, it can only get better in the afternoon because we will be having the Auditor General, and we want to request that we keep time as I hand it over back to Sia Mariembi to pray for us. So may we agree again. I can see my classmate is consulting. How many minutes are you giving us for lunch? 40 minutes? 1 hour? 40 minutes? 1 hour? 1 hour. The 1 hour team, we have it that way. So 1 hour means we come back at exactly 2:30. Is that fair? Yeah, please let us be punctual so that we can be able to end in good time.
Shall we pray? Precious Father, we come before you this afternoon. We are grateful for the sessions that we've had in the morning. As we want to proceed for our meal, we pray that you may bless it. And even as we prepare for the afternoon session, we invite your presence to be with us. I pray all this believing and trusting in Jesus' name. Amen.
So for this, sawa, I want us to do whatever I'll do, you're doing the opposite, okay? Yes. Na ni kama tutapata watu wa kutudansia.
Do the opposite. Don't do what she's doing.
Okay, if I do this, if my hands are up, yours are down. If my right hand is out, you're pushing your left hand. Left, right, up, down, front, back. Okay?
Asanteni sana. Thank you so much. At this time, I think we are ready for the next session. We'll just request those who are coming in, kindly settle down so that we invite our next speaker. As we wait for our speaker, I'll request one person to just share with us what was your take home from the morning session. What was your take home from the morning session? Niko na gift. I have a gift. Who can share their take home from the morning session? It was quite engaging, eh? Joe, I have a mic. Please come. Come. Huh? No, come.
Good afternoon, all. The session today was very interesting. My take home today is that always do the right thing at the right time. And as a procurement officer, it's not for the weak people. Ensure that you do the right thing at the right time and ensure that you document everything. Thank you.
Mwingine anataka gift? Iko sawa. Okay. Thank you so much. She'll get a gift. I'll call her in for a gift. So, thank you so much. I think at this time, I will invite the CEO who will take us to the next session.
Thank you very much, Ruth. I think we have enjoyed the lunch. Yeah? And thank you very much for being punctual. At this point, I want to invite our chairperson of the council, CPSP Jennifer Serindi, to introduce to us the next speakers. I also encourage those of us who are outside, please let us come in. DJ, just one more minute. As the chair is getting ready, you can give us a small one. DJ, please let us encourage those outside to come in. Thank you very much. I can see you're coming in. Please tell your neighbors who are outside, just text them to come in. Yeah, the few members remaining at the door, please come in. Let's come in. Very well. Thank you. Thank you, DJ. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please join us in welcoming our chairperson by giving her just 1 or 2 claps. 1, 2, 3. Another one. Again. And one last one. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon, everyone. I see the hall is half empty. Oh, half full. Oh, thank you. You're awake. It shows that there's a lot of optimism in this room. If we could allow those who are outside to join us, it's still a lot of space at the front. I wouldn't want our speaker to speak to empty seats. Or if you're at the back and you'd want to move to the front. There are so many empty seats at the front. Is it that we don't like being at the front? Okay. So this afternoon we are talking about fiscal or financial discipline. And yesterday and following to today's morning, there were so many questions that went around audits and financial discipline. And I'm sure the conversations are now at a level where we need to get now answers or discussions from the other side of this conversation, that is the Auditor General. So I want to introduce the next speaker, who is the Deputy Auditor General. His name is Fares Chege. He is the first Vice Chairman or Chairperson of the Institute of Internal Auditors, Kenya. He's an astute audit and risk management practitioner and trainer with over 18 years experience in public and private sectors. He holds a Master's of Business Administration in accounting from the University of Nairobi, Bachelor's of Economics from the University. He's a certified public accountant, a certified internal auditor, a certified information systems auditor, certified risk and information systems control, a certified data privacy solutions engineer. and has attended various leadership, governance, and strategic leadership programs. He has served as the Deputy Commissioner at Kenya Revenue Authority in charge of strategy, innovation, risk management, and previously was a Deputy Commissioner at KRA in charge of internal audit services, as well as the Head of Internal Audit and Risk Compliance at Signon Group Limited. He has also held various Head of Internal Audit and Risk positions at KPMG, Higher Education's Loan Board, Kenya National Highways Authority, and the Office of the Auditor General, where he held the position as Financial and Information Systems Auditor. He is a member of Institute of Internal Auditors and a member of ISPAC and ISACA Kenyan chapter. He was the member of Institute of Internal Auditors as a volunteer to the IAA Kenya chapter Training and Development Committee between 2020 and 2022, and is a member of membership committee from 2014 to 2016. He is passionate and offers volunteering and pro bono services at KCA University Audit Risk Committee, ISPAC Internal Audit Work Stream of Practitioner Development Committee, Chairman of ISACA Kenyan Chapter, and Chairman of the Audit and Risk Committee of the Association of African Higher Education Financing Agencies. Let's put our hands together for Faris Chege. A better clap, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson, for the good introduction. Indeed, it's my great pleasure to be here and to see quite a number of familiar faces. I'm very privileged to stand before you. In the next few minutes, I'll just give some perspectives relating to fiscal discipline and value for money in county governments procurements. So allow me to just make a statement, and then after that, we'll go into the whole of the presentation. So ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon once again. So it is an honor for me to engage you today in this inaugural County Procurement and Supply Chain Management Congress. Please accept the apologies of the Auditor General, FCPA Nancy Gadongo, CBS, who would have wished to join this important dialogue, but had prior confirmed official assignments, and that's why she didn't manage to come. And she sent her greetings. Do you receive them? So the Auditor General had feedback sessions with key stakeholders in the month of April 2026 and shared the audit outcomes with representatives of county government entities, including county assemblies, county executives, water companies, county public service boards, hospitals, and municipalities. The forum also provided a structured forum for a candid engagement on systemic governance, financial management, and oversight challenges facing county entities or county government entities. Now, the theme of this Congress, professionalizing county procurement and supply chain management to deepen the gains of devolution and deliver sustainable development, underscores the imperative of elevating public procurement from an operational, compliance-driven function into a strategic lever for socio-economic impact. The deliberations this week should therefore be aimed at ensuring public procurement guarantees value for money, optimizes resource utilization, and secures sustainable development outcomes. And therefore, this afternoon, we will have a discussion on fiscal discipline and value for money county government perspectives. Let me put some statistics here. According to World Bank, procurement in developing economies account for 12 to 20% of GDP. Please note that. That's quite significant. And up to 70% of public expenditure. And this is because vast majority of public spending flows through these systems. Value for money is ultimately determined at procurement stage, where failures result in loss of value regardless of the budget size. Let's take note of that. And in addition to this, public procurement is a catalyst for private sector growth. And according to 2025 World Bank Policy Research Working Paper titled Public Procurement and Firms, Evidence from Kenya, a contractor who consistently supplies to a government entity experienced a 27% increase in productivity and employed 10% more staff compared to supplying other private entities. That is how important it is to be an actor in public sector procurement activities. As a country, we have made significant strides on managing public expenditure, primarily driven by the 2010 Constitution, the PFM Act 2012, and the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act 2015. In particular, procurement and the new and the complex challenges that I imagine, and they threaten the sustainable and transparent fiscal management. So that is the introductory statement, that we are in an environment that keeps changing. And our procurement activities are impacted by how our governance structures look like, including the values that we espouse as a nation. So let's go into the presentation. So whoever is projecting, please go into the presentation. So we will be focusing on a few things. I have the next few minutes, around 30 or so, to talk about OAG's mandate, which you are aware of, but I'll make sure that I just summarize that. Then we'll look at county government public procurement audit findings. I'll talk about some few specific ones. In the interest of time, I'll not go into depth of so many of them, but I'll just pick a few of them, and we'll be able to draw some insights and foresights from that. Then we'll be asking ourselves, how can we strengthen the fiscal discipline, accountability, and service delivery? So you can go to the next slide. Let me just use this. Okay, I hope it's going to do the needful. Okay. I hope it is working. So I point towards you. Okay, looks like it has an issue. Thanks, sorry about that. And then after that, we'll be able to do a conclusion. So as we wait for the slides to come, I want to dive into the first slide. Yeah, that is a slide. OAG's mandate. Now, OAG is established in our Constitution 2010, and the mandate of OAG is premised in the objects of the constitutional commissions and independent offices. You'll find that OAG has three key responsibilities, or if you like, the objectives. And number one, as you can see on the top right, should be the top right side, it is to protect the sovereignty of the people. Yeah? So our constitution is very keen on sovereignty of the people of Kenya. So OAG, the Office of the Auditor General, has a responsibility on that. And then number two, as you can see somewhere at the bottom there, top at the right bottom, it is to secure the observance by all state organs of democratic values and principles. So all the state organs need to observe, the democratic values as well as the principles that are in our constitution. And of course, the last one there is to promote constitutionalism. And those are explained in Article 249. If you go to sub-Article 1, A, you'll be able to find those three. So it's important for us to note that. And for the Office of the Auditor General to fulfill this mandate, it has to perform what we call the audits. And these audits include assurance activities as well as special audits, some special requests that could be done from time to time as governed by the Constitution and the Public Audit Act of 2015. So there are a number of things that are listed there, as you can see on the screen. And the first one is the audit of accounts. Now, if you look at the Article 229, sub-Article 4, you'll be able to find something around audit of accounts, basically what we call audit of financial statements. So every end of the financial year, every public entity is supposed to prepare financial statements, and they're supposed to be submitted to the Office of the Auditor General, but within 3 months after the end of the accounting period or the end of the financial year. And thereafter, the Auditor General has a responsibility to audit those financial statements. Now, over and above audit of financial statements, there is additional mandate that the office has. And one of them relates to compliance. So we talk about, you'll always find in audit reports, there is a section that is titled lawfulness and effective use of resources. So the office will always check lawfulness in accountability. And you'll find that still in Article 229, sub-Article number 6. We also have performance audit. As you can see, there is an item talking about performance audit. This is what we call value for money audit. And we say, in this case, we look at triple E, and these days we have added S. So we look at the economy, effectiveness, efficiency, and sustainability in the utilization of public resources. So it's not just about spending, and spending in accordance with the legislative framework or your policies and procedures, but it's also about what value are we getting from this. Then we also have investigations. If you look at Article 252, the Office of the Auditor General can conduct investigations from time to time. And the office can also work with other bodies like EACC and even the National Police to be able to conduct investigations where it is necessary to do so. And in addition to investigations, we also have special requests that can be made by the President or the Parliament. And those requests will also be delivered in line with the requirements of the law. That is the Constitution and the Public Audit Act. Interestingly, we also have something to do with arbitration and mediation. If you look at Article 252, there is a mention of the same. So the office can participate in that. Although that has not really happened in quite a number of cases, it is also an area where the office has a mandate. Then finally, we have risk management, governance, and internal control systems. This one is about review and assessment and providing recommendations on what needs to be improved. If you look at Section 7 of the Public Audit Act, it talks about this. And that is why in all your audit reports, there will always be a section talking about governance, risk management, and internal control. And if there are issues that have been identified and they are significant, they will be documented in that particular section. I'm passionate about internal audit. I've done internal audit for many years. One of the main issues that have been raised from time to time is about effectiveness of internal audit functions to be able to provide assurance and advisory services to the organization. So you'll always find this comes up because if internal audit is not working, then it means you are having a control gap that could result to failure to achieve your objectives or having numbers that do not show a true and fair view. Moving on, having learned that those are the areas that OAG focuses on, I want now to just get into supply chain. OAG audits and supply chain. Now, as we said, there are many types of audits in there. So financial audit, you'll find issues touching on supply chain. When you're looking at performance audits, there will be issues on supply chain as well. And then there's also information systems audit, where we're looking at the systems that are used to do procurement activities. Like currently, we are talking about EGP in government, and it has been a nightmare for many people. Yeah? But of course, again, we'll look at the controls, the risks, and the controls that have been put in place to ensure that the objectives are met. I've talked about investigations and special audits, quite a number of them happening, and majority of them are touching on procurement activities. We have public-private partnerships, PPP, and this is another area where we are very keen on what is happening. Public debt, and there's something else that we call citizen accountability audits. So allow me just to mention a few things about these items in the next few minutes. Financial audit purely focuses on what we call recording and valuation. So meaning, have you recorded a transaction as it happened? And at what value? So there's something we call measurement in financial audit. For all the items that you've procured, did you record them? Did you record them at the right value? The stores that you have, the assets that have emanated from a procurement process, have they been recorded and are they managed accordingly? Acquisition and ownership documents, all these are areas that the office will always look at when we are looking at financial audit. Compliance audit, it's about public funds utilization. Are they utilized in a lawful manner? So the question we'll be asking is, the way you have spent the money, have you contravened any legislative requirements? So Section 38 of the Public Audit Act, it says that we need to carry out procurement audit to ascertain the procurement was done lawfully in accordance with PPAD or PPADA, if you like. So this is an expectation from the law, and the Auditor General is expected to carry out these procurement audits. I'm sure at the moment you're finding notifications coming to you about something we call in-year audit, because the final audits are not yet due. So you are in supply chain, so you may not have seen that, but maybe to be brought to your attention. And one of the areas we are very keen on is on procurement processes. As I said, 70% of our government expenditure goes through procurement process. So it's important for us to ensure that we have adequate controls to mitigate the associated risks. So again, on these compliance audits, we focus on how this procurement process complies even with your internal policies and procedures. Because the laws and regulations are domesticated in your organization using policies, procedures, work instructions, and so on and so forth. So if we find that you have already come up with policies and procedures and you're not even complying with them, then of course an issue is going to be raised there. Value for money audit. As I said earlier, it's about EE and S. So in this case, we are asking ourselves, so this procurement process, is it cost effective? Was it done in a competitive manner? Has it achieved these values of fairness, equitable way of doing things, as well as transparency? Did you achieve the objectives that were intended? And of course, as we ask ourselves about achieving the objectives, effectiveness, we also put in the lawfulness. So, now that you have achieved the objective, are you still operating within the law? And that is what we call performance audit. So it's about impact. Please note that. It is not just delivering a process as expected by the law, but it's about impact. And when you're talking about impact, it is not just the immediate outcome that I was able to complete my procurement process within time and within budget. No, it is beyond that. Did you give value to the person that needed this item? So if you're procuring computers, were those computers now available for use by the people in the organization to be able to make your processes more efficient? Or they were procured and kept somewhere in a store and they are never used. I don't know whether you've ever seen those kind of things. You've also seen cases where you have done a building, you have completed the building, but it is not even occupied. Or maybe you intended to build and then you sublet part of the premises, but you find them vacant for many years. So have you really achieved the results? So value for money is very keen on that. On investigation, I wanted to say that the investigations could be conducted on the basis of our own initiative. The Auditor General can decide we are going to investigate, or it could be a complaint that is lodged and an investigation is done. It could also be a request that is done either by the executive or by Parliament. In all those cases, an investigation can be done. So in this case, in this area, we focus on procurement fraud and corruption in procurement processes and contract management. Like, for example, we are aware of the case that was there. Somebody mentioned they worked for KEMSA. During the COVID-19 stories, there were many issues there. And there were many complaints that were coming to the Office of the Auditor General. And of course, even the Auditor General herself found it necessary for us to do an investigation. So when there is procurement fraud or there is what you'd call corruption in a procurement process, that then would happen. And we have quite a number of these happening. And then, of course, action is taken when these reports are escalated to the relevant authorities. I talked about information systems, so I'll not repeat that. But I wanted to mention something to do with the PPP. One of the main things that we look at is the requirements of Section 83, subsection 3, touching on the Public-Private Partnership Act 2021. And we look at the procurement methods that have been used and compliance with the PPP financing agreement. So we are very keen on that. Some people ignore, and you get into a PPP arrangement and you're using the rules that you are used to, and you forget that there is an agreement that has been signed. So, and you end up with disputes, and those disputes can cost the country a lot of money. So when you have a PPP as a county, we are very keen on how the agreement is crafted, and again, whether there is any violation or conflict with the PPADA. Then we have something interesting called CAA. Citizen Accountability Audits is where we involve Kenyans in our audit process. So as we do most of the time, it's when you are doing performance audits, you'll find that we are going to involve Kenyans to tell us, did you get value? What is your view about this? What were the issues? Were you involved at the inception of the project? Were you involved as they were delivering? And have you seen long-term benefits from this project? And Article 10 of the Constitution, and of course 232 also talks about public participation, and Section 34 of Public Audit Act talks about being proactive and impactful as we do our audits. So arising from this and the Supreme Audit Institution professional practices, it has been found necessary to have these citizen accountability audits where we focus on the ultimate beneficiary of the procurement activity. Yeah? So we look at, in the needs assessment, are the beneficiaries involved? In the community, or those projects or procurements that will touch on the community, how have you involved the community in coming up with what is needed and addressing the needs that they do have? So let's just look at some context of procurement. Okay. Good. So in the year 2024-2025, we had 13,231 tenders that were published on the government public procurement information portal. So that's quite a big number. And there were 3,550 contracts that were valued at 17.8 billion that were contracted in the same year, based on the information that was provided by the public entities. But the question we continue to ask, and what the Auditor General asks, is how many more went under the radar, or maybe they were not even monitored by PPRA. Meaning, the information is not publicly available. And what could be happening in that space? Is it possible that we might have lost money? Is it possible that Kenyans did not get value for money? Another context there, in the year 2024-2025, EACC reports that we had 229 cases that were completed, where 20 to 30% of these cases related to public procurement. And 24 of these cases are major. So you can see what is happening. Due to gaps that are there in our procurement processes, including conflict of interest, and where people are not following the law, non-compliance with the laws and regulations, we end up with cases going into investigation. We had 838 ongoing investigations, and 36 of these were major ones relating to public procurement. When you talk about major cases, we are speaking about billions of shillings at stake. And of course, the Commission undertook 14 proactive investigations which prevented some losses. So you can see even EACC is heavily involved in this space. Is this what we would want to see as supply chain professionals? Maybe not. We would want EACC to have very minimal work relating to procurement fraud, and especially in our counties. But this is what we have. At least we are happy that we have this Congress happening at this time. This is the opportune time so that we can ask ourselves these hard questions. That we have internal processes, the Auditor General comes and raises issues, there are recommendations, and those recommendations are not implemented on time, or sometimes not implemented. Then we end up with very serious control gaps, procurement fraud, and therefore we end up with a lot of time spent answering questions in that house with the rotating doors. So the government recently completed a comprehensive assessment of its public procurement system using the internationally recognized MAPS. MAPS mean methodology for assessing procurement system. There's something that was done and it was commissioned by the government through PPRA, and it was supported by World Bank. And this diagnostic report evaluated a vast public sector footprint encompassing 34,000 contracts valued at 262 billion across more than 500 procuring entities within the country. That was done in 2023-2024. So while this assessment acknowledges that the counties and the country at large has built a comprehensive and well-structured legal foundation aligned with the international best practices, it highlights systemic implementation gaps that prevent the system from achieving optimal value for money. So this is what it means. We have the law. We have processes well defined. We even have procurement professionals. We have Kism under the leadership of our Madam Chair, who is here with me, and the CEO and the other board members. Yet, we still find major gaps when it comes to value for money, looking at the procurements that are taking place in our country. There are two things that this study was able to pick. And one of them is capacity constraints and institutional overlaps. And the context is as follows. Out of these 34,500 procuring entities within the ministries and county governments, a large majority of these lacked technical capacity, skilled personnel, and the specialized tools that are needed to have a watertight procurement process. In fact, the report found that the entire system with the 34,500 procuring entities has approximately 3,000 registered procurement professionals. Now, we can validate those results. But that's alarming. That's a very small number compared to what we would want. And therefore, there is a very huge opportunity for Kism, as well as our government, to be able to really push this profession, so that if we have all these professional actors, or these people working in the professional units, I mean in the procurement units, if they are members of Kism, then we can discipline them if they are not doing the right things. And we can keep building their capacity and training them to be able to do what is expected. Number two, so the first thing was on capacity constraints and the overlaps. Then number two, there was need to shift from compliance to operational value for money. Now, listen to this. Many people and many procurement specialists and professionals are very keen on two things. Number one, did we deliver within the timelines provided in the law and the regulations? So they want to make sure that the advertisement happens within this period, the evaluation process, as well as professional opinion. This process takes this period. And then number two, they also talk about, thank you. So it's about achieving the timelines, and then did we deliver the procurement plan? So somebody is saying, in the procurement plan, we were supposed to procure item 1, 2, 3, all the way to 10. Did we do those procurements? And that's why sometimes you find in government, and this is something we see from Auditor General's desk, there is a lot of procurements happening in the last months of the financial year. So you'll find everyone is rushing out to go and do trainings and all manner of things between the month of April and June, so that you can complete or deliver your entire procurement plan. And now the big question is, do you get value for money? Sometimes you procure things and you ask yourself, why did we even have to procure some of these things? So as I come closer to the end, I'll talk about a few things then that we've been able to see arising from focus on compliance-based kind of procurement as opposed to operational value for money. If we are all able to change ourselves and think about not just complying with the process, it is important and it's expected we need to comply, but we also ask ourselves, are we getting value for money? So it is not just about signing that certificate. Long time ago, I was an auditor in the road sector. And one time we went to inspect a road in one of the remotest parts of our country. That is the northeastern Kenya. And very few people go there. So I said, I'm bold enough. I don't worry about security. I'm going to check. So we went there. A certificate had already been issued. And you can be sure it was quite some good amount of money. So the work was very simple. I'm not an engineer, but there are some things you can see with your eyes. If the contract required that you do 25 culverts, those ones you can see with your eyes. If the contract required that you do bush clearing, and maybe you do grading, those are things that every ordinary person can see. So we did a section, and of course, we found out of 25 culverts, only 3 had been done. But in the certificate, we had 25. And then, of course, when we looked at bush clearing, some of the places you could not even tell where the road goes through. I mean, it was a bush. And the work had just been completed like 3 weeks before. Yet, bush clearing was part of the items in the certificate, and so on and so forth. And then there was something to do with gravelling. And that, again, was not achieved. So, what am I saying? I'm saying that sometimes you might think about completing a process. Because the process was completed, the tendering process was good. There was no violation of the law. The contract was signed on time, and it was properly reviewed. But there was a problem in terms of delivery. So that road, we could not even cover the entire section of the road because the work had not been done. So this then brings us to the next part of the discussion, where we ask ourselves, what are some of the things that we have seen from the audit? In a nutshell and in a summary, these are some of the things that the Auditor General has spotted. One is irregular use of procurement methods. What does this mean? So, there were some areas where you'd find that the counties used alternative procurement methods like direct procurement, restricted tendering, without satisfying the conditions prescribed in the law. This is very common in counties. And our people sitting here as procurement specialists, sometimes you see these things, and maybe you look the other way. Please do not look the other way. Because every time you find violation of the law in terms of procurement method, it means the end game is something different from delivering value for money in most cases. There could be cases where you get value for money, but in most cases you will not get. Another thing that we saw around this area is what we call split of tender. I'm sure you've heard of this, split of tender, because you are the professionals in this area. And I can tell you, 34 counties had this rampant. So, you find that you're going for low value procurement, but when you aggregate that item procured over a period of 1 year, you realize that it was supposed to go through an open tender. So you're splitting the tender so that you use an alternative method of procurement contrary to the requirements of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act. Then something else that we see there is lack of procurement plans and procurement outside the plans. Again, quite a number of counties were involved in this, where they did not prepare the annual procurement plan. I do hope there is no county here that doesn't have the annual procurement plan for the year 2025-2026. And there were instances where they procured outside the plan. And you'd find procurements worth millions of shillings that are outside the procurement plan. And the question is, if these things were foreseen, why were they not put in the plan? Because from the findings, these are not emergency procurements, okay? So then that means it is something that was foreseen. Then we have issues like lack of needs assessment, wasteful expenditure, and then we had delayed and abandoned projects, and cases where we had projects that are not utilized. I want to give you some statistics here. 27 counties had projects. We're talking about 2024, 2025. They had projects that had been completed, but they were not operational. Meaning, you have completed, but you're not using that project for the intended purpose. And this amounted to almost 2 billion shillings. Yeah? And this is about inefficiency, financial mismanagement, waste of public resources, if you look at it with a citizen eye. And this included health facilities, classrooms that you've constructed, water projects, all these things, and they are not utilized. Now, if you go to the website of the Auditor General, that is the Office of the Auditor General, you can go into the specific issues that have been raised around this. So, now having all these things that have happened, so what we need to do, we need to strengthen the fiscal discipline. So there are several things that need to be done. And number one, it's about fiscal discipline, challenges that are there and how we need to surmount them. So we need to see how we can ensure that we entrench the values, the right values in our institutions. So we must lead from the front. As procurement professionals, we must be able to advise the leaders of the institution, and we should never tire. Okay? Let's operate within the procurement plans, and let's make sure that we follow the process that is expected to be followed in line with the law. And then accountability mechanisms. Just need to make sure that everything you do can be explained. And if you did something that is contrary to what is expected, then you have been able to do your risk assessment and gotten the necessary approvals that are needed in case you need to do something that is different. Then, of course, the issue of performance, public sector performance. We are experiencing challenges in terms of service delivery. So you need to be asking yourself the question, is our performance budget absorption? Or is our performance just making sure that we've utilized the funds that have been given to us and executed the plan? or is it about giving value to citizens? Are citizens experiencing value? And then there's something around implementation of audit recommendations. We've seen cases where audit recommendations are not being implemented effectively. So we find that approximately 30% is what we would consider implementation of audit recommendations. And this matter is also under discussion even in Parliament, so that we can see how we enforce implementation of the recommendations. So, and these recommendations are in 6 categories. So allow me to put this and then I'll be able to finish. The recommendations that the Auditor General has given, the first category is what we call policy-based recommendations. So we are looking at the government coming up with better laws or improving the laws that are there, policy changes to amend the existing policies so that we address the gaps that are there. During lunch, we were having a conversation and we were asking, so if these days we are saying the supply chain professionals are carrying a lot of responsibility. You know, the head of procurement has to write that professional opinion. But then what happens when it comes to a procurement fraud? The first person that goes home is the CEO or the accounting officer. So the question is there anything that can be done to put some more responsibility on the people who are acting in the supply chain process? And it's a valid question. So some of these policy recommendations need to be looked at. And when I listened to the conversations that were happening in the morning, I realized there are areas that we need to change the law. So the Auditor General has made recommendations in that area. Then we have investigative-based recommendations. There are situations where the Auditor General has recommended investigations to be done so that more evidence can be obtained to be able to determine culpability, where somebody has, stolen or executed what we call economic crimes, stealing public resources. We also have other recommendations we call administrative-based recommendations, and these are basically improving the processes within the entities. So about your policies, your procedures, and issues to do with actions that you take to officers who violate policies and procedures. So again, those are administrative-based kind of recommendations, including rotating staff where necessary. We have prosecution-based recommendations where we require that the Director of Public Prosecution initiate legal action against persons found culpable. And then finally, we have what we call research-based recommendations that require the accounting officers to keep undertaking research aimed at identifying the root causes. Please note that. Not just correcting what we see on the face, but going into the root cause and therefore resolving the recurrence of such audit findings. So these recommendations are very important. And of course, as this happens, public participation is supposed to be encouraged so that then we are able to deliver value in line with the expectation from the public. So, as we do our procurement activities, let's always answer the question, are we just transactional? Meaning, the ICT department has asked for computers, and according to the procurement plan, we were supposed to procure them in Q1, and therefore we have procured and given them. Full stop. We are happy with our job. That is transactional. Or are we going ahead to focus on value for money? We are looking at effectiveness and efficiency and sustainability. So we go ahead to ask, the computers they're asking, are they the right ones? And we challenge that process. And then again, when those computers come and they're inspected, are they going to achieve the intended purpose as what the user had requested? And again, how long are they going to serve us? Some people have procured second-hand items and they serve you for 6 months. Then you have to go back to the procurement. Did you achieve value for money? So the focus is bigger. It is not just transactional. We are focusing beyond the transaction part. So in conclusion, public procurement reforms are required so that we can have an efficient, effective, and effective procurement process. So we need a lot of reforms. Some are legislative in nature, others are administrative in nature, and where the push comes to the shove, we have to do investigations, and some people have to be prosecuted, some will be jailed to teach a lesson to others. So if we realize value for money in our procurements, then we will be shifting our focus from the transactional approach to what we call strategic supply chain ecosystem. Yeah? Strategic one. And we'll be looking at supply chain as a value enabler, not just completing a transaction. And of course, this process does not begin at inviting tenders. You know, where you do invitation to tender, and then ending where you sign a contract or maybe a contract is delivered. It is about the entire chain. From the time you identify the need to when you assess the impact. And therefore, our supply chain professionals must be deeply involved in this and ensure that you provide your professional services on this. Of course, reforms are needed for capacity building, and this is where Kism comes in handy to help the professionals to get the right skills and continually get newer skills as the environment changes, and also help them to maintain the principles of transparency, accountability, fairness, equity, economy, efficiency, and effectiveness. And as we do this, we can no longer operate in a siloed approach. We must look at a holistic view of things so that procuring of one item, you know, it affects another process and even another process outside the organization. We must be able to look at that. So the country itself, Kenya itself, has to look at transforming the public procurement network and processes so that we have a more sustainable way of doing things, that we have less leakages and better utilization of resources, and most importantly, the utilization that gives us value for money for citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, CPA Faris. You may take your seats. I would want to invite, we have two other discussants this afternoon, but I see the mood is getting darker and darker. Some people are beginning to approve the discussions. So may I request that we be upstanding? Be upstanding. When I see most of the participants in this room, they are my age, which means they have seen 4 decades and above. Anyone who has not seen the 4th decade can be seated. Oh, there's one. No, but let's all be upstanding. Oh yeah, I know CM has not. And there's also another CM who hasn't. So John, if you can give us a number, and I would want us to put our hands up, down. Okay, I'll read the dance. DJ, give us something, yes. So we'll do up, down. Yes, Awa? Let's go. Want to go? I just want us to add one move. Okay. Just make sure you don't hit your neighbor. Yeah? Make sure you don't hit your neighbor. So I just want us to do one up, only one hand. Which is your left hand? Some of you have 2 left legs, but hands, I'm sure. One hand, the left hand, yeah? So you'll do one, then down. Then when you go up, you take the other hand. Is that too hard? Is that too hard? Okay. Let's go, DJ. Okay. DJ. Which one is that? Okay. Let's go. Let's be agile, whatever he puts. Okay, let's go, DJ. Okay. Let's first do one hand. Up, down. Up, down. Are we all there? We are compliant? Then the other hand once. Down. And then it goes the other hand. Thank you. You may be seated. Hey, clap for yourself. This one, I was asked by the CEO, we are doing practice for tomorrow, eh? Tomorrow, I'm told the CEO is planning something where we can use now both hands and both legs. So We're just rehearsing for that. So I'd want to, we've heard from the Auditor General, and I'm sure he has a lot to talk about. So we will have many other engagements, because Auditor General is our partner. He makes us not only do the right thing, as he's saying, not just compliance, but also to ensure that procurement brings operational efficiency and value for money. I can see some members really want to have that discussion about tomorrow. We'll engage after this. So I'd want to invite a practitioner to come on stage. We've heard from the Auditor General. So this gentleman has worked for the counties, both at the Assembly and the Executive, as a procurement professional, and is now with the private sector. He's the head of procurement at Agrochemicals and Food Company Limited, and former procurement director at Kericho County. He has over 30 years experience in both national, county, health sector, and manufacturing sectors. He has worked as a senior procurement officer with Kenya National Library Services, director of the county procurement at Kericho County, manager supply chain under USAID at Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, director supply chain county assembly of Kericho, head of procurement, new KCC, and now, as I said, is the head of procurement at Agrochemicals and Food Company Limited. He also served as a member representing the Council of Governors in the multi-sectoral task force in the development of the public procurement regulations of 2020, and served as the vice chair of the ad hoc Kism Legislation Committee 2017 on the same. He holds a Master of Science in Procurement and Logistics, Bachelor's of Business Administration, Supply Chain Option, is a certified procurement professional and a certified professional mediator. He's currently undertaking PhD as a finalist. Let's put our hands together for Geoffrey Rotich.
Thank you so much. Mlijuaje natoka hapo? DJ. Ni wenu eh? Thank you so much. Equally, I'm happy to be here this afternoon. I was here in the morning. And I have met several of you. And I'm very delighted. First, to congratulate the chair and the secretariat led by the CEO for organizing this event. You have now got it. Bwana Auditor, the first procurement congress for county governments. That is where, hapo ndio kuna mambo. You have had my profile. I have worked both in the executive wing and the legislative wing of the county government. I listened carefully in the morning, the first presenter, the second presenter, and now the OAG. And without any fear of contradiction, I think that is where there is a problem. I worked in the first government, the first devolution, in the year 2014. Sikumaliza term. Sikumaliza hiyo term. It's really very hectic. It needs a lot of collaboration with the stakeholders. He has mentioned. I will really not labor a lot with the slides that I have set, because most of the things have been mentioned by the three presenters. They have been mentioned. I listened carefully about the presenter which presented before we went for lunch. And I saw professionals did not take a nap. You almost took a nap when the OAG was speaking. One OAG, auditor, this professional doesn't like auditors. I want to advise, pendeni auditors. You'll not have problems. Make them your friends because they will guide you, and truly it will form and it will be exactly what the book of Matthew 5:2-8 was saying. Malizana na yeye mapema. So that was what they were saying. If you are able to clear with the internal auditor, the auditor or OAG, it's unlikely that you will meet the next PPRA or EACC. Ama munapenda ile sign ilikuwa pale? It's scary, eh? That logo for EACC. We have lost a number of service providers, suppliers, and even professionals, procurement professionals, because of what we are discussing here at the county level on fiscal discipline. We have lost them, and you know them. Wengine wamejinyonga, wengine walipata shock. The suppliers were not paid because of the problems of we are not disciplined on what we are supposed to do. Equally, as a practitioner, I just want to give a perspective very quickly before I go to the slides, that at an average, and listening to the presenters is about, and the Auditor General did say 70% of the expenditure of the county governments or any procurement of an institution is through procurement. It therefore means 70% of the same audit queries come from procurement. It equals means that you take 70% of the blame if anything goes wrong in the county government. Is that not right? Yes, it is right. I worked in Kericho County and I said, and I have seen my colleagues, which I mentored, and I'm happy that when I met some of them outside over a cup of tea, they told me, you really taught us well. Let us do the right thing. One of the key things that have been mentioned and very important in the public procurement law is the professional opinion. Underline professional opinion. I have listened to some of us. Oh, you know, the governor says this, it says this, they have said this. Uko na hiyo kalamu, and you are supposed to put your professional opinion in writing. That was the very change that was given and the powers given to procurement professional under the Public Procurement Act of 2015. Some of us, we have worked under the, when we used to get circulars from the National Treasury, there was no act. The Kibaki government came with the 2005 Act, where the tender members of the board were members of the committee. It messed up the system. We came up with the Public Procurement Act of 2015, which gave powers and professionalized this profession. Lakini nyinyi bado mko na uoga. Hiyo kiti umepewa, kalia vizuri. You have the powers. However, as mentioned by Fidel this morning, he gave an advice. But I want to assure you that I have visited Fidel in his office. I have gone to Makueni. He's one of the leading counties with no audit queries. Muranga and Kisumu. One of the challenges that we have in the county governments, Bwana CEO, that needs that we want to support our professionals is, one, the county government executive wing does not have a structure or a manual I mean, you need to have a unified, so that if you are transferred from Kericho County, for example, and go to Makueni, you are able to operate the same. It is not standardized. When I work with the county assembly, we were able to do a unified organizational structure for procurement professionals. And that is why, and I know the OG can testify that there are few audit queries. You also have a job security if you have that. Today, or next year in 2027, a number of governors will not be there. And I'm sure most of you will be transferred to the Ministry of Agriculture to go and collect revenue. Yeah? Because you have no structure. And I think that is what the CEO should do, working closely with the National Treasury, so that we have a unified structure for the for the county governments. If you see, going to the fiscal discipline on how we use resources, and we have said 70% go through our hands. A normal county government, a moderate, would be receiving maybe less for Nairobi, about 10 billion. That is right, for those who are in the executive. About 10 billion per year, right? 10 billion per year. We are now doing 15 years since devolution at the end of next year. That translates into about 150 billion shillings. In your account, I want to address you individually. So tumesema hii ni practitioner's perspective. Are you seeing the 150 billion in your village where you come from? Are you seeing? Iko? Just apportion it and say, since we started this devolution in 2013, the 150 billion in my county, I have this and this and this. Guys, my colleagues, it is procurement that is procuring those things. Let's be firm. We can stop corruption in this country if procurement say no. I'm sure the council and with the CEO secretariat, we can fight it. We have been advised by the judge that we can join the court and we defend ourselves. It is possible that we can go that direction. So let's build it that way. On fiscal discipline, I think the slide, you can roll the slide, I guess. I had done something called the common pitfalls in bidding process. And I'll go quickly. And those are the areas. Can use this. Is a public procurement can be intricate and challenging. You have mentioned it's really challenging. And one of those challenges could be incomplete or inaccurate submission. And that is actually from the bidder's perspective, misinterpretation of bid requirements, overlooking important deadlines, and lack of proper documentation. Hiyo ni kwa side ya the bidder. So why we have pending bills and why we are talking about the fiscal discipline is because of these kind of things, favorism and bias. The selection process should be based on objective criteria, avoid favorism towards. Because you are getting a friend who doesn't have capacity. And therefore, you find that project is stalled because he has no capacity. Regarding big requirement evaluation criteria, it should be very accessible and limited access to information potential. You have seen PPIP portal, how many tenders were published, how many went to the whatever, those disclosures. And then inadequate need assessments. You go to some places, there is overlap between the national government and the county government. I went to some place, I don't want to mention, and we had 2 boreholes, one done by the CDF and one done by the governor. This is a primary school, 500 meters, a kilometer away, and we have another one at the dispensary, a borehole. Is that value for money? Boreholes in the same compound. And the first borehole could serve the entire. So that money could have been directed to somewhere else. And clear specifications. And that is why when you go to county government, for example, or government projects, you realize that you do a lot of variations. You don't have the budget, and you do variations because of this. Effect poorly defined specification can lead to ambiguity. You do a road which doesn't have culverts, yeah? Or a road, culverts iko mingi, kuliko nini, that feasibility is not there. Overlook requirements, failing to consider essential requirements during need assessment, I've mentioned that. And incorrectly scoped projects. I had, it has been mentioned that sometimes you find dispensaries in every ward. It is because an MCA amesema, sindio? Na hakuna madaktari. Why don't you do one big one in a ward? Ensure you have good roads, buy an ambulance, and people can access because you need equipment. So you spend a lot of money in procuring buildings, and you don't have doctors. And hence you are increasing the recurrent expenditure. Market research is essential for understanding the landscape of potential suppliers and identifying the best. Umezoea ile supply yako moja tu, and you don't realize, you can do a market survey to, and then inadequate suppliers identification, failing to identify all relevant suppliers, I think that has been mentioned. And realistic price estimates. That is, insufficient market research can lead to unrealistic price expectations. So sometimes it is either too low or too high, and therefore you are delaying those projects. Lack of comparative analysis. Without comparative analysis, competing offers, it becomes difficult to make informed decisions about the most suitable supplier. Do we do market surveys? But I realize, county government, si tunaendaga wapi? Kufanya survey? Dubai? Yeah? And Israel, eh? Kericho munaendaga wapi? Let me use you because I was there. Kericho is raining, but you do survey in where it's not raining? In Egypt, or where? You want to do irrigation in Kericho. And instead, you could have come to Githunguri and see how they do dairy and go back. Value for money. We have contract management. How do you manage that contract? You just issue a contract. You are told barabara imeisha. You sign an evaluation committee kwa gari ya supplier, ya contractor. And when you go to the field, and when the auditor comes and tells you why is the culvert he has mentioned, hata hujui ilikuwa wapi, and your signature is, iko hapo. Kwa sababu it is a Friday, hauna fare ya kwenda nyumbani, anakudunga na kabasha kidogo, you put a signature, you said you will check it next week and the payment is done. And most audit queries that I can tell you happens in June 27, 28. Nimekuibia siri. But nimewaibia siri. Musisign anything after 3. Tunaona mlikuwa mmelala hapa. Anything that you sign after 3 becomes an audit query. Or 28th, 27th of June. Because kila mtu anakimbia, governor amesema. Waziri amesema. Mulipe huyu haraka, and you know it's a deadline. And that is where you mess. Incomplete contract documentation. This one brings legal issues because of when it is incomplete. And this is really very, where I worked before, because I know I have limited time. Be careful as you evaluate the bids. Be very, very careful. We have what we call front loading. So you're doing a project of 100 million, for example. The lowest bidder is 80 million, but they have front-loaded 60 million on the first floor, on the floor, and then on the second floor, on the third floor, as you pay using certificate engineers, you realize that you have paid 60% of 10% work done. Now hiyo jamaa anatoka kwa site. That is the cause of stalled projects. Ineffective contract monitoring. How many have you ever formed what we call CIT under section 135 of the Act? Contract Implementation Committee? CIT. Who has done it? Correct. This is a very important committee because it's an M&D, monitoring and evaluation of the contract. Poor communication and collaboration between the contracting parties. So every other time you want to do a variation, you want to do that, you need to move in that direction. How do we avoid these pitfalls? Planning. I have had all through the session this morning, up to now, it's about planning. Develop comprehensive procurement plan. Comprehensive, underline that. Counties, do you give comprehensive, what we call program-based budget? Ama barabara za hiyo county yenu inasemekana tu ni 1 billion. Then you hear stories we had this morning that governor anaenda mahali anasema nimefurahi sana tulisoma na huyu mzee tengenezea barabara. Huyu alinitetea sana kwa kura jengea shule. It is because you have lumped that 1 billion as a budget. Please, as you do the procurement plan under that, the 1 billion for roads, let them indicate as an annexure that this 1 billion is from road A to B, from C to D, X and Y, so that you total it. Hamutakuwa na hiyo shida ya bending bills. That is correct. And then figures need assessment, projects, procurement, and ensure alignment with the organizational goals. And then comprehensive market research. When we talk about organizational goals, how many counties have a strategic plan with a show of hands? You have done strategic plan, Turkana? How many? 47 counties. And we have the chief officers here. That is why Project Stalls is we have a goal for 5 years for your governor. 5 years. When this governor comes, what happens? Anawacha ile shule ilikuwa imefika nusu, anaanza zingine zake. Therefore, just advise you bosses that you have a long-term strategic plan that runs that county. Comprehensive market research. I think I have mentioned that. That is how you can, and then effective contract management. Why is it important? Accountability. That is the fiscal we are talking about. Prudency, and then transparency, the fairness, and trust. Kuna mtu ana trust county government? Contractors? Wana trust? Si wengine wanasema ai, unless kuna pesa ilikuwa hapo, niweke tu lakini hawalipi on time. Ama mnatoka wapi nyinyi watu? You are from counties. I worked in the county. And I'm telling you, I'm talking as one of you. Because I was both in the executive and the assembly. And the trust, this trust is lost. Could we agree as we leave this conference on Friday that we will change and we will bring the trust to the county governments, that we have professionals at the county governments? We promise? Yes. I don't want to go to prohibitions. I know you know. This is caring. OAG had said audit queries inafanywa, lakini kuna wengine watatupwa ndani ndio ikuwe funzo. I know there are still other, and let me not scare anyone with that one. So those are the prohibitions. I know we've done it. You are senior fellows. And I think so maintaining ethical practices in public procurement is crucial for public trust, ensuring accountability, and protecting public interest. Ethical decisions making, transparent, and whistleblowing mechanisms are key components of robust and responsible procurement systems. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm truly very happy to have joined you. One of the things that I really want to emphasize is I know the challenges that you are going through on political interference, but it depends on the first time you say set the tone. Set the tone. Let me use my example just to encourage you that I listened very keenly in the morning and I could see how Bwana CEO and Chair, we need to protect them. We need to protect them, especially their jobs. They are scared, they are told to do this. But I want to advise, you are a professional. And when you are advising as a professional, advise professionally. Sindio? Daktari is a professional. Si anakuambia mesa hii dawa na usikunywe pombe. Sindio? Sasa wewe utamwambia bana daktari usiandike hivi. Andika tu ni meza dawa lakini nikunywa kidogo. Bado utakuwa professional. I have seen professionals who do an opinion and they are hooked to change the opinion. Then you are not a professional. A professional also advises professionally. Usiongee na mkubwa yako just to say what my good friend from Makueni was saying. It depends on how you are advising your boss. Because sasa una advice in private. Usingoje kwa forum umwambie boss sitakubali hiyo. Sasa governor kama amesema hii barabara ijengwe, usimame hapo waambie hii haiwezekani. Haiko kwa procurement plan. Utakuwa kazini jioni. The game will change. It's not professional. It will be disrespect. Sindio? So as you advise professionally, they will listen to you when you go to the office and say, yes, Your Excellency, it was a good thing. Your Excellency, you did very well today. Watu walikushangilia sana, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, in fact, kuna wamama walilia sana, Your Excellency. Na walifurahi sana, Your Excellency. So, Your Excellency, lakini, labda tufanya Your Excellency, tunaona vile tunasema account. So, Your Excellency, si tufanya hivi, to postpone D, I think we can take some food to that family, and then we tell them there is a process. So, you can take your minister tomorrow, and I explain that it will take 3 months. Si atapitisha. Na ataona you are a good person, and you will not lose that job. Thank you very much. Si Mungu abariki. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give a clap to Mr. Rotich. I'm sure there are those who advise the doctor to usikunywe dawa hii instead. Kunywa dawa kidogo, alafu kunywe pombe. Sindio? The opposite. Thank you so much. I want to call on stage 2 panelists to join us in this discussion as we ask questions and move to the next level of engagements. There is a senior gentleman here who I have met in various forums, one of them being a supply chain forum, yet I know he's a very senior officer. He's the current county secretary and head of county public service since September 2024 at the county government of Kajiado. He has a degree in veterinary medicine from the University of Nairobi, an MBA majoring in strategic management from Daystar, and postgraduate certification in development studies from Birmingham University, UK. He has worked in civil society international organizations for over 25 years in the East African region, designing livestock-based programs in development and emergencies. He joined the county government of Kajiado in 2022 as a cabinet member in charge of gender, culture, tourism, and wildlife, and later served in water, environment, natural resources, and climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, that puts our hands together for Dr. Lina Mpoke. Let's give him a better clap until he arrives on stage. Please take a seat. I also wish to recognize and invite a very key stakeholder, Mr. Eliud Muridhi, the Director of Commercial Services at Kenya Medical Supplies Agency, KEMSA. Let's give him a clap as he comes on stage. Now, unfortunately, he's seated at the back, so can we clap until he shows up? When you see him, you stop clapping. Thank you so much, Mr. Eliud. Thank you. I know KEMSA, we have a lot to learn from KEMSA on matters public procurement and on matters inventory management and good governance around those two areas. Mr. Rotich has made us promise that we'll do something to change the stories at the county after this, and we all gladly said yes. Maybe ask yourself from a personal perspective, in your office, what is this one thing that you're going to change? I'll not ask for answers. But as you think of what questions to ask the gentleman ahead in front of us, today we're talking financial discipline. And the auditor has taken us through their mandates and how they interact with us, and proposed changes that we may see in terms of policy, in terms of operations, in terms of capacity constraints and overruns, in terms of us shifting from compliance to operational value for money. And maybe I just have one question. One question to the Auditor General. I know you've taken us through, and also Mr. Rotich has taken us through some pitfalls. What are some of the major factors, and even the panelists, Jeff Rotich can also mention to this. What are the major factors that contribute to inefficiencies and wastage from your perspective as the Auditor General? And maybe, Rotich, as you also touch on that, give us practical ways to address and enhance value for money in our processes. So what are these major factors that are contributing to efficiencies and wastage from the perspective of the Auditor General? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I think I'll just give it in summary. I had mentioned during my presentation, I think for me, the major one that contributes to inefficiency and wastage in procurement processes is our value system. I think we have a problem with that, because if we were ready to say no to the vices, it doesn't matter what happens. We'll do the right thing. I think we need to do a self-examination. Our procurement professionals do a self-examination, and even the leadership in our counties and other institutions. I think that's very important. Although our constitution is very clear on the values, the national values, we have many laws and regulations on this area. I think it's an issue of the individual character, and this has shaped our culture in the country. Now, if you look at the culture in the counties, you'll find that there is so much, wastage, allow me to say that, and inefficiency, loss of public funds, sometimes it's just outright theft. That's a culture that we've created because we have a broken value system. We need to work on that. The other thing I see, which is very closely related to that, is impunity, where if I do it, I will not be punished. Or even if you attempt to punish me, I will find a way around it. And even if you want me in jail, I'll get out on bail and I'll fight the case. I think that's an area we also need to work on as a nation, such that if somebody has done the wrong thing, they need to face the full force of law, so that others who are watching how it would go would be careful to take that direction. Finally, I would say we deliberately have weak internal control environments. I've used the word deliberate because sometimes you find these things that are defined in law, but we find ways of circumventing this, including collusions. So you'll find because we want to make money for a purpose that is coming in the future, sometimes it could be an upcoming general election and we want to fund elections, we all agree that we will raise each person 30 million shillings. So we will work together. You're in finance, you're in procurement, the other one is in the other side, including internal auditors and sometimes external auditors. So, and we say, let's make sure that we see no evil, hear no evil, and we make our money. So these collusions happen. And sometimes you could have very good control system, but because of that collusion, then everyone overrides these controls and we end up failing. So, but I think the most important one, Chairperson, is our values. Because if our values are right, we will improve and continually try to do things better for the benefit of the people that we serve. Thank you.
To me, I still stick to planning. I think we have county governments, we lack that component of planning, early planning, and secondly, the issue of governance. Governance in the sense that you need to have a way of doing things. What is the structure of, how are you operating? What should happen before this happens? Looking at how you county governments work, and I think mentioned in my presentation, is if you go to county 00 this, and they don't operate the same way. For example, you go to some counties, they are working under devolved, they have also devolved their functions into departments. And you have a director of procurement. And therefore, this director is somehow overwhelmed because all the things that comes from the departments, he or she does the professional opinion. So it's a high time that we really need to work on that. Another area is how we employ professionals. Are they experienced enough to handle that kind of magnitude? Because if you are given a large department, like roads, for example, directly from school, you may not be able to have that capacity to handle the political pressure and the experience. Maybe one other thing I would advise is we need to, as procurement professionals, let us not only stick to procurement. Learn things on engineering, on bill of quantities. How much is it to build a kilometer of madam, for example? How many trucks do you need? How do you do excavations? How much is a culvert? That is the market survey. Because you are a leader in that area, because you are running the entire supply chain, and it's really very important that you understand that. I've worked in an organization when we were, in the health sector, and when we used to deploy an inventory manager, we ensured that inventory understand procurement and understand a bit of pharmacy because of the storage of those drugs and the same. Let me give you another example on the county governments again, is the use of data to be efficient. Use data. If you see Murang'a County, because I want to use real examples, because we are still in Kenya, we are not in Singapore, but we have our Singapore's here. If you see Murang'a County, and I think last year when we had the national dialogue, we had the governor for Murang'a here, and he showed us several AI, artificial intelligence, that he has employed. On live environment, we were able to see how many patients have entered into some dispensary in his county, how many revenue has been received, and that brings efficiency, because it's the entire, he was able to look at the county government system while in Naivasha. So those are the things I would really encourage, that we go to that direction to improve on efficiency. Use of, now that we are going to EGP, it will reduce those ones, but that is not limited. We need to go beyond that. I have also implemented some of the things, like for example, as you as procurement professionals, there's a lot of pilferage on fuel consumption. Those I have worked together here in Kericho, we were able to implement what we call the fuel management system. It is able to know, because it is intelligent, if somebody tries to siphon, it sends a message to your phone. And those are the things we need to go AI as much as possible so that we are effective. Data is important. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think as Mr. Eliud Murithi, maybe you could also add something on fiscal discipline. Maybe tell us a little bit about now the corporate world, KEMSA, and in terms of fiscal discipline, what is it that we are doing? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Eliud Murithi. I'm Director of Commercial Services at KEMSA. I have a couple of years, over 20 years in supply chain, and more so health supply chain. I've also worked in the corporate sector in Kenya, Rwanda, Uganda, Burundi, and Southern Sudan. I've worked in international public service. I've worked with UNICEF. I've worked with the Gates Foundation, the ASEM, and I have worked with the counties. I want to appreciate the counties, and more so the procurement personnel who are seated in here. You are great partners. On behalf of my colleagues, we want to celebrate you. So KEMSA, in terms of supply chain, our mandate is procurement, warehousing, and distribution. And we distribute to the last mile. So I must mention that KEMSA is the only central medical store in the world that does procurement on behalf of World Bank, USG, and the Global Fund. The rest rely on the frameworks that these organizations are set forth. And the reason as to why KEMSA was appointed by these organizations is because of our robust supply chain systems, and especially so procurement. Not to say we don't have our challenges, we do have our challenges. You remember the infamous COVID Moso Court scandal? Some of us were branded as COVID billionaires. I'm not a billionaire. I'm actually a hustler like anyone of us here. So, and thankfully our colleague from OAG mentioned that if you are not careful, you will find yourself running up and down in these institutions trying to clear your name, and especially so colleagues in procurement. I was privileged, unfortunately, to visit a couple of times, about 10 times, ESCC, recorded statements, visited Parliament, PIC, PAC, Public Accounts Committee, the Senate, the Health Committee. We wasted a lot of time. We destroyed the name of KEMSA. USAID ran away from KEMSA, and quite a number of institutions did run away from KEMSA. But not to say, of course, There were unreal things that were said. There were processes that were not followed as they should have been followed. It was not that money was eaten, but processes were not followed as pertains as to the law, right, here and there. So it's my recommendation to all of us here to ensure that we adhere to the set rules, regulations in regard to procurement if you want to avoid wasting a lot of your time or destroying the image of your institution. I must mention that KEMSA has excellent governance structures. We have the board of directors that oversees the activities of the organization, and we respond to the board and justify our actions to the board on a monthly basis. And we present our performance to the board on a quarterly basis. So in terms of procurement process, you can be sure KEMSA is on a reform agenda. And that reform agenda is supported by different partners who work with us to ensure that our processes are very robust. Then we are implementing SAP. SAP is an ERP. It's one of the best in the world. We do have an ERP. Ours is custom made. We are about 70% to finalizing. We are working with Digital Health Authority. I'm sure most of you know the Health Digital Superhighway. We are key stakeholders. We are contributing quite a bit in strengthening that because we had a system prior to DHA coming into being called LMS, Logistics Management Information System. We are working with quite a number of your colleagues, especially the county pharmacists, hospital pharmacists, and others, to ensure to aid that we are able also to understand your consumption data, and you can report your consumption data through the ILMS. So yeah, data is very important in decision making. We are doing forecasting and quantification. We use your data as much as possible. We work with yourselves, we work with your colleagues to ensure that we are able to do demand forecasting for ourselves and do procurement plans for the next financial year. Having said that, we rely on collections for the sale of health products and technologies. We do not get a coin from the National Treasury, and we are proud to say that KEMSA is a commercial and social enterprise that is geared to ensure that we support UHC. But again, we recommend to yourself when you go back, talk to your superiors and tell them to pay KEMSA timely. At the moment, the debt portfolio, the outstanding debt, 8.5 billion. You wonder how much can you do with 8.5 billion. You can do a new KNH and kit it, isn't it? And pay for a couple of months the staff of KNH. So what happens if you don't pay KEMSA is that we are unable to meet our obligations with our suppliers who sometimes will hold products and our order fill rate goes down. We are proud to mention that our order fill rate is currently at 90%. We did Kilifi, we did 99.9%. I just came from a meeting, Intergovernmental Relations Committee, and counties are appreciating the improved reforms within KEMSA. And we are not saying that we have right. We are still working with yourselves to ensure that we improve our processes, our order turnaround time. But back to procurement, KEMSA is one of the best institutions when it comes to procurement processes. And we encourage you to come and visit and see what we are doing. We have an officer from Kajiado who came to learn from ourselves. Thank you very much. Bwana Siu Asante for inviting me. And we appreciate. We have about 6 of our colleagues who are interacting with the rest of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elliot. Please pay KEMSA, and for Kism giving you this platform, you can consider a commission for coming to collect your debts using Kism platform. But maybe before we hear from Kajiado County, let me take 3 questions from the floor on financial discipline, either to the Auditor General or to KEMSA or to either of the panelists. Do you have any questions from the last row? Yes. Give the microphone to the gentleman. Lift your hands so that I see where the questions are. So we start from the back, then we have the gentleman. Your name, institution, and the question, please.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Abdi Hadun, and I work with KEMSA. My question is the value for money. KEMSA, as stated by my director, it's an institution that has a mandate to procure, warehouse, and distribute health product and technologies on behalf of the county and national referral hospitals, as well as other faith-based and non-profit organizations. But we procure on their behalf using their demand data based on the system that was earlier mentioned by my director, that is LMS, Logistic Management Information System, that collects their historical consumptions. But the problem we have is there is a lot of fragmented procurement done by the counties and various actors that are supposed to be getting their supplies through KEMSA, and that's why you once in a while hear wastages that happens along the way. And when we are out of stock of a commodity due to expiries, the noise is all over the papers. So what can maybe the regulatory authorities, the Auditor General, the PPA, how can this issue be sorted out so that the public fund is protected to ensure that whatever is procured through KEMSA is consumed by the public for the intended purpose? The other thing is on public policies. We are using actually same Public Procurement Act, which we are using to procure tires and other, let's say, construction materials to procure drugs. And some of these drugs, like if we go to maybe some specialized drugs, like now, drugs that are used for specialized cases, that is radioisotopes. The moment you manufacture, immediately it starts decaying. So if we go through now the Public Procurement Act, which requires us to bid, evaluate, award, and all that, by the time we are done with awarding, the product has already decayed and it's a poison. The other thing is there are highly expensive drugs like cancer commodities, which attract a lot of counterfeit in the market due to high cost. And the human being, they don't care whether it goes to a healthy human being or a sick person. So you see, those actually attract a lot of counterfeit in the product. And then when we go through the public procurement, the final determinant is price. And you might get, instead of getting a drug, you might get a poison. So there we are requesting, maybe through the relevant agencies and regulatory authorities, if there is anything that can be done to redefine health products as highly specialized commodities so that it does not go through the normal process and we have a country-owned Health Product Procurement Act or laws, something of a sort. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. One more question. There's a gentleman here.
Thank you. I'm Winamo Gregory from Nairobi County. Some questions to the Auditor General. My concern with the split procurement, the queries that usually come up, most of the time I feel that the auditors, sometimes they get confused between the thresholds in the second schedule of the Act, especially when it comes to RFQ, request for quotations. They want to treat it like the low-value procurement, which states that the threshold is per item per year. But when it comes to RFQ, it is per requisition, not per item per year. So most of the time, they want to cumulatively do the requisitions, then do the threshold, and term it as a split procurement, which is not the case. But most of the time when you explain, that query is never dropped from the management letter, and it finds its way into the audit query. Another appeal, because I believe the auditors are partners to procurement, and more so to our body, Kism. I would appeal maybe through the Auditor General, the Auditor's Office, because our body, the Kism, they are working on streamlining procurement, especially in schools. I would appeal that as you go for the audits, because you are supposed even to do the human resource part of the audit, can you look at the professionals or the personnel who are working the procurement departments in schools and make the appropriate recommendations so that our body has a strong bargaining ground when they appeal for deployment of procurement professionals in schools. I also have an issue with the audit process. Most of the time, in the recent past, you realize that there are queries that make their way into the management letter, but the auditors did not ask for the documents. Most of the time, they go for the payment file, which doesn't have all the documents in procurement. I think the auditors should go further and ask for the procurement file, which contains all the documents within the procurement process. You see, when you come up with this management letter, it raises issues with the integrity of the procurement with the management. Like now, if it's our county, the governor would have issues with our integrity as procurement when in real sense, it's not our fault. The documents were not asked for, but they are finding their way in the management letters. You spoke of wasteful management payments. I would like to term it as unproportional payments. And I would challenge you in the next audit, just look at the payments for per diems for all these counties. Per diems for procurement professionals and accountants, vis-a-vis the payment for accountants. You see if there is a balance, how the payments are done. I'm sure most of these counties are going through the same. And even these practitioners who are here, I'm sure wako hapa kwa deni. But the accountants, they have no pending bills as far as per diems are concerned. Again, another issue I have with the auditors, in the recent past, there is this tendency of just lifting audit queries from the previous audit query, then you bring it into the current audit query. So you find yourself just responding to the same audit queries, or responding to the same audit queries you wonder. Sometimes we are left to wonder, what's the motive?
Thank you, Gregor.
Then there is a thin line between efficiency and fraud. Because if I can I can process a requisition for water today, or let's say a professional opinion is done today. After 14 days, there is signing of the contract. LPO is done the same day. Delivery is done the same day. It's inspected the same day and issued the same day. In most cases, auditors will interpret it as fraud instead of interpreting it as efficiency. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gregory. There are two questions in the middle row. Start from, yes.
Yeah, I'll be brief. This goes to OAG's office. I think there are two major issues always on the procurement. The issue of inflated prices. I think you may be aware that market surveys are not only the mandate of the procurement function. We are only able to give out non-technical market survey like cement, sugar, and all that, which are found in the market. But the technical departments are always in charge of giving out maybe the estimate of a project. How many tumors are allowed to be used in the construction, bags of cement, and all that. But now, you get that we are told in every open tender is the most preferred method. You've done that. Then you get your first lowest evaluated bidder. So my question is, I think also to the professionals in this house, what is the threshold where we can deviate from the estimate of a project or anything? Because we have the abnormally high and abnormally low bids. So sometimes we get ourselves, we know yes, a good pen is maybe 20 shillings. This is a big. But if you get someone who has quoted 1,000, that we say is abnormally high. But also at the same time, if he or she quotes 1 shilling, that's abnormally low. But in this project, specifically maybe the technical projects, maybe you are looking at the gross premiums of maybe a medical cover. You don't know what is acceptable, what is not. So this is what maybe in this discussion we can really think of. What is the best threshold? Is it plus or minus 10% from the estimate that we can say this is acceptable variance? Because you get a project, somebody quotes low so that is awarded, then after a few months a variation. Because put low so that you can give a PO. Number two, I think to KEMSA, Turkana County is 77,000 square kilometers. As we speak, we have over 200 health facilities. And we are very happy that your logistics system, your distribution system is doing very well. You move with your lorry to all these facilities to distribute these drugs. But as the head of procurement, I don't know who signs the S13 from there. I don't know where you drop. So I'm requesting if you can have at your own level, because of your efficiency, install some systems of yours to these various, I know you'll have a network challenges. Turkana, I think, has 60% coverage of this internet. But think of it, because you delivering drugs, and by the end of the day, it's not serving people because we don't know how they are being spent. And then payment, when you are paying you should have an evidence that you actually delivered. So that's as per the PFM Act. You really have to pay based on the evidence. Number three is trainings. All these problems we are facing. Like now EACC came up with Conflict of Interest Act. We are running, when we see them, we fly over the windows because we don't know if you are there, you are not sure what they want. For me personally, I think this year I've gone with, I think, 23 statements because you don't know what they want. Is it possible? And even the OG office, because we should not only stand at the other side of the bridge to wait for culprits. Let's help them. Even the Bible says that. If you see someone going to the wrong direction and you know there is danger, and if that person goes there and faces a problem, the blood of that person will be upon you. That's what the Bible says. So now you wait until that. So we need trainings, continuous trainings, especially for this conflict of interest issues, and also we have also the PPRA, capacity building levy. We don't know how to do it. Should be included? Should it be taxable or something? So I think these are what we really had to have. So I think we request that for all these institutions to prioritize trainings whenever there is a new thing which is coming up. I think that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senior from Turkana. Maybe we first get responses on those, but I also wish to clarify that tomorrow we have the Director General of PPRA. So if you have questions regarding the systems and processes, you can pack them for tomorrow. I'll request Dr. Leina, tell us Kajiado perspective, and maybe you could also respond to the gentleman from KEMSA, because being in veterinary medicine, I know you have come across this kind of procurements for perishable items. I'm sure even in the veterinary world, if you start a tender when the cow is giving birth, by the time you finish, the cow has grown fat. If you're buying meat. So maybe you give us a perspective from Kajiado County on those kinds of procurements and respond to any other concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me start with the KEMSA relationship. We have as Kajiado County, we have a very good relationship with KEMSA. We have a lot of pending bills, but not with KEMSA. We've tried because it's a lifeline, and they're fairly strict these days, and we decided that we better behave ourselves. KEMSA is an institution that we really respect in terms of their systems, in terms of the way they have, they're equipped, their tools, and their procedures. So that's why we send our procurement team to go and really learn from KEMSA. As an entity, Kajiado County is a learning entity. We realize that the procurement profession in this country, and particularly with Kism, is relatively a young profession. And when we hear that there is some good practice somewhere, we run there and we want to comply. And now we are learning also about value for money and impact, so that we are able to give a service that is impactful to our communities and to our people. So I think with KEMSA we are very positive. We are working very closely, and with our FIF, the fund, we actually don't have a mix with other monies in the county. So I think that is a major learning for us, that we are able to manage the FIF effectively and are able to actually relate very well with KEMSA, with the supplies for the medicines that we need for our health facilities. I'm just very excited to be in this forum again, after having had an opportunity to be in the C-suite conference in Kigali last week, courtesy of our procurement personnel in Kajiado. They were able to invite me so that I could actually be able to learn and maybe have a change of perspective. Because in my county, like many others, and I think we are a very good county, we actually don't understand a lot of the things that happen in procurement. Maybe because of just misconceptions and the fact that maybe there are pressures from different directions, and at times you can only understand your colleague when you get close to them. So they gave me an opportunity to go and get that exposure through the transformative leadership and strategy for the C-suite training, which I thought was an excellent training, and with very, very credible presentations with a lot of clarity, and we were able actually to learn a lot. And for me, I came out feeling that for Kajiado County, I'm going to change the way we perceive our procurement personnel. I realized that they are under a lot of pressure. They are under a lot of pressure from different directions. And I hear from here that really the issue is to stand your ground as a professional, give your professional opinion. We are going to an election year. It's going to be more and more pressure for each one of you. And it's going to matter so much how you take your position and how you are going to discharge your professional duties as procurement experts. So for Kajiado, yes, we have our cows and we have our sheep and goats, and we are a growing county in terms of horticulture. We're actually number 2 in tomato production lately. Procurement is a very important part of our society now. So we have to try and engage the right people when we are seeking the services, the procurement services. I think we have the right people. The major issue is the practice. Are we adhering to our qualification, our training, our expertise, or are we succumbing to pressures from without? So I would say that for Kajiado, it's a thriving county. Like many others, we struggle through the issue of pending bills, trying to increase our own source revenue so that we can have more funds that can go into projects that are credible, so we can increase our spend and therefore come to the approximately 70% of the funds that we spend in the county going through procurement for services, for goods and services. So I think we are on track, but I would say we face similar challenges to other counties. Whenever we join with other counties and we are talking about the issues, we are always talking the same language. So I think we have fundamental issues. The pitfalls that one of our brothers was talking about are nationwide. From my mandate as county secretary, I think my straight relationship with procurement is more to do with the agencies of government the investigative agencies of government, the ESCC and the DCI. In my office, I actually don't have data. I don't keep the records, but I coordinate intergovernmental relations and seek the indulgence of the relevant departments whenever information is coming through. What is happening now is if I forward a request for verification of documents, for authentication of documents to procurement, and then I don't get the documents, then I get a summon from the courts to attend court on this or that. I'm at the verge of saying, I don't keep these documents. I give you the name of the officer in charge. So I pass on the baton so that I can go back to my cows and in the evening. They have very nice cowbells when they're coming in the evening, but I don't want to go to the other place. I think when we were in Rwanda, we learned about the importance of keeping our records, data analytics, making sure that we are engaged fully in every transaction that we are engaged in, we find ourselves doing. So I think it's very important that when you are taking care of all the processes, and I have no idea what those processes are, I can only see them in the DCI document saying, where is this, where are the bids, and where are the tender documents. Can you say whether this document is originating from your county or from your offices or not? I think it calls for all of us collectively to be so responsible and focused. Otherwise, we can always find that it's going to be a lot of disjointed work and disjointed operations. And I really believe that it is possible for every professional to take a professional position. I know we all fear for our jobs, but better a good name that will last you longer than really being victimized for something that you can easily avoid and you know very well what to do. Let's do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's clap for Dr. Lena. Auditor General, you talked of value, our values. And as you take the questions from the gentleman from Kemsa and from Gregory, there are a few questions, and also from Turkana County on what the authorities are doing. Maybe even for us who are in this room, and I really want to appreciate those who are here up to now, maybe give a clap to yourself. Because it really shows that you have the right values. If you look at the way we started the program in the morning, because of our values of lack of them, whichever is applicable to us at an individual level, we started the program 1 hour late. It can start from changing the small things. You're not going to change the county if you cannot change just appearance, isn't it? So if you could start from these little changes, even as we go forward, so that we are also speaking the values that Auditor General and the rest of us are talking about. But maybe you could address the issues raised by the three gentlemen before we take the last couple of questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Gregory, you had quite a number of questions. I will answer the ones I'm able to answer. I want to admit I am not a procurement professional, so there are some questions I may not be able to answer authoritatively. So let me just handle what is possible. So there's something you raised around auditors' understanding of the procurement methods. So sometimes they would raise a query around, they will say this is a split procurement because maybe they didn't understand. I see two things there. Number one, it is good for you as a procurement professional to explain to the auditors and even refer to the law and the regulations and even your internal documents to the level that they really understand it. One of the things that I've experienced when I was a junior auditor is unavailability of the audit client to explain things. So the auditor will try to interpret to their best of understanding, to their best of their knowledge. So they'll read the law, the regulations, the policies, procedures, and then they'll make a conclusion based on what they see on the ground. Remember, audit is you check the condition against the criteria. So it's good for you to spend time explaining to the auditor, avail time. But there are situations, I I want to agree with you, where the auditor maybe does not even listen. So, and the matter then features in the audit queries. It is important for you to have a conversation when that query arises and you provide the evidence to support your position. Because if you write a statement and you don't give evidence, including extracts of the laws, regulations, the auditor might say, yeah, we had your statement, but it's not backed by evidence. Now, if that doesn't work, remember we have escalation mechanisms. So on the ground, you are dealing with, say, the auditors at the lowest level, maybe led by a senior or principal auditor. Remember, there are other levels. So if a matter appears in the management letter and the team still feels they are not convinced, based on the responses and the evidence you provided, you can always escalate. Remember, we have the deputy directors there, we have directors of audit. At my level, DAG level, you can always escalate those matters. But at DAG level, most likely you'll escalate what is featuring in the draft audit report. Management letter, that is something you can handle, but draft audit report is what is likely to be the final report that goes to Parliament, either National Assembly or Senate or even the county assemblies. So escalation is available, and that's where we make ourselves available. We come to these forums, we pick your contacts, you take our contacts, so that if you have challenges, we can be able to deal with these things. Thank you for the recommendation that we also review the procurement professionals in schools and give recommendations. We will look at that as we continue with our audits. Remember, the schools audits started just the other day, and we have very many schools, so we'll be able to also look at that as we do what we call the in-year audit or compliance audit. There is something you raised around the audit process, queries in the management letter where the auditors did not ask for documents. Now, when we ask for documents, we keep a record or a trail of receiving of those documents and even returning them. And since our audit process is fully automated, we have visibility on what was requested, when was it requested, was it provided, and if it was supposed to be returned, was it returned? And for you to find that an issue has come into the ML, there are two possibilities. One possibility is that the documents were requested and they were never provided, and we have evidence to that effect. Number two, the documents were requested but provided very late. So, assume the audit is supposed to take 3 weeks. You ask for documents and you're supposed to provide them within, say, 1 week. But you don't provide. You provide them on the last day of audit, that is 3 weeks down the line. And that is when the management letter has been drafted. Most likely, that issue is going to be in the management letter. But you have a whole 14 days, because the law requires that we give you 14 days to respond to the management letter. And you can provide all those documents and explanations, but don't just provide the documents. Look for the auditor to be able to explain. Remember, all the queries are normally discussed at departmental level before they become management letter queries and during the exit meeting. So you have an opportunity to have those conversations. And again, I want to repeat, if at those levels the issues are still not resolved, even when you respond to the management letter, remember there is escalation. So it's good for you to know who is the Deputy Auditor General in your line, okay? So that you can then be able to deal with the matters that you've totally disagreed on and you've not been able to deal with. But of course, I can assure you, our auditors on the ground and the senior staff in that chain will be able to handle your issues accordingly. I think two more I'll handle very quickly. It was hilarious to hear about the payment of per diems. But of course, this is about your standard operating procedures. I mean, you should not discriminate. I mean, the procedure says you pay in 3 days, you should not discriminate. So that is about yourselves. There are previous audit queries that are repeated. What is the motive? And that is a question Gregory asked. Now, these days, you will notice something. The way we are doing our reports, the previous audit queries that have not been resolved, we have a section towards the end of the report that says these are the previous audit matters that have not been resolved. But you might find a previous audit issue raised either as a basis of qualification or emphasis of matter or other matters that we raise in the other section of the report. It means if that issue had been raised previously and now it's being raised, it has mutated. Something has changed. Let me give an example. land without title documents. Of course, most of you have those kind of queries. So you might find that we had 10 parcels. But now, come this year, we have 5 parcels, but there is a dispute that has arisen. So somebody is also claiming ownership of that land. So that issue now changes, and it is raised differently. But then the previous issue on the fact that you didn't have titles, and those titles have not yet been processed, it will still be retained somewhere. So until you resolve an issue, remember it will still be raised again if it is material. Material means it's critical and it can influence decision making. So please resolve the issues so that they are not repeated. But you also have issues that are dependent on external parties. Maybe there is another actor who needs to do something like National Lands Commission and others. I think it's good to have those facts captured. And we always capture that in our report. So say, yes, you have this land without title document, and we were also able to identify what you have been able to do. So we saw that you have had correspondences with NLC, but the titles are not yet out. So it means we are giving you a balanced position and showing the progress you made. But the fact remains, you still don't have titles. So that's why the issue is still reported. Finally, I think on the efficiency versus fraud, where you gave a water example, okay, I think it's good to look at case by case, because if you are very efficient and you have not lost anything as an organization, I do not see an audit query. But what was coming to mind is, you may have procured within a day. You are very efficient. But this bottle of water, we know it costs 50 shillings. What if you are that efficient, but it costed 1,000 shillings? Is everything okay? There is a problem. So, and we need to ask ourselves, so how come your process ended up spending 20 times more what we know as the average price? And that goes to the other technical projects, that question that was asked. I think the thing is reasonableness. Is that price reasonable if you are to look at it from a market view? I gave an example of road construction. Assuming doing 1 kilometer of road tarmac is 70 million shillings. If I find that you are spending 300 million on a kilometer of road, now what does that mean? When you think about value for money, we're looking at the economy. Does it really make sense to a reasonable man if you are to also look at that process? And those are the kind of queries that you might find coming up. That yes, we were able to achieve this objective, but the cost at which we achieved it was 10 times more. And therefore, in terms of economy, we didn't get value for money. So these are things that you really need to look at as procurement professionals, advise your management and your boards, so that they then can also be able to look at it from the same lens. Because the Auditor General will always ask a question if there is an issue to do with reasonableness, and if the figure is material, meaning it is carrying quite a huge amount of money. So I'll leave the other questions to the procurement professionals with me to answer. Thanks.
Thank you so much. There was a question from the gentleman from KEMSA. I think he has left. So I don't know, but Jeff, you can take up and also...
Okay, let me attempt to, I think for the benefit of others, I just want to have a quick rejoinder on what the auditor has mentioned on the bottle of water. When you see the speed and that efficiency, I think the efficiency on the auditors is all of a sudden. You remember Kibaki said, all of a sudden you become so clever. And all of a sudden, that bottle of water, the entire procurement is done and it is paid. Yet you have other pending bills, even if it is in the same price. I think that is, and remember sometimes these are consumables. So sometimes you're not even sure if that item came. I think that is where auditors would question, why this particular one? You're becoming efficient somehow. I wanted to add something on KEMSA, just to give an advice to the county governments. In fact, KEMSA runs a very robust supply chain system. And what they do, it's actually what we call FMI, vendor managing inventory. It did a good system because you don't have to hold stock. Hold money in stock. So what happened is they are able to see your data. In county government, like let's use Nakuru for example, because we are in Nakuru, there are areas like Elonguruoni, it's called, they have data using the health records. That place is prone to pneumonia. So once you have those records, they are linked to their records, and they know during this period, the rainy seasons in the Elonguruoni sub-county, you need this kind of antibiotics. If you go to the lower side of Molo, that kind of place, as you go to almost Salga thereabout, there is a presence of malaria. So they guide you. County governments where we have, and that's why we talk about efficiency, where you lose money, is sometimes you go to a county hospital and you have a lot of malaria drugs. Yes, when you check in the health records, you hardly have malaria, so you're just buying without using the data. But leveraging on the technology that they have, they are able to monitor your stock and they are able to replenish. I'm privileged to have worked with them, and we were supplying in that manner. And now, I would urge that also you pay on time, because I'm also now supplying them where I'm currently working. We supply them with the surgical spirits, and we give them on time. We have also that kind of an arrangement, because we are able to see their stock on real time. So when they call us and they drop an email, they say, hey, and we know their stock. So we see the levels, then we start production, because our production is just branded KEMSA. One other thing that he asked about the generics. I would request KEMSA going forward, I know it will be a bit, take the cost a bit higher, is where you can brand it. We have done that before, you say not for sale, so that it doesn't end up to the farmers, to the pharmacists and the chemists. So you just brand them. It is just for the government of Kenya, not for sale. And that is important. There is a manual, and I know I think the PPRA can confirm yesterday, there was a manual on health sector procurement. When you see the public procurement law, it says you don't have to mention the brand names when you are procuring. But it is an exemption in the health sector, because it is specific. When you go to an hospital, you go through a place called triage, where they check the vitals. Your weight, your pressure, your temperatures, and the rest, those who call them vitals. And that is where it informs the medic to tell you, I need this Augmentin. And therefore, when you are procuring drugs, for example, you don't say you need antibiotics. They say you need this IV or this strength, 500 mg, 200 mg, or 100, or this, depending on what you are. And therefore, it is not prohibitive as you do that. Maybe something else on the request for quotations. If you read clearly, guys, the Public Procurement Act and the introduction of the framework agreement, it's somehow trying to limit the use of request for quotations. Because that is where a cousin, a brother, a sister-in-law are competing, and they are filling quotations in the dining. And therefore, ensure as much as possible that you go on framework agreement as much as possible. It is part of efficiency, because it is a recurring expenditure, and you are not going to hold stock. So that when you need 10 reams of photocopying paper, you know, Geoffrey Enterprises is supplying that at this amount, you will have standardized the prices. And you are also guarded because of the fluctuation. They will be supplying the whole year. Maybe, lastly, county governments. We have a method of procurement, which is not in the main law, it is in the regulation, called community participation. You find a governor, and that when I sat in that task force, that was the only method we introduced to support the locals and small and medium enterprises at the county level. because we realized that these companies are not formally registered, and therefore you can use community-based organizations so that they benefit on the procurement opportunities. What you need to do in that method, if a governor is going to visit some sub-county, use those women group in that sub-county to, in Kibwezi, for example, to give tents for the governor. To give drinks, you go to that shop and purchase water and drinks for. Don't take the tents from the pre-qualified suppliers all the way from Uwote all down the other side. It's called community participation method, which it was really designed for the county governments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think in the interest of time, I would want us to close in the next 5 minutes. So I will ask Eliud to answer to Turkana County the question on the issue of the sub-county hospitals, and then CM Ariembi has had his hand up, 1 minute each. Was there another burning hand? Yes, a gentleman in the middle there, his hand has been up. Those are 3 people. I see there are more hands. Then we can borrow 20 of your minutes, members, so that we take the burning questions. I'll ask, let's start from CM Mariembi here, and then we'll take the 3 hands. There's a lady there and there's a gentleman in the middle. Then we'll come to the CMs and close. Please.
Okay. Thank you, Director General, for joining us. One, I noted that you worked with KENHA. You will note that KENHA, when they do the KRB audits, they used to accompany their audit team with a surveyor and an engineer. Right now, when you are asked a question, you said the ones for procurement you cannot answer. That tells you how the people who come to audit us, clearly, they can also not handle the issues that we are having. In your 5 directorates, all the deputy auditor generals, none of them is in procurement. But you agree that procurement takes a huge chunk of your audits. Mine is a recommendation. It is time that you set up a whole directorate, not the department that does project audit. Wakona ingine inafanya project audit. Leave alone that one. A whole directorate, so that you are deliberate to ensure that there is value addition in your audit, so that we don't have an exchange with someone who has a view, and me, the practitioner, I have a view. Na yeye yake ataenda mpaka iandike in his report. The other thing, if you look at even your career advertisements, you are inclined towards accountants. Even the ones that you recruited the other day, 100 and something, all of them, the requirements for CPA 2 and all that. And even if you look at the senior one, still it's CPA. And you expect to carry out procurement audits. There is an element that you are going to lose. Some of the reports that get to Senate, you ask yourself, did these people agree when they were having an audit? Because you hear the question that Senate is asking. Clearly that question could have been answered before it even gets to Senate. Finally, the other thing is that we would love to be partners so that we work together, as opposed to when you come to organizations, you appear like you're coming to fact find. Just do the audit in a way that our members, if you heard the gentleman talking, he's like he has a history with auditors. So it is just good that when we have an engagement, when you have people who understand procurement, we can even invite you to join our trainings so that they even understand procurement processes and procedures. We know they are accountants, but even let them learn a course on public procurement before they even get to the stage of them being auditors. Otherwise, that is a recommendation to the Auditor General. Have a whole directorate that will be handling procurement audits and will be accompanying the auditors when they come to audit, because they know that is the whole chunk. If you come to audit books of accounts, you won't even ask any question when you see what the accountant has done. You won't even struggle. You will know he has done this because of this. But for procurement, there is a challenge. Thank you.
Thank you so much, CM Ariembi. And maybe just to add to that, ESCC has done that. They have taken over professionals to assist them in their investigations. So, and you've seen less of normal issues that sometimes even embarrass auditors when you get to Parliament. Sometimes auditors are embarrassed. The questions they're asking up the last level are questions that would have been answered by a professional earlier. Next question.
Good evening. My name is Joyce Orenge from Nairobi County. Good evening. Sorry about that. My name is Joyce Orenge from Nairobi County. I have a concern to KEMSA. There are these commodities that are being supplied or distributed to facilities for USAID programs. Most of the time we find that they are bringing on commodities when they are almost expiring, and they bring in large quantities. Like the last year, 2025, they brought in the pap smear kits, testing kits, which was almost 3 months to expire. And then, like such consignments, such big consignments needs like a medical camp for you to exhaust the kits, which we didn't have. So at the end of the day, we find that we have commodities in our stock which have expired, and we have to record them in our audit reports as expired drugs or commodities, and it becomes an audit query on our side. And again, it becomes difficult to dispose such commodities. Maybe you should take note on that and look at the distribution of the commodities. And there's a general concern on supply chain practitioners when it comes to non-payment of suppliers. You find that you have ordered for a supply of drugs and other commodities, and then the supplier is not paid maybe for 2 to 3 months or even a year due to the unavailability of funds or management constraints. I can't say that it's constraints, but favorism, I can say. So you get yourself being threatened by the suppliers. You're the one who gave us the job. Why is it that we are not being paid? And then you get summons from the court you're supposed to go and answer. And you get yourself confused. Now, am I the individual? Am I going as an individual or as an entity? And another one is to the Auditor General on fuel card management. We find ourselves answering audit queries on fuel management while the cards are being run by the administrative officers and the sector in charges on fleet management, that is. Thank you.
Thank you. The last question from the gentleman. We have 2.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, him first and then the gentleman at the back. And please be very brief in 1 minute.
Okay, good evening, everyone.
My name is Abaringetuin David. My questions has been answered. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The gentleman at the back, give him the microphone. No, the one in a white shirt. His hand was up for quite some time. Or has your question been answered? There is a gentleman in the middle there whose hand has been up. Yes. Yes, kindly give him the microphone. Oh, you have the mic. Ask first. Ask your question. Thank you.
Good evening. Actually, I'm not good in microphones. Actually, it's my first time to hold one. I have an issue with when it comes to Auditor General on KEMSA. We all know that KEMSA will not pass through like any other procurement processes. It's something that started in the middle and end up in, the delivery notes and the forgers or the invoices. When it comes to audit, you will be asked for why you have not submitted for the statins, the ledger, or why these commodities were not updated on the PIN cards at the facility level. Remember, you are not involved at the delivery point from the beginning. KEMSA do the, what do you call, last mile delivery. So when KEMSA is doing last mile delivery, supply chain teams were not involved. So most of the time, requests were done at the facility levels. Once the facility levels do their request, it is compiled. They do the checks whether these racks are available. Then LBOs are issued. Then deliveries happens. The field team, the KEMSA field coordinators, collect all the delivery notes at the dispensaries, at the facility levels. Then invoices are generated, then vouchers are attached, disapproved, and went for payment. So when it comes to now, after payment, audits comes, and they will ask you, where's the S13, where's the inspection, where's the, what do you call, the ledger books, the ledger, records. So that's a very concern, something to concern to us as a county. So I wanted to know the standard documentations for KEMSA files. But we have seen, I think, some of these things, mostly. So, especially the auditors that raise those things that are dispatched from the National Treasury. The other issue is that, do you have, what do you call, supply chain professionals on those teams who are auditing at the county? Those are two questions they have.
Thank you so much. Final question.
Thank you very much, and thank you for accepting this last question. I want to appreciate the Office of the Auditor General on how he was very clear on issues of low-value procurement and also on issues of split tender. But I want you to kindly give some insight on how, at times, your office treats procurement from a departmental level. According to PPRA, it is very clear that departments in counties are procuring entities. I can give an example. Department like trade, department like ICT, department like budget. These are departments that have their own budgets, they have their own votes, and they can procure the little amount of goods or services that they want to procure. But at times, the Office of the Auditor General will raise an issue and say, this particular kind of a commodity must be consolidated and be procured as a county entity. And yet, departments are procuring entities. I can give a good example of fuel. A department like health requires large amounts of fuel. Maybe a department like PSM requires big amounts of fuel, where they can procure through framework or through open tender. But there are these small departments which can independently procure from their departments through request for quotation, which is a very legal way to procure. We also agree that framework is a legal way to procure. But if someone has used a prescribed method in law to procure, I think it's very harsh to penalize that person and tell him that, Yani, you should have consolidated this procurement as one procurement. I just want you to explore this matter and give you the insight on how we can go ahead on such issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think the auditor will answer to that. Perception versus what's on record in law when it comes to interpreting the county government functions. Lastly, we'll have the CM, Bernard.
Thank you, Chair. I actually don't have a real question, just a little input to the Office of the Auditor General. You do audit the Public Procurement Act, but that act doesn't really control the people that are doing public procurement. It's also expected to have an enhancement and a coordination of all the procurement being done into the country. So I don't know whether within your scope, you have also limited yourself to only public, whereas you are expected to have that whole scope that goes beyond the public. Secondly, I have seen in your profile, and congratulations, by the way, you are my colleague some few months ago, that you have been in the private sector. And I don't know why the auditors shy off from giving insights and inputs that can help organizations improve. For example, the example that has been given here of turning around a procurement within a second. Indeed, in the private sector it happens. What happens is that the payment process will still take its course of 30 days or 15 days. But procuring, it should not that be tedious that you have to procure from January for you to see the goods in June. I think the internal audit and the auditors need to help us and help institutions to appreciate good practices that are also happening in the private sector to be incorporated in the public sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So most of the questions were to the two gentlemen, the Auditor General and KEMSA. Elliot, you can go first.
Thank you.
Just a moment. CM, you had something to say? Okay, CM.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I have noted, since yesterday, I have noted three things. One, that our members who work with the counties, they work in a very volatile environment. And another thing, we have been emphasizing to do the right thing. When you look, if you work in the county and there is a political influence and the governor wants you to do ABCD, and you feel like this particular thing is likely to breach the procurement laws and breach procurement ethics, what do? Do you say no? If you say no, you get victimized. My question is, how do we protect our members who work in the counties? Because I would like to come to a day when they'll say no to the orders from the above. I work at KEMSA. I say no. They know things that I cannot do. They know things that I can't do. I will not handle. No. The thing is, the Office of the Auditor General has a duty to ensure that procurement at the counties is performed by professionals. If you do this, it means that if I say no to the orders from the above, the governor or the interested party will not transfer me and replace me with a quack. You have to, I would like to know, what do you check? What is your checklist? Do you ensure that the procurement has been done by a licensed practitioner? If you do, well and good. If you don't do that, please make it a mandatory requirement. Because if I know I'm protected, I'll always stand my crowd. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Kanini. You've spoken, I think, for many. Over to you, Eliud.
Oh, thank you. I want, first of all, to, on a light note, indicate that I work with the council, or rather the council member, Kanini. She used to call herself Toto. So thank you for all for voting for Toto. So, and then I start by responding to the remarks that were made by Nairobi County. We are an agent of the Ministry of Health and Development Partners. We distribute on behalf of the Ministry of Health and Development Partners. When products, especially program commodities, go down in terms of shelf life, it is not because KEMSA has not distributed, it is because we have not been given instructions to distribute. But we are working very closely with the ministry and development partners, giving them feedback on their on stock levels. So that is work in progress, but it's not the fault of KEMSA. And then in terms of, you give us some, my colleague Jackie is here. She is the Deputy Director in charge of sales and marketing. She has been passing you accounted to pay 254 million shillings that has been outstanding for over 3 years. So we are glad to hear over and above an availability of funds, there is favoritism. So we are kindly requesting, please try and favor KEMSA as well to get the 254 million so that Kenyans can benefit from health products. The other remark was made by Turkana. I am aware Turkana has about 274 facilities. Yes, we do recognize that they have about 77 square kilometers, and we distribute the last mile. We do not do S13s. The similar to S13 is a POD, proof of delivery, and we do it twofold. A physical one, where we have a list of the products and the receiving officer will sign off and indicate their ID stating that they have received, and we leave them with a copy. When you do an invoice, we attach the PODs as well. And then we also have some ePOD, electronic POD, which can also be emailed to yourself should you want it. So we always have a POD, even if it's for 3 years, we'll give you that POD. I think that was about it, apart from what? I mean, that's about it, I would say. Thank you.
Thank you, Eliud. Auditor General.
Yes, so there are very many questions for the Auditor General. This means that the delegates were very attentive. Somebody said they were sleeping. They were very attentive. I also want to mention CM Bernard was my colleague and we worked very closely. He's one of the best procurement professionals that we have in KRA. So kudos to him. I'm proud of him. We've done quite a lot with him in my past experience. In terms of team composition for the Auditor General staff, I want to confirm to you that we have made a lot of effort to bring other professionals to sit in the audit teams. The other day, that is in less than 2 weeks ago, I sat with my directors who are in charge of various sectors, and I wanted to know whether they have the right professionals in the team's composition. And some of the sectors that we are focusing on is where we are doing infrastructure, roads, railway, and related services. And I can confirm to you that in each of those teams, at least we have an engineer. So those who are going to audit Kenha, Kera, Kura, Kenya Railways and such, we have an engineer in each of those teams. I also confirmed that for the in-year audit that you're going to do, we have supply chain professionals. Either, yes, as certified members in your course, in the professional certification, or they are undergoing such kind of a training, or they have done procurement work in their past life. So I want to confirm to you that there is effort. But I want to also admit that it is a continual improvement process. We may not be able to get all the professionals. Take, for example, the medics. Before you can convert a medic, somebody who's done medicine, they've done their 7 years, and now they're going to be doing audit. It is not very common in this part of the world. Elsewhere, it has been working. And of course, in the internal audit world, it works. But in the external audit work, it's a whole process. But I can confirm that it is something we are doing at the leadership. It's a deliberate measure to ensure that we have the right professionals to help with this. It doesn't mean that in a team of 5 auditing procurement, all of them will be procurement experts. No, we just need to have at least one. And if we don't have in the team, we will have somebody within the wider scope who can be consulted to give technical advice on some matters. And we do that. So it's part of the process that is involved. Then somebody asked a question about queries on fuel card. Let me say this. You asked whether they should be directed to procurement or admin. Now, Auditor General sends the report to the accounting officer. Are we together? So the report is not addressed to the head of department. So it's the accounting officer, in this case the CEO, or in your case we are looking at the chief officer, finance, who then distributes the queries to the relevant people to respond. So if you send it to supply chain and they say, no, this is not ours, then the accounting officer will direct it to the right person to respond. So the Auditor General expects responses coming from the accounting officer. So please take it upon yourself in your processes so that you can be able to respond to the queries accordingly. I'm happy to hear what my colleague has said around deliveries, the issue of S13. Remember, the Auditor General audits you in the counties and also audits KEMSA. So we are able to corroborate the information. So we check evidence of delivery by KEMSA. And we also check evidence of receiving by yourselves. If those two agree, there is no audit query. But if KEMSA has evidence of delivery, but you have no evidence of receiving, then there will be a query. You'll have to demonstrate how you received. S13 is what you call counter receipt voucher, isn't it? So you must demonstrate that you received. Them, they have demonstrated they delivered. So who received? So that process must be complete. So always provide evidence that is available because you are supposed to raise S13 to demonstrate that you have be able to receive the items. There was a question around differentiating the procurement entities, especially in counties where you have departments. I think we can look at that. We can revisit that. I may not have very specific details, but I think it's something we can look at. If you have a separate procurement entity that meets the requirements of the law, then we should be able to treat you as so. And therefore, if there is a query that has been raised that you feel it's not in the spirit of what the law envisioned on the procurement entities, then we can revisit that and we should be able to deal with it. Most of the times, maybe these queries don't even go far. They're just at query level and they are resolved and they are dropped at that point. So even if it is raised, don't worry, because it will be resolved, it will not go to management later. And even if it does, once you respond and it's reviewed by a higher level, it will not find itself to the audit report. If it does, then I think that would be a serious omission and we should avoid it. I think CM had asked some questions around scope of audit and recommendations for those good practices. Yes, this happens largely when you are doing performance audits. We do a lot of recommendations on improvements that can be done when we compare a project implemented in one place and another. And we even give, if you go to our website, you'll be able to see a lot of those reports talking about very well executed projects versus others. So, and therefore, these entities can draw lessons from other institutions. Finally, allow me to say this, that OAG's work, because I've heard from, sorry to use this, Toto. I heard that is your nickname. OAG's responsibility in line with the Constitution, the mandate is about review, assessment, reporting, recommending. Then, the process owners are supposed to do the implementation. So OAG will raise a lot of issues and give recommendations aligned to the criteria that we are using, either the law or regulation or any other reliable criteria. It is now upon management and the leadership of the various institutions, including counties, to implement the recommendations. So if you don't implement, OAG has done its work. Okay? So the moment you implement and we have the right attitude, then we'll get transformation in organizations. So OAG is doing its work by shouting. Our job is to shout. Say it, report it, tell people what they're supposed to do. And then the responsibility of management is to implement the recommendations. And that's why we have Parliament, the county assemblies, to be able to put pressure on the executive and those who are charged with responsibility to implement programs and also to oversee them, to make sure that they do what the Auditor General has raised. So I take all your comments on the areas of improvement. I'll be able to have a conversation with the Auditor General arising from what we've had here so that we can also improve our work and also give you better experience as we continue auditing you. We don't want it to be a painful process. No. We want that process to be a collaborative process that helps our counties and also helps our nation to be able to progress as we all desire. Thank you so much.
I think we have come to the end. Let's give them a hearty clap. But before we close, I would want the CEO to comment on the upcoming health conference, because I've heard there's a lot of conversations with KEMSA, and I'm sure there are other players in the health sector who would want to interact with the counties. Just a mention on the health conference, so that the counties and the accounting officers here can appreciate that Kism is also going a step ahead to have very specific sector related discussions. CEO.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity. And thank you very much, Elliot, from KEMSA. Chair, I also wish to report that Elliot is a member of Kism in good standing. Let us clap for him. Yeah, so 2 years ago, we decided as an institute to curate a program focusing on the health sector. And I think that was emanating from the lessons learned arising from the scandals that were reported around the COVID-19 pandemic. So we have been working very closely with the State Department for Medical Services, the State Department for Public Health, and KEMSA. Actually, last year when we organized the second Health Supply Chain Conference, our chief guest was the CEO of KEMSA. So this time round, in the month of July, we are co-creating again with KEMSA, the State Department for Public Health. And I think, Chair, looking at the conversations here, because the county governments also have ministries, if I may use that word, that are in charge for health services and medical services. What we are going to pick as a resolution at the end of this conference is to bring on board all the county governments through those respective ministries so that they can be able to benefit from that conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've come to the end of today's conversation this afternoon. I want to appreciate each one of us who's been very patient to the end, and to our discussants. Let's give them a 4 factorial clap. Let's go. I think we are not organized. Let's do the 4 factorial means 1, 2, 3, 4. We start from 4. Okay. Let's go. Thank you so much. I want to hand over the program now to the CEO to gift our guests. But before we part ways, before I leave, I also want to really thank you for staying put up this time. Shows our value system is aligned, and we are getting value for money for being here. And please, I would request that tomorrow we keep time so that we don't have to extend and take your evening, because we also want you to explore Nakuru County after the programs and also network. So I'm sure the Auditor General has appreciated the great feedback, and you still have time with him. You can interact. You can also exchange contacts so that if you have specific issues, you can be able to contact their office. Thank you very much, and do have a nice evening. Pia mnaweza nipigia makofi.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Please let us give her a better one. Just one like this. Okay, okay, let's go. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, delegates. I think it has been a very, very productive day, and we want to restate our gratitude to you for your commitment. And I think for us, we are taking notes, and we are listening also very keenly to you. So we want to make a very, very special appeal to all of us. With the permission of the chair, we request that tomorrow we be punctual. We have very, very special guests for you. We have the chairperson of CRA who has already arrived. The CEO of CRA who has arrived. The Senate Majority Leader will be here at 9 a.m. in the morning. We have the Controller of Budget at 11. So we humbly request that we try and keep time. How many of us will be here by 9? We will have a gift for all of you. So with that done, I want to request the council members, the two gentlemen, Mr. Tingos Ngeny and Mr. Kennedy Ariembi, to come to the podium. And I request you one more time, CM Purity Kanini and CM Priscilla to come to the podium. So I'll request you, CM Ariembi, to hand over the present to Dr. Mpoke from Kajiado County, next to you. Let us appreciate them while they're doing that. Chair, you confirm that we have a graduate from the first class of Kigali Institute program. He is a graduate from that program. He was with us in Kigali last week. CM Ariembi, please gift Dr. Mpoke. Let us appreciate them while they exchange. Asante sana. Thank you very much. CM Kanini, please. You can gift my brother Geoffrey Rotich. Next to you, right next to you. Thank you very much. Let us appreciate them. And then CM Priscilla, please, you can gift our brother from KEMSA. Stay, just stay. Thank you very much. And finally, Arap Tingos Ngeny, please gift the Auditor General. Let us appreciate them. Thank you very much. So we request that we be upstanding as our prayer warrior, CM Priscilla, closes with the word of prayer for today.
Kesho CEO uite one of our Muslim brothers here. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you because of this day. We thank you because of your goodness and mercy. We thank you because of giving us wisdom and knowledge to be able to tap into all presenters who have been in this podium. We thank you because of our profession, supply chain, which controls the economy of this country, which leads to better livelihoods of our people. We are praying, oh God, you'll give us the favor and the grace so that we can serve our nation. As we leave this place, we ask for your protection. As we interact, we ask you that you'll give us the favor with everyone that we'll meet. We thank you, we honor you. As we meet tomorrow, honor and glory shall be yours. And it is in Jesus' name we do pray and believe. Amen.
Asanteni sana. Tea is still served outside. Enjoy.